hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on. And a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, trying to be like everybody else, cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town going nowhere, hellbound. I'm chained to the same lame brain, wanna be daydream. Just a loser with a bad scheme, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause, nowhere in town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse and kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
Good morning. Oh my god, I slept for like 10 hours. And then I woke up. I woke up to a message from somebody. Saying, hey Beckett, how you doing? I'm going over not so erudite stuff. Do you want to come on stream? And I was way too late, so I might be doing that like tomorrow, tonight it is morning. So like, but I was like, oh, that's exciting. And then I was too late. He was ending stream just as I woke up. So I thought, well, now I'm in the mood to get on a mic and say things and do things, and that's some awesome sleep. It was good. Yes, I was pleased. I was very tired. My body clock is completely fucked. It's starting to feel a little bit more normal, but we'll fuck that into the ground before long, I'm sure. But yeah, no, I did the kick stream the other day. If you haven't seen the kick stream, there is a kick channel. I think the link should be in the channel links. Jenny tells me she's done that. So you break me up. Thanks. Did you see Keem almost getting crushed by a zip by Wings? I did. We looked at it the other day. Fuck, their after stream of that was the most fucking painful thing. Did you guys see this? They like, I don't really watch local. They did an entire day of them sat on the chairs being like, Boogie is a domestic abuser, not Boogie. Wings is a domestic abuser. And like, listen, I get it. It sounds really fucked up. I wasn't there. It looks really bad. Wings is fired. There was somebody super chatted in they should do a wife beater as merch, and like they all like, I don't know, Boogie did the thing of like, jokes have to be funny. That's not funny. I'm like, that's objectively pretty hilarious actually. Listen, Domestic abuse is very serious. Selling a wife. You're a show called LOLcow Live. What the fuck did you think was going to happen? Oh my god. Oh fuck. Diesel had a new robot call. Oh yeah, I saw that. Is that the new one, or is that the one that like Falgy's modded? I mean, Jar's just doing a fuck ton of calls, and like, I'm on level with you guys. I think I'm just giving him what he wants by the coverage. That's like, it's like he's trying to humanize himself. I don't know. Either that, he's really fucking lonely. Kelly was breaking up the fight. That whole group is like an American trailer park. It really is. Did you hear about the Joe Gatto essay situation? No. What the fuck is that? Tweet it at me. What? Also, I don't know who Joe Gatto is. I don't know why I'm like, I don't know why I'm like acting like huge surprise. Like, oh my god. I call in, but you're too British. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, we might do call-ins. What up, Beckett? How you doing, Hornet? I'm good. I'm alive. I'm awake to the world. Aiden's being attacked by a Cheeto, which is pretty funny. We might watch some of that. We might watch Aiden's reaction to that, actually. Just because I don't know if I can be bothered to find the original. That sounds pretty funny. He's sat at 130 viewers. He's sat at 130 viewers right now, guys. Wait, Aiden Underground has more viewership than I do. I know I've just gone live, and it's like the middle of the morning with no hints I was going to do a stream. But that's not the point. That's not the point. It's the principle of the thing. Guy from Impractical Jokers. Oh, okay. Also, your mods remove my ability to call in your server. Yeah, that makes sense. It's cleaned his last room. Jesus Christ. Becca, what are your thoughts on Vlad Toastify video? I'd seen it ahead of time. I think it's got some reasonable criticism in it. I think there are some things I don't agree with. I've heard about this whole, like, Queeman did a load of coverage on Vlad. Vlad's server was watching it or something, and like, I think I heard Fox Azure called in. Like, why the fuck did Fox Azure call it? I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I don't really care is like the byline, I guess. From what I hear, Beckett is numbers going. I am, unironically. No, I like seeing Aiden do well. Okay, I did catch one thing. Where the fuck was this? Oh, fuck. I need to find this. Because this made me laugh. Ryle Kittenhouse. The Royal Kittenhouse has been like posting a load of stuff following old Twitch poll people. He's doing pretty well. And I've actually been watching Royal Kittenhouse. To sort of get like caught up on some of the Twitch poly stuff that's happening. And what the fuck is that? Jesus. Where is this video? I was like, why isn't it? Oh, it's because I've never watched it on the Copenhagen channel. Where is it? So it would be, I think it's the Tommy C one. Yes, it is. It's this one.
You know what?
Okay, so I swear my OBS has changed. Everything looks bigger. Am I just becoming like retarded? Maybe I'm becoming retarded. Do you know what? Let's close that a second. Yeah, I am becoming retarded. Okay. Okay. Where is this? Get the transcript. Okay. Okay, so that Aiden is watching this stuff on Tommy C, okay? And morning, Arcani. How you doing, bro? Go to the actual Tommy one. No, I'm not looking at the Tommy coverage, Queeman. I'm looking at what Aiden said about me during the Tommy coverage, because I found this particularly, like, fucking ironic. I saw this and I was like, bro, what?
Unbelievable. I don't care if he retweets it or not.
I'm the most unbiased person here, okay? It's not gonna please certain people, but yeah, I actually do like Tommy.
Wait, two people DM'd me independently. Two people DM'd me saying, do you want to moderate a call between Tommy C and Queeman? And I was like, no, there is no winning for me in that situation. Whatever I do during a moderated talk call between Tommy C and Queeman, both groups will hate me. I'm not fucking doing that. Are you high? What's on the docket? Random shit. Me being awake is what's on the docket. Sweep. Queeman, we... Fuck. Look, I want to see you talk to Tommy. I'm not picking sides on this. It's just like, Becca, pick a side. Join Queeman's cabal. Leave the old cabal. Join the Queeman cabal. Okay.
I like Queeman. I'm pretty unbiased on this one. God, I sound like Beckett. There's something respectable in liking the person everybody hates, but not when Beckett does it, because he does it every single time. Okay, like even in random dramas unrelated to commentary, somehow Beckett is like friends with the worst person you know. I like Beckett, by the way, but I'm just saying, like, how is it every time Beckett is just like...
Okay, this has layers, okay? Firstly, the reason Aiden is saying this is because this Sarah person reached out to me during the Harry fucking drama. Covered Tommy's crash out, you're sweeping. I covered Tommy's, like, I'm leaving thing. We did that on Now Recording. Is this actually like a crash out? Fuck, do you know what? We'll come back to this. Don't go anywhere, Queeman. And secondly, do you know who I've got, like, shit for liking? Fucking Aiden. This is fucking... I feel so abused by this. Beckett likes everyone, even me. Isn't that gay? Fuck you, little bro. Oh, fuck. This just made me laugh. It just made me laugh. I just thought it was ironic. He talks about me for like 40 minutes, shit-faced drunk. Wait, what? Jesus. Okay, fuck it. Queeman, send me the VOD. I'm not gonna go and look for it. Send me the VOD and we'll watch Tommy. Send me the VOD and the fucking timestamp, and we'll watch some of it. I mean, listen, I don't have anything else planned. I think I'm gonna end up talking about Erudite tomorrow anyway. So, away from this channel, not here. I'll be somewhere else talking about Erudite tomorrow potentially. He talks about. I can't believe he talked about you for 40 minutes. That's fucking ridiculous. I don't get this. I don't get this fight. Surely Chud should be moderating this shit, or is Chud considered like a bias? Who would be good? Who'd be good to like moderate this? Fuck. Diorio maybe. Oggy might be another one. Get Oggy to moderate it. I'm not even sure what that conversation would look like. It would just be Tommy going, "You're a twink," and Queeman saying you're old. That's it. That would be the entire conversation. Diesel, cause funny. Oh, could you imagine Diesel fucking moderating this shit? Bring it on Now Recording. Smaggle. Listen, actually, that would unironically be pretty fucking funny. Get Beavis to watch the world burn. Yeah, I mean, like, we just haven't done a Now Recording episode in a while, so... Unironically, get Rob Nor. What the fuck? Rob Nor, actually, do you know what, Jack? Rob Nor might actually be a solid shout. I can eat you. Fucking Connor's, like, actually lost his mind. Oh, fuck, we might watch that. We might watch the the Dickers Connor conversation. That'd be fucking good. Like, so Dickers had Connor on to argue with Ryle, and it was... actually pretty great. Okay, cool. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. Let's get off Aiden, because apparently my friendship is worth nothing to him. Fucking twink. I'm assaulted by twinks. Okay, let's watch this. 3 hours, 14 minutes. Let's go. Fuck's sake. Okay. Hear me out. There is the up-and-coming streamer called Wig TV. Teddy with the 5. Oh, Aiden, if you were any sharper, you'd be a pair of safety scissors, the devil somewhere. Based. fuck, that's funny. Teddy, if you weren't a mod already, I'd mod you for that. Dude, the Steve Shives movie is so fucking good. That was so worth $150. That is the best $150 this channel has ever spent.
And it still sucks. It's like an Yngwie Malmsteen fucking solo. It's awesome, but it still sucks. It's got no soul.
No. It does. It does. Dude, fucking, I think it's Musical Assassin is a song. That gives you...
I'm not gay, right?
No, you are. You got milk right there. Don't forget your pizza, remember.
Got the Chris X Beckett art command for my next vid. Holy fuck. Okay, give me a second. Let's go.
Malmsteen sucks. Not because he's one of the greatest guitar players ever, but he's got no soul.
I don't even know that, so I don't care.
Guitar player. I'm sorry. I like any of these fucking like awesome. Yeah. Oh, what did Burst send me something else? Hold on a second.
He sent you something you were looking for a week ago.
He sent me something else. Oh, okay. The other thing I look forward to about it, well, first kind of talk me into it, to be honest with you. One of the things I look forward to about it is I think getting out in the real world again
For STS
probably will
donated
change my
$5.
perspective.
Musicals are mousetraps for women, so you can do what you want while they're out
Rotting Brain with the 5. That Steve Shives movie is stuck in my brain. It's like a parasite.
in a trance.
Okay.
That's true.
On things, and I think I've been away too long from regular people.
Okay, we're gonna be joined by a guest. It's based. Rags, good morning.
Hi.
How you doing, bro?
Doing fine. It's 1 a.m. I'm up and just hanging around, so thought I'd hop on.
Welcome to whatever the fuck this is. My terrible sleep
sure.
patterns and need to talk about things. Let me just share this to you.
Oh yeah, share me that. All right, sweet.
I'll pop this out and we'll grab that. Okay, cool. Just so.
New Discord update is. I think it's. I like the new Discord. They changed a few things about the layout. I think it's a little bit better, a little cleaner here and there.
I actually don't hate it. I genuinely don't hate it. I think it's fine.
It's the way it is with updates now. I just don't want to hate it because whenever you people update, not you people, but whenever they change the apps, it's almost always worse. So I'm like, oh, they didn't ruin anything, and it's actually okay, maybe a little bit better. I'll take it.
It's a little bit more stylized. I don't know why they were like
cleaner
yeah.
segments, text like areas a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they were like circles are out, squares are in, but you know, I'm not here to judge.
They halfway went back on that. It used to be where if you were in a call, even if it wasn't a video call, it wouldn't use your circular icon. It would use what it has here, the big, massive colored boxes of color, right? That were automatically chosen based off of your, like, the average hue or most popular color of your icon, and they looked awful. And so on EFAP, that kind of ruins our format. So Mahler had to make sure that he never restarted his PC or updated Discord, so that it wouldn't, so that it wouldn't force that terrible aesthetic from Discord. But then they eventually went back on it, and now the colored boxes only show up when you're doing a video call. So, Discord is a big L from them.
It's always the little things that are frustrating. I was going to say actually, you remember Steve Shives obviously from back in the day, right?
I do. Yeah, from the old Atheism Plus days. Yeah.
We found his movie.
Famous for blocking people.
Yeah. Oh, and the crazy feminist videos. But we found his movie from 2012.
I didn't know he made a movie. Is it like a Star Wars fan project or something?
No, it is a
Star
horror
Trek,
film
right?
about the devil.
Okay, I didn't know that he did. Is this a public thing, or is this just like a little private project that got discovered?
It was through a company called Neoreel. He wrote and acted in it. And there's also another film he did, which we're trying to hunt down. But I
Does
paid.
he wear a hat in the movie?
No, he doesn't. He's hatless the entire movie right until the end.
Oh my god!
I watched it over on Kick. I'll get a copy over to you because it is. I
A
promise you,
hatless Steve Shives is like a beanie-less Tim Pool.
it was.
Except I think Tim Pool is way more insecure about it.
it was genuinely fucking terrible. Top to bottom.
Yeah. Pass me the link if you have one. Maybe I'll show it with I won't watch it alone, dear God, fuck that. But I'll watch it with some other people if we're bored and need to feel good about ourselves.
Yeah, I made sure it was put up on the Internet Archive for all time.
All right.
Yeah.
Please do. Yeah. Send me a link later.
Cool. So the thing we're watching is basically, this is Tommy C, who you may or may not know. I imagine you know Tommy C.
Sort of. I know a little bit about him. He used to be the editor for Lolcal Live, and then they had a falling out based off of like him getting paid and fired and not getting paid, and there was drama there. And
D-Max. Tommy was the was like one of the hosts.
Oh, he was on it. He was on
also
it.
had,
Right.
he also had a fallout.
But he also
about...
had payment issues.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean,
okay, that's what. Okay, I gotcha.
He's worked with Keem a long time. He was part of the original Baited, and I mean, still the same lineup for Baited, and had a big fallout with Keem. Didn't get paid from that, apparently, if I'm recalling correctly. So this is the whole thing. Currently, he's fighting with another person called Queeman. I'll show you Queeman.
Right. I know of Queeman. I don't know really much about him. He pops up here and there with as a name in drama stuff, but I don't know too much about him. But I've heard him here and there.
What's a good way to put Queeman? Queeman comes from the...
What is his icon? It's like an eyeball that's getting shocked by lightning. What is it?
I don't know. Apparently, this
What
was
is
like...
that? What is this? Queeman, you need to explain yourself. What is this icon here? It's like an eyeball, or maybe it's like a flower or a vaginal canal turned sideways.
I always thought...
something is either going into it or emitting from it.
I always thought it was like the Big Brother symbol. But he used to have like a generic one. I think it was like a generic image, and he's had it like stylized properly for himself, so it's like his brand. But he's used this for like ever.
It might be a Sarlacc pit it's a Sarlacc pit with two tentacles coming out of it, about to grab Han Solo and pull him into its maw. But this is the original release, and it doesn't have the beak that comes out. Even though I don't know, I feel like I'm all right with the beak. I might even say I'm pro beak.
Yeah, I think the beak
is
better.
okay. The idea that there's a little part that reaches out like an octopus or something.
Yeah, it was like it made it a bit more like squiddy. Yeah. No, it's a fun image, as opposed to just like a living pet. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
I've always thought it was like a Big Brother thing.
Speaking of living pit. Actually, I don't know if we're covering anyone who could be described as a living pit, but I took a shot. The commentary community. There's got to be more than a few living pits.
I think there's always living pets. I think there's always living pets. It's nice to see you've recovered from your viewing of Snow White.
Yeah, it was bad. I had to go on Friday because EFAP's on Saturday, so I had to go see that movie Friday night. My mother and my sister were extremely morbidly curious to see it, so we all went to see it together. They hated it. I hated it. Everyone hated it. It'll probably be like many millions of dollars of a loss for Disney. So as it continues to not make money, we'll see how it goes.
I mean, it's lower film. It's lower rated than Ninkara's movie, which is pretty funny.
It's the best thing to come out of Snow White is that it got me to watch the 1937 one again and do some research into that. But apart from that, yeah, stay away, stay far, far away. What a terrible, awful, no good, very bad movie.
I like the fact that Critical Drinker's review of it was basically like it was like he'd been watching this for so long unfold for years. That when he finally watched it,
years of drama.
Yeah, he was just like, "It's over now." It's almost like the end of an era. Like,
it is an end of an era. I think they're gonna learn the wrong lessons, but I think today, technically yesterday, depending on time zone, but I think yesterday Disney did a big presentation where they said all the people who they're gonna have in the next Marvel movies and all the people that are not coming back, and so they're trying to do a big shift. And I think Snow White is going to be I think it's going to be on the tail end of that kind of movie. We still have some coming up. Lilo and Stitch live action,
Oh, that looks
Moana live
awful.
action, other ones, and it's just whatever. It's their money.
I do like. There's an interview clip of Brie Larson, and they're asking whether she'll come back as Captain Marvel, and she just says, "Does anyone want me to?" Which was the most self-aware I've ever seen Brie Larson be in her entire life, which was pretty funny. I enjoyed that. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, she seems to be pretty unlikable as a person, which you could say about like Rachel Zegler. Seems to be very unlikable with the things that she said, and it's a special kind of person over there who can be a part of such a huge multi-gajillion-dollar production and then act in these kinds of ways like they're actual princesses and say these crazy things that alienate so much of the audience and then wonder why so many people hate them.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I don't think it will matter because I think I think what will probably happen is we'll hit the next like flow of what's popular, and I don't think it's going to be Marvel. I think Marvel is going to struggle.
You're right. I think that superhero movies there will always be a demand for, because there has always been a demand for superhero content for thousands of years. However, the way that those sort of manifest and the companies who are in charge of them and the kinds of styles they're presented in, it will change over time. I think that the MCU had a big stride, but after you put out terrible movie after terrible movie for like 5-6 years, essentially straight with no good things, people they want to move on. They want something new. Daredevil Born Again isn't even on like top 10 viewing numbers. It's been horrifically poorly viewed, and that's Daredevil. And the show, which I would highly recommend, the 3 seasons of the show, is quite good, and people really like.
Yeah, Daredevil was great. I wasn't as much of a fan of like Luke Cage and Jessica Jones.
Defenders and that show.
Yeah, Jessica Jones, like the first season was really good. I mostly just got carried by David Tennant, right?
I didn't see Luke Cage's show or Jessica Jones' show. I watched The Defenders because that has Daredevil in it, and I needed to watch that to get all caught up on everything for Born Again that's coming out. And Defenders is easily the weakest of the 3.5 Daredevil seasons. The 3 proper Daredevil seasons are all really good.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I wish more happened with Moon Knight.
Moon Knight was interesting. First off, I'm surprised you remember that it happened. The Moon
I'm
Knight...
actually a big Moon Knight fan. I'm like a fan of the character. That's probably the only reason why I remember it.
It was an interesting character. The problem was that the show sucked balls, and the writing was terrible, and the plot made no sense. But episode 1 kind of had us interested because they were trying to do something. I believe episode 5, where they go into like his backstory and the personality aspect, it had some really good like acting and in isolation scenes that were good, but the show itself was ultimately terrible. And Oscar Isaac did an excellent job with that character, and it's kind of a damn shame that he got let down by such a horrifically poorly written show. And again, I am legitimately surprised that you remember that show happened, because we watched it. We almost did like an EVAP episode on it, but we had other things to do, and it was just too busy. But man, what a shame. That show could have been really cool, but instead it sucked. Poor Oscar.
Yeah, that seems to be a general theme, I feel. Give me a second. Let me read these super chats before I feel bad. Spencer Howard with the 5. Tommy C, talking to Queeman and spurging out about being asked how he defines fascism, is the moment I fully understand the appeal of being a hateful creep. Oh, fuck. Was that that was a Chud Logic stream, wasn't it? Yeah. Ryan Brown with the 5. This may be shocking, but as an animator, I hate you. The live-action remakes, the How to Train Your Dragon one, spits on my childhood. I literally don't understand the point of it. It's a shot-for-shot remake with CGI dragons of a CGI movie. I don't understand the point of the live-action one. It's fucking awful. Teddy.
Hey, well, you really like How to Train Your Dragon, right?
Yeah.
That's why. People like How to Train Your Dragon. That's the reason why.
Yeah,
it'll make them a lot of money. People will just go and see it because it's How to Train Your Dragon. And if you just copy the plot of the first movie, well, they already know that people like the plot. They don't have to rewrite the plot. They can just do it again.
Yeah, that's very depressing. I think Teddy's got a good
the
point.
plot of Snow White, and it sucked.
Wait, did they actually?
It was terrible.
Yeah. So like, I heard they rewrote some of the. Yeah. So
a lot of it. It's a different story.
Is she even a princess in the original one? In like the 1930s?
Yes.
Okay. Because I just couldn't remember. I thought she was just like sort of like a general maiden. But
she was she never had, she was never like a member of the military hierarchy. But she was a princess. But that's basically it. All you know is that she's a princess. The evil queen is a fucking literally vain and wicked are the two ways she's described in the opening, storybook. And that's all you know about the political situation.
what do you think about the idea of popular animated remakes of live action remakes of animated movies?
See how far deep the rabbit hole goes? Fuck it, why not? I mean, it's their money, and I know it's going to be terrible. In this last decade, I've gotten really, really good at divorcing terrible remakes and sequels from their originals that are great. So, it's not my money. Go for it.
I don't know why they're remaking Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch is
Because
all
people
in
love
the
Lilo and
animation.
Stitch.
Well, okay, yeah, I know, but it's like it's all in the animation style. It's all
Yeah,
in
it's
the
one of the
animation
last 2D
style.
ones that they made.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has this soft roundness to everything, and it's bouncy, and it has a very unique sort of animation style and aesthetic to it. But people love Lilo and Stitch, and so they're gonna make Lilo and Stitch live action, and it'll probably make a bunch of money. But I don't know. I hope not.
I mean,
Ideally, I hope that they're very good, and because they are very good, they make a lot of money. Because I think you want to reward the good and punish the bad. I mean, corporations and companies are like wild beasts that you're trying to tame, and you want to reinforce good behavior and castigate bad behavior. So I want their very good films to do good, and I want their terrible films to fail spectacularly, so they get the message.
I mean, the point, I suppose the argument should be like, is this that much more? Is animation much more expensive than what they're doing now?
Probably not. No.
I mean, surely if you
It
just
depends on the kind. It depends on the kind of animation. So a movie like Treasure Planet, for instance, was extremely expensive, insanely expensive, because of the kind of animation techniques that they used, which meant that it was kind of like doomed in a sense, that it was not going to make its money back. Incredible movie, excellent, looks amazing to this day. It's literally the only movie that was animated in that style throughout the entirety of the movie, but is insanely expensive. But if you have stuff that is, 3D stuff is just cheaper to do than 2D stuff, especially if it's traditional hand-drawn stuff. Snow White's an 83-minute movie, and it has 1.5 million cells that comprise the backgrounds and the animations that were used in it. And it has, of course, real color. All of that stuff is purely analog. So it was very expensive. It was $1.5 million at the time in order to make, which is the 1937 money, which is absurd. But nowadays, that's why everything's in 3D, because it's so much easier and cheaper to do. And it also means that, unfortunately, a lot of the movies look kind of similar. And you get the standouts. You get stuff like Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, an incredibly good movie. That looks really takes advantage of the medium to do stylized stuff, but a lot of it blends together. Like Moana and Wish and these movies, they just you just look kind of the same.
yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Even if you compare like Snow White, which is 1937, to Sleeping Beauty, which is I think 59, they just have very different styles of animation. The backgrounds and the way that they're constructed, the different layerings of what they choose to give outlines or not, the fact that there's no shading on the actual characters or things that are animated to help them stand out from the backgrounds. A lot of this stuff is really they're very stylistically different, even though they're both kind of made with decently the same kinds of techniques. I feel like we're going off into a
we've gone off
huge tangent, which is fine with me, but I sort of self-aware that we're just talking about princess movies.
we will,
which I'll fucking do.
Yeah, no, so I'm hyper aware of it though. Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's. So I'll give you the background on this Tommy C stuff. We'll do the Tommy C stuff, because otherwise I will be accused of sweeping, which as a commentator is the worst thing you can be accused of. And then we'll fucking talk about princess movies.
Well, yeah, let's we can cover whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so
Catch up on the drama.
So Tommy C and Queeman have been fighting for a while. Queeman's been watching back Tommy C streams on his stream and sort of laughing at him. Tommy has responded to this a few times, and he also had a sort of mini rant about Queeman a few weeks ago when he did a stream saying that he was like sort of cutting back. Now Tommy has apparently, while drunk, this is just what Queeman has told me in chat, and I've seen a couple of clips, basically been talking about Queeman on this stream. So that is what we're watching. Let's have a look.
You know.
Oh, and
Yeah,
Keep
I
Osmond,
think
just
there's-
1 second, just to address something someone in chat said about like the budget, 1.5 million in 1937 would be, according to them, 30.4 million today. I need you to also consider a couple things. In 1937, a single person's access to that kind of money, and the fact that Disney basically, okay, so the Walt Disney, Walt and his brother Roy at the time, they put everything into Snow White. The family fortune, they exhausted all their funds. They even needed to get a loan from Bank of America for like the last $500,000 of the movie. The idea that you were essentially creating the first of its kind movie, literally developing artistic techniques, animation techniques, and technology in order to make this movie, and trying to get money from that. And you couldn't just pull, like Disney back then, it wasn't the Disney today. Snow White kind of made Disney sort of as we know it. You didn't have access to the kind of funds back then that you did now. So yeah, when you think, oh, $30 million today doesn't sound that expensive, that's because so many of these big budget movies have massively inflated budgets. But back then, the idea of spending that kind of movie on the first of its kind, revolutionary, literally the first feature-length animated movie shown in theaters, it was unheard of. That didn't happen. They had to convince the bank to pay for this movie because it hadn't been done before. But just a bit of context, I suppose.
No, I think that's like useful. Yeah, because it's when we do like price comparison of like what money was then versus now, the context is usually missing. I think I saw someone do a breakdown of luxuries versus general ownership to explain part of the problem, which is nowadays luxuries are pretty cheap. Like a phone is not that expensive, for example. TV's
You're
not that
expected
expensive.
to have a phone now.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
but,
expected
like,
to have all these things: internet, phone, TV.
because like a thing like a house didn't cost much, but actually when you do the
It was like
kind of,
$4,000 in 1937.
yeah, but furnishing a house was monumentally expensive. That's where the price came in, because luxuries was like, even things like a sofa were just so much more expensive comparatively than they are today. So
Well, the average income would be, and obviously there was a big disparagement between like women and men and blacks and whites and stuff because it was 1937. But if you do an average to okay, you're making $1,800 a year or so.
yeah. Okay. Let's go on before we get into comparative economics. 'Cause
Yeah, let's do it.
then
We
I'll
better go.
then I'll
Yeah.
get stuck.
Sometimes, and this is total cope.
Oh, really?
You actually don't need to interact with real people ever.
Turn it up.
It's fun and everything, but you
Oh,
it
actually,
doesn't
maybe don't
change
turn it up.
anything about it.
Jesus.
The problem is that Queeman is quiet, and then Tommy makes a noise, and it just like woof. So
Yeah, I've got
it's like a horror
got a
movie. The
limit.
sound editing is fucking terrible to jump scare you.
So I think Queeman's argument is like, I think I've seen bits of this through our coverage, is like, you don't need to interact with people in the real world. I don't
About your brain. Nothing different's happening there. It's just like
How's this man? How's this?
just-
How's
I
this
just leave
kid? He's been in the presence of a woman before.
because he can't do it. No, I've been there. I'm 19, 20 years old. I live with my parents. I know.
leave a house sometimes.
Doing it with just like football alone, it didn't really work. Because remember, I went through like a crisis 2-3 years ago, and I'm like, I gotta get out there. But yeah, I'm done. I don't think things will change. Worse would be 3 shows a week. But yeah, that's it. I'm end of commentary, Gramp. Yeah, I'm done. If I do, and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I like
Let's
after
go.
that.
Let's go.
You know, but I'm not gonna leave money on the table. You know, I'm still gonna fill my services. If I don't believe that like having a Patreon is
Feels like
necessary, or
Christmas.
I'm not giving any kind of service for it or anything, I'll pull it. I'll shut the fucking thing down.
Interesting. Why did Quaven want me to leave?
God, he's so
I
loud.
thought it was his best source.
so loud compared to the clips he's watching. Tommy, come on, this is your wheelhouse, man. Audio balancing.
Yeah, the audio balancing's really, really not great.
It's horrific.
I'm taking one of my headphones out.
I've had to crank up the volume so I could hear everything that isn't Tommy's voice, but I got a finger on the trigger for the volume when he starts talking, or if he laughs, God forbid.
I mean, I think Spencer Howard's like Queen was being facetious. Yeah, like Queen doesn't want Tommy to quit. Queen wants Tommy to carry on and crash out so he can make content out of him. That's what Queen wants.
I just don't want people to give up on their dreams.
That was very.
Unless you're Hitler.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. I think there's definitely.
Oh, here we go. Beckett's gonna tell us. Oh, I can see the good side and the bad side.
No,
yeah, go on. Tell us about Hitler's dreams. All right, come on.
No, I think there's definitely a point where.
No,
like,
I
people
agree.
should stop
Volkswagen
streaming.
was good, and the Autobahn was good, and I agree with the scoliosis testing and city beautification. All right, sue me. It's the other stuff that I have an issue with.
What you don't like people in the military ranks? That's fucked up. Fucked up. They're
Depends
serving
what
their
kinds
country.
of people.
No, it's I think there's a point in content creation where you probably should stop though. Right? Like, how many people have you watched crash out
Depends
where
on
they're
what you're
like
looking. Yeah, I think so. A lot of the times it's based off of like how you look at your job, because a lot of people, they look at being a YouTuber as the apex career, and there is nothing better than that. And once you become, they don't treat it like any other job. I'm on YouTube now. I'm making money. It's all downhill from here. The idea of somebody doing YouTube for a while, stopping to do something else, is unheard of. Or it's treated as a big L, as the kids say. If I try it out and it doesn't work and I walk away to do a quote unquote real job, that's a big L. But nobody considers going from one normal job to another normal job to be a big L. It's just changing jobs to do different opportunities. But that's the way that the internet, audience really perceives this. Oh, what a loser. They had to stop doing YouTube because they couldn't get the views and it wasn't worth the money and da-da-da. People are like, oh, that's bad. We're like, no, that's just a career change like any other. It's just very public and you people are a weird mob.
I think so. I don't think necessarily failing at YouTube. I don't think failing is a good word. Or like, because
Depends on how you look at it.
Yeah, you have a lifespan on YouTube.
If you want
like with anything,
if you want to be
right?
really good at YouTube and you try really hard and you still can't do it, yeah, that's a failure. But that's what a lot of job ventures are. I've started jobs and I'm like, I don't like this. I'm going to get a new job, and that's that. And I go and try something else.
Yeah.
And that's just life.
Well, even people who like you build like a large scale, a like broad career, and most people's careers might last, say, 30 years. But you still do things after that, and you'll do things before that, like before you do your like core thing.
Retirement doesn't mean like I'm going to just sit in a room all day staring at the wall.
Yeah,
you'll have hobbies and stuff.
Well, I mean, I might. That might be. That sounds nice, actually. That's just stare at a wall. But I think
this is
with like the stopping point. I think there's this thing particularly for streamers where. Probably because I watch a lot of people's careers burn to the ground. Like you can almost spot the streams which are like the stream where they shouldn't have clicked the go live button. Like,
yeah, you see those here and there. Their mood, they're like angry. They can't control their tempers. They can't control their moods. I mean, we just saw some with all of the pirate software stuff that happened not too long ago.
Yeah,
like that man. His entire like persona came crashing down because he's a psycho with an ego problem, and it was just one thing too far that got everybody's eyes. Then everybody went through his old content and was like, oh, he was always a psychopathic egotist. Oh, okay. And so now that his name can't ever be brought up without people talking about just how much of a psycho crazy person he is.
I think as well, like once you're doing the whole kind of we're reporting this person because that's what the report feature is for, and like you're trying to deplatform other creators, like those are the points where it's like maybe just take a couple of months off. Like I think there's a world.
Some
where...
people need a break. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I mean, there are people who, no matter how long the break is, they're always going to come back and be retarded, like Doomer Media, right? No amount of break was going to help Doomer.
But... Yeah, he is very much. There is nothing more or less that could be Doomer Media. He's just like he's himself. He has the personality that just cannot. He cannot handle the internet. He cannot handle talking with other people and disagreements and being shown to be wrong at anything. And he'll just explode if it ever happens again. Yeah, until he goes through an entire until he goes through therapy, like he's not going to be able to like exist in the internet space without people bringing up all this crazy stuff. He'll never be a changed person.
I actually can't wait for him to come back. I think it's gonna be great.
Oh man, what's the opposite of ruining the day? I await the day. I anticipate the day. I'm looking forwards to it, boys. He probably won't be making any more EFAP appearances.
Wait, no.
Boy.
What? Come on.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, well, he's a psycho lunatic, so, we gotta...
Yeah, but it's great content.
We try to keep those at kind of an... I know.
You're trying to keep those at bay? Come on, some of the people you have on EFAP.
No, we're trying to keep... We like good content. Just not all kinds of good content. Like, does LolCal Live have some good content? Yeah, sure. I would never want that kind of content on my, on my stuff, anything that I'm attached to. I just want to intermittently laugh at it from a distance while also hating it.
Yeah. No, I think, so for Queeman is, as Spence pointed out in the chat, Queeman's fight with Doomer was what got him to finally sort of leave for a second time. So that was
this one I'm not really familiar with. Was this after the EFAP stuff? Or
yeah, this was after EFAP. So this was
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so this was on a streamer called Just Ilk's channel, where basically Doomer was getting like held to the flames about this, about taking money for making scripts or whatever and not doing it.
Oh yeah.
And basically the
videos that he never made.
Yeah, and then the crash out point came when Doomer was on like the final, like it just snapped, it broke him. He was like talking to Queeman, and he basically said, well, you don't care about this, Queeman. You don't care about like the truth or what's going on. You just want to make drama out of me. And Queeman said, yes, I'm a drama streamer. And Doomer sits there for like 30 seconds in complete silence because he doesn't know what to say, because he doesn't have to deal with the fact that Queeman's just openly farming him. It like completely broke him, and then he kind of vanished. It was great. I really enjoyed it.
I think I caught some of that now that you mention it. I think I know what you're talking about.
I think Nick tried to show some of it to you guys on EFAP, if I recall. So
yeah, he has. I know he's covered sometimes. He's replayed the Doomer stuff with us when we were talking about like video game. There were two. There was the arcane ones, where he was kind of like, oh, you're just like a crazy weirdo who can't accept that they're wrong and is really avoidant on that. And then there was the video game argument, which really kind of like is the famous one that he exploded on. But
I've never cared about the story in a video game.
I've never cared about story in a video game. I skip all cutscenes. I've been playing games for 30 years. None of them have a good story. Just like crazy stuff like that. It was wild. But even Mahler yelled at him. It was kind of wild.
It was so good though. So good. Fuck. That's what you want. That's honestly what you want out of a human being.
It's good to have that stuff every once in a while. But typically we have very well-behaved guests who are insightful and good, and that's, we have a particular branding and we'd like to keep it a certain way. We like to, we don't like to have lol cows and things on. So if something like that
at least
happens,
not while they're lol
typically
cows,
very
right?
brief and rare. No.
Yeah, I think
if someone decides to use our platform to become one in an organic way, then I guess that's their choice. But typically, that doesn't happen. People that we have on normally know better.
Normally, yeah.
Not Doomer.
Not Doomer. Yeah, no. Okay. Let's keep going. I want to see. Let's see if the audio balancing gets any better.
The content. Did you really say that? I've been there before?
He did.
Didn't he admit to not graduating? What has he done?
He's like, I don't know how. I thought he was like 1920. So if he is,
Say he's
he will
20.
not have
This
died
is
by
so
yet.
he absolutely.
We're talking about Bo Blacks here.
I've been there.
They're talking about Queeman. So I think
Oh,
the
okay.
baseline of
Okay.
the fight is that Queeman is like Tommy's going through this period of he's like, well, maybe I need to cut back, get a real job and things, and Queeman's like doing this. Well, yeah, he's giving up, and Queeman's like, do you need that human interaction? Which I think you do. I think you need some human interaction without going crazy.
I think so, yeah.
I think a lot of YouTubers, I think a root of a lot of YouTubers going insane is this becomes like their life. There's
They don't
like
have
nothing
friends.
else. Yeah, they don't have anything IRL.
The problem is that a lot of YouTubers, even if they're huge YouTubers, do not have friends. They do not have people that they can confide in, that they can trust, that they can't talk to without worrying about their private stuff getting leaked or anything they say getting leaked. And a lot of it is because of, well, this kind of content in a way. Everyone's trying to make content out of each other. And so all of these people are fucking backstabbers. And there are exceptions, but I don't trust any of these people as far as I can throw a grand fucking piano. There's no way. But the people that we have like on EFAP and I can trust and stuff like that is like, I don't want to take it for granted that we have a good, group of people that I can trust and I can say things to and confide in a bit. Because when it comes to a lot of elements in this community, they are just snakes looking to stab. They're trying to get you for content. They're trying to quote you. They're going to share DMs whenever they can to get their little the clout from their little micro dramas, and it kind of breeds this. It breeds this kind of attitude of being reserved and not being social with people and not being able to open up to anyone else and not having friends that you could just talk to.
Yeah, I mean, I think having a real world job or like real world stuff going on really helps. I'd say
It does a lot.
It's interesting. Like the clip I showed earlier with Aiden. Like I think one of the reasons that I'm pretty chill with everybody is I don't really take much of this particularly personally, or like get super invested. Like I think my goal is I turn this shit off and go and do something else. And then it's like,
yeah, you can
get compartment.
compartmentalize your life into, this is like the little internet stuff, okay, now it's the rest of my life. Like that's how my life is, my IRL stuff and my internet stuff and my family and friends. They're all in their kind of little boxes. They don't really mingle. And that's good. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You have to be able to walk away from it, or at least get away from it, to be able to go to sleep and eat and talk to people in real life and not be like, oh yes, this is still part of my internet existence. It's like, nah. It's like another job. You need to be able to get away from it.
Yeah, it's like one of those. I think that's one of the reasons that I worry. I'm pretty happy not making like money directly off the channel. Like the channel makes money and it pays for things for the channel. But like if I had some sort of like financial incentive, that worries me, because then it's like, oh well, if this went away tomorrow, that
It's fair
would
to be worried about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas now I'm just
If
like,
a lot of people get,
if my channel died tomorrow, like I'd be sad. I've worked very hard to build it, but at the same time, I'm like, okay, but materially, nothing changes for me. Like I'm not in any danger or anything. Like I'd go and do something else without too much worry. I'd have a mourning period. I'd be sad for like a week.
It's worth being. It's good to be worried about the effects that like the financial aspect can have on you. If you're reliant on YouTube for money, then there's obviously going to be that incentive to keep doing stuff that makes you money. So you have to make sure that there are lines you don't cross, things you're not willing to do. And you have to be able to like moderate yourself and say that, oh yeah, this might be able to get me a little money, especially short term, but that might ruin my friendship with this person. And that might that might show that I'm a snake and I can't be trusted. And yeah, sure, if I share DMs or if I tell somebody, tell the internet information someone told me in confidence, like, yeah, it might be juicy little story and it might be fun drama, but now I'm not trustworthy now, I'll have a reputation like, I don't know, a lot of these people, it's President Sunday, right? Especially with all this stuff that's coming out now. It's like, who's going to talk to him and not think he's going to leak your shit if you think he can get something out of it?
Well, I mean, like, obviously, I think the leaking stuff, for example, is a really good example. Like, I ended up in this drama with, like, West Side Tyler guy. and he got really mad. He was like, "Well,
Love him.
Becky, you've already shared my DMs and things." I just messaged him. I've never shared your DMs. I've never shared your DMs. I've never recorded any calls with you. I don't have any of that stuff. I'm not planning to use that in a drama. Like, as far as I'm concerned, like, we're fighting on the internet. It doesn't really fucking matter to me. I think the only things I've ever, like, if you ever see me, like, post things on Twitter, it's generally stuff that, like, I'll tell people that I'm leaking something as a joke, and they're like little snippet things on Twitter or something. Or I leaked my DMs with Dogpack because it was a very specific drama, or, you know, the involvement in the Pixie stuff. But generally speaking, I have a
To leak
pretty...
DMs to defend yourself is one thing, of course.
Yeah, and it's one of those where, well, with Dogpack, it wasn't so much to defend myself, it was the fact that, you know, he was lying and trying to call people pedophiles and try and destroy Mr. Beast's life. And I don't like Mr. Beast, but, like, this was clearly too much, which is why that drama has died. But yeah, I think there are certain situations, but generally speaking, you know, the one thing I will say about Queeman is I don't think Queeman's ever leaked any of my shit with him, ever. And he generally doesn't leak DMs or anything like that. I can trust Queeman. If I send him something, it'll stay with Queeman. I do appreciate that about him.
It's important to have. It shows, yeah, it's good, especially in this sphere of, you know, generally small YouTube drama where people are trying to write. There's a lot of fish in what is not that big of a pond. So people are trying to do everything they can to sort of stand out from the rest or get their 5 minutes, you know, every week and whatnot. And there are potentially incentives. So if people have nothing to gain from being loyal to you, it's not a test in a way.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, I think there are points where, like, women could have taken W's, like, leaking some random stuff out of context. I will say, I mean, but, like, with Tommy as well, like, a lot of, because I can see people in chat being like, well, Tommy's never done anything. But, like, a lot of people have launched their careers off the back of Tommy. He's got a lot of friends around in the space who he's helped over time. I mean, my interactions with Tommy have generally been pretty chill. I don't dislike Tommy in any respect. I think, you know, I've had him on stream. We talked about, like, random shit and politics and being Irish. It was great.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I don't know much about him, so I couldn't really say. I've just heard him here and there, so.
So yeah, like, it's one of those where I don't really get the basis of this fight. I think Spencer was like, what did Spencer say? Because Spencer watched a lot of Queeman. I think Queeman's core problem with Tommy C is that he has an Asmongold level of analysis on politics and media and has little value beyond being a lolcow. I don't know. I've always sort of read this as Queeman sort of, like, goes for... Queeman seems to go for, like, either people who have personally slighted him in some way during a drama. Queeman will wait and strike, in my experience. That might be an unfair read of him, but that's, you know, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think a lot of I think that's pretty normal for YouTube. But I also think Queeman is very good at spotting, like, people's weak points and then striking at them, and I think that's what he's doing with Tommy. I mean,
okay.
The best thing to do with anyone who's, like, A-logging you, right, is just ignore them or laugh about it. It's just like, this shouldn't be getting to you.
Just carry on. I mean, there is a lot to be said about just, like, shut up and keep streaming. Just keep making content. Just keep going forward. Don't pay them any attention. Because there's all sorts of crazy people in the internet who just decide for whatever reason they hate your guts and they don't like you. And it could be something as tiny as they don't like the cadence of your voice or the inflection that you use or anything. It could be anything. There's a lot of psychos out there. So you just got to carry on. They're not worth your time. The worst thing that you could do to one of your haters is to be successful.
True. And, like, I think ultimately as well, it just doesn't matter, because I don't think the audience stealing happens the way it used to. It's very hard to turn somebody's own audience into haters of them just through, like, a couple of wins. I think it's much harder than it used to be when it was, like, during, like, the Blood Sports era.
I would agree. I think it's because a lot of people have sort of built their online presence around their specific personality. Not everyone, of course, but a lot of people. I think you and I are, to different degrees, example of this. I won't say which ones more, though. But you and I are sort of like examples of that, where I think we have sort of personalities and takes that people enjoy. I think it's the same with EFAP. People, it's not just the information and the way that we go about things, but I think we have a lot of synergy in terms of how we talk about things in our personalities. They meld well, and that's not something you can get anywhere else. And it's sort of, in a way, and this obviously isn't like the intention, but it does breed a sort of loyalty to people. There are people that I watch for that reason, because I enjoy their personality and their specific themness, for lack of a better term. So then I can't get that anywhere else. To turn me against someone that I kind of like on a personal level, I was like, well, it's possible, but if they do something really bad, or if they constantly do bad things, and someone points that out to me, I'll be like, well, fair enough. On to a different person. I mean, I've only got so much time in the day. I give it to someone else. Because like Destiny's a good example. I was like, I watched him a fair amount. Then all the Destiny stuff happened that he did. And I'm like, well, you're done forever. Bye. Never watching your shit again. What a scumbag. And now that time goes to other people.
Yeah, I think that's pretty common now. I talk about it as a core pillars. And it's like, once you reveal, like, people will have a reason for liking somebody, and once you're revealed to not be that thing you purported to be, it kind of breaks the spell or parasocial illusion. And for streamers, that's so, a real death knell.
For people who it's kind of like the pirate software stuff, where he was obsessed about the way that he is perceived by people on the internet. He has to be seen as the cool guy who knows all this stuff, who's the bestest at video games there ever was. He's amazing at everything, and he's so he's suave and funny and knowledgeable, and he's super cool. And then it comes out that he's just like a psycho egotist, and that's just like, ugh.
I think part of it's knowing yourself as well. Like, I often get like people in chat be like, "Oh, Beckett, you're a loser though." It's like, yes, I make random content on the internet and shout about things. I'm obviously like, this is obviously like not the most mature together thing to do with your time. It's fun though, and I enjoy it, but I also accept it for what it is. It's pissing around on the internet. It's not particularly special and important. But there are like people who, I think this is like the first validation they've ever really had in their lives. Like, is finally building an audience.
If you have a Twitter account and you're used to having, if you're used to being like, oh wow, 50 likes, this one really blew up. Then like, yeah, it seems small to a lot of people, but like to them, their scale and their understanding of what the scale is totally different from someone else's. So they'll put their heart and soul into something if they feel like they can get, oh, maybe I can get 100 likes on this tweet. Or maybe, especially for smaller YouTubers, yo, this video got 2,000 views. It really blew up. That's insane. And I'm not saying that in mockery, but when you're used to not getting much attention and you finally have a video that kind of takes off, that's a big deal. And it drives you to success and work hard.
Yeah, and I think this is all like growing over time. I think it's partly as well like just the perspective of it of and God, I was talking to like Lyrics about some Himpleton stuff. This is like last year, and I think it was like because I did some interviews when I was thinking of making a video on Himpleton, which I might still do. You never know. But basically, it was like we were talking. I think it was some of the we're talking about Umperville referring to himself as a medium-sized channel, and we were just like, well, what does that make us? We are.
How big
nothing.
is Umperville as a channel?
Oh, like over a mil.
It depends on how you look at it. To me, I think 1 million is easily a big channel.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
But I guess if you are a big channel, then the way that you perceive, it's just such a relative term,
Yeah, I mean, I think also with streamers, it's slightly different. I don't think streamers' sub counts matter as much as concurrent viewer count. Sorry?
Oh, it's just like YouTube. Subs don't matter. It's the people who watch. He's like a Boogie. Since we're on the Tommy Lolcow kind of thing, Boogie's got like 4 million subscribers, but he gets shit for views. His only popularity comes from people waiting to see him either kill himself or do the next drama thing. So
yeah, I don't think I'll ever forgive Keem for kind of semi-rehabilitating him. I think that's kind of fucked up, actually.
You think he's semi-rehabilitated?
Yeah, I do. I think to the lolcow audience, there are people who like Boogie within the lolcow audience. I think quite a lot of them do, and it's like, I think semi-rehabilitating Boogie is unironically one of the most fucked up things Keemstar has ever done. That's my hot take. I think it's like
I don't. Okay, because I don't keep up with lolcow live. Every once in a while, someone I know says, "Hey, guess what happened on lolcow live?" Or guess what Boogie just said? Or guess who Wings just pushed over? Or whatever. And I'll be like, "Oh, do tell." And then I'll learn about it and we'll laugh at it. Oh, it's all the fat people. And then we move on, right? So
I mean, they're getting like they're getting a
they
pretty.
get so much money.
It's fucking so much money. I do not understand
It's
how they're
insane.
making so much money. It's fucking insane.
Well, it's like I said before when it came to like Boogie in particular. I said this: you can make a lot of money if you completely abandon all sense of moral scruples or principles or like self-respect. Once you shed those things, then you could potentially make a lot of money. With the old saying, you can fit a lot of evil into a 3-piece suit.
Yeah.
Same concept, but obviously Boogie would need like a 6-piece suit, on account of his astonishing girth.
I think,
But the principle applies.
I mean, like, to be fair, like with Boogie, I think part of the problem is as well, Boogie was obviously always to some extent this person, and lolcow is just Boogie Unchained.
Boogie
also-
Unchained.
Boogie Unchained, but
I
also
think you're kind of right. Yeah,
he's just
Boogie was always like this. He was always like this. He just wasn't able to hide it anymore, or he was able to, or it never had a reason to come to the surface. Boogie was never tested. He had all the views, he had the fame, everyone liked him, and people aren't necessarily themselves when they're at the top of the world. They are their truest self when maybe things aren't going their way. That's when these different elements of someone's, I guess, true personality kind of come out, and that's what happened with Boogie.
Well, I think this is also why, like, I quite like seeing people shit talk me on the internet. I think it's a good ego check, because that's I think where people really fuck up. They start doing this thing where they're like, there's no negative opinions about them that they're interacting with, and you can kind of see like the worst examples of this are like Rikita with his relationship with Kiwi Farms. Like when the Kiwi farmers like you
Speaking
must
of something that you should just fucking ignore exists.
Well, yeah, like, oh, fuck, somebody... Okay, fuck it. He'll might see this, I don't care. Somebody sent me a clip of Tyler talking about me recently. And I like, because I'm not really keeping up with it, but a lot of other people are. But this one was actually legitimately interesting for one particular reason. He was talking about me, Diorio, a load of other people. And he said, you know, outside commentary, everyone hates you, like Kiwi farmers, like, or whatever it is, and like other sides of the internet, they all hate you guys. They're all talking shit about you. They're like, you're gonna crash out. And I was like, no, good. You don't understand. Good. I think the best thing you can have is something like Kiwi Farms either being like completely apathetic to you or hating you. Like Kiwi Farms liking you is like seemingly amongst the worst.
Probably
things
not
that
a
can happen.
great sign.
Yeah. It's like
there
the
is,
calm before the storm, because no one hates like a former fan. Like, because if you lose that as well, which is what happened to Rikita, you've kind of got this entire base who go from liking you to, well, now I hate you, and now it's worse. And this is how I feel about certain people. People I liked, who I grow to dislike as a creator, I'm probably much harsher with. In fact, I definitely am, than people I just sort of like stumble across.
They say the only thing worse than an enemy is a traitor.
True. True. But yeah, like it's like having an audience of teenage girls. They are very fickle. Yeah, I mean, again, it's there are certain people who, if you've come from
Depends
that
on the
community,
audience, of course.
Like, it's
some audiences are
understandable.
too loyal. I mean, I think that's the thing with like Destiny right now. It's like there are so many people were just willing to not care about the stuff he did. Which is like, well, I mean, so I guess some people are just ride and die forever. I suppose that's just how it goes.
Yeah, I don't
which
think
is
there's...
like good for those people, but like it's not good that those people exist. Who are willing to do that.
Well, I think for certain creators it's kind of fine, depending on the creator and like how they utilize them. But if you've got a creator who
if you earn it,
yeah.
If you're like, oh, people, you have a really like a tight knit, not even big, but a tight knit fan base who really really likes you because of legitimately good reasons. Like you're an upstanding good person. They're like, oh, that's good. That is a good thing to have. People who are willing to all relationships should be conditional. I feel, whether it's friendship, love, acquaintanceship, they should all be conditional. There should be something that someone can do to lose your adoration or affection or your friendship. If you have a relationship with someone else and they could not possibly ever do anything to get you to not like them or to break away from it, that's you being obsessed. That's something's wrong. So that's not how it should be. To a degree, people should have to work for your respect. So when I see people who have these really bad dramas, and it seems like no matter what they do, they still have a very loyal fan base, I'm like, oh, that's bad. That's not how it should be.
Well, I mean, at that point as well, it's like you could literally put out any content and it wouldn't matter at all. Which is kind of depressing, I think. It's like you could make the best thing in your life. You could make a masterpiece, and that audience is probably going to react to you exactly the same as if you put out slop. That's almost... I think that's actually kind of depressing. Like, what's the fucking point? I don't know. I think with... I
mean, hey, Hassan and like Denims and that sphere, as we've seen with all the like the Ethan stuff that's come out, there are psycho crazy people. They're on both sides, but like particularly on the left, as we've seen from the recent, Palestine, Ethan Klein kind of drama. That I mean, it just doesn't matter what they do. These people, they have captured an audience that is so uncritical and has such low standards that it's just they'll be able to be successful forever. Because it's not about making good content.
Well, I mean, Hassan's basically the quartering of the left, in my opinion. It's like, because...
Has the quartering ever, like, shown terrorist propaganda and openly supported terrorist groups? Because I know what you're trying to say, but I feel like Hassan is legitimately, like a really, like, an outlier.
Don't take this away from me,
Hassan's,
Rex.
like, evil. Okay, I gotcha. And also, I look.
Let me hate Jeremy.
I know what you're trying to say. I know what you're trying to say, but I feel as if Hassan is just he's on a pedestal.
Look, I agree with you.
He's on a nega pedestal.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But also, I really
see what you're
hate
saying.
Jeremy. It's like I'm with you. I think it's one of those where when you've got creators like that, actually, do you know what? What about Tim Pool? Has Tim Pool ever? I suppose you could probably make arguments with Tim Pool with some of the people he's platform.
I mean, he took all the Russian money and the propaganda and the fact that he's like a crazy political guy who's incredibly insecure about being bald.
Yeah. It's I find Tim Pool generally pretty fascinating as a person. There's an amazing clip of him fighting with Milo because Milo's criticizing Dave Rubin for the Russian money, and Tim Pool pretend either he doesn't know or he's pretending, and with Milo it's, in my opinion, basically impossible to tell.
Pool, for the amount of money that he was getting paid from this magical source to do virtually no work whatsoever, obviously, Tim Pool knew something was up, but the money was good, and he didn't look into it. He didn't ask any questions, and it just so happens that all the things that he was saying happened to line up with things that the Kremlin would really, really like you to say.
Yeah, just coincidentally. Oh fuck! Oh god! I mean, it's painful at the moment because like I don't want to talk about politics, especially on my own channel. But at the same time,
we don't have to. It's all good.
Oh no, I don't mean like this.
I won't hold you hostage.
I don't mean this conversation. I mean generally. This is fine, but like I keep seeing things, and I'm like, this is so fucking bizarre to watch unfold. It's like the Signal stuff that's just happened with the group chat. That got leaked by a journalist. Have you not heard this? They added.
Heard what? I didn't hear you.
Basically, the Trump administration were discussing bombing Lebanon, and accidentally added a journalist to the Signal chat.
I can. We're at the point where I can just believe that uncritically. I'm just like, yeah, that sounds like Occam's razor says that this definitely happened. That's just where we're at.
We've reached a point where, like, Elon Musk tweets out about fucking Assassin's Creed, and the Assassin's Creed account responds with, did you get that opinion with the person you're paying to make your Path of Exile account? Things are so
True.
I think things are legitimately weirder than they were in 2016, 2017.
Things are weird because weird people are. Trump's a weird, wacky guy. Elon Musk is a weird, wacky guy. The fact you're Elon Musk, you have like 14 children. Some of them's names are like number designations from like 4 or 5 different women. You're like the most valuable, richest guy. Your cars are only like 5% of the cars on the road, but somehow have insane value for your company. You have created this department and you've gotten in really close to the head of the most powerful man in the world. And your concern is that the gamers think that you're the best Path of Exile player on the planet? Like, that's your concern? That you have all of these insane accomplishments, regardless of what you think about Elon Musk. He has accomplished insane things. And the fact that that's what he really cares about is just, it's legitimately astounding to me that he's concerned about being perceived by the amorphous group of gamers out there in the ether that he's a really good Path of Exile player.
There's a new fucking song I saw on Twitter. It's like a country song singing about Elon Musk and how great he is. And I legitimately can't tell if it's a parody or not. I can't tell whether it's a joke. And that's the point we've reached. I'm like, I don't know if this person is just taking the piss or it's like legitimately like, oh yeah, this is a song about how much I like Elon. Because we've reached a level where things are so absurd, where everything just blends together. And I'm just like, I don't know if I like this. It's making my life harder. It's not even like picking out disinformation. It's picking out like what's crazy and what's like legit. What a fucking mess. There's another thing I heard, which was JD Vance. Like, there was a leaked call of him talking about how much he hates Elon Musk. He's like, this guy isn't even an elected official. I'm an elected official. I'm the important one in the room. And it reminded me of Richard Spencer's rant about like the Jews after Charlottesville. It's like exactly the same tone. It's like, oh, that's so weird.
Because when you said that story, it reminded me of something different that also had to do with like Trump, which was he used to have Fox, the biggest show on Fox. What was that guy's name? He got fired because of the Dominion lawsuit settlement.
Yeah, it was
what's that guy's name?
Tucker Carlson.
I can't believe it. Tucker Carlson, yeah, when all the leak stuff happened, where Tucker Carlson was talking about how he just hates Trump's guts, and then it got, like, I guess that was part of like the firing thing, something that happened in the quasi-discovery, whatever, because of the Dominion settlement, and that just sort of came out when publicly he's like super pro-Trump and he constantly fillets the guy, but then it just came out that he was lying the whole time behind the scenes. I'm like, oh, okay, well, what a world. But that's what it reminds me of.
It's just like, yeah, color me shocked. But I think a lot of it's become less and less honest over time, which I think from the perspective of like online content in particular, it's kind of a shame. I mean, I say a lot. In fact, somebody quoted me on another stream saying this, which was like, you get the audience you deserve. And I think for a lot of people...
Kind of. I would say that's mostly true, yes.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, that's why they hate their audiences. Because if you're...
Do you think that's common, that people hate their audiences?
Yeah, I do. I think
so
it's...
would you say more than 50%, not to like put numbers on it, but like you'd say more than half of like content creators, you think they hate their audience?
I'd say more than I'd say around 60% of successful content creators, particularly streamers, hate their audience. Yeah.
Particularly streamers. Why streamers as opposed to other? Is it because there's so much more exposure to everything that they've done and do?
I think with video essayists and people who make content like that, they don't really know their audience very well. But with streamers,
An audience does tend to just sort of emerge a lot of the times if
Yeah.
you're like a streamer. Like you sort of put your stuff out into the ether, and then if you build it, they will come. So people don't. It's not like you specifically target a person and like you're my client now, and I can be picky and choosy with my clients. Because an audience isn't like the guests you have on your podcast or whatnot. It's just whoever picks it up and likes it.
well, I think what it is a lot of streamers, when they're building their audience, they like, if you look at people's streaming histories, their like content changes pretty radically as they get popular, because they'll usually latch on to 2 or 3 things. Like they'll be like, oh, there's this drama I talked about, or this particular topic, and like there is going to be a large section of the audience that turned up for that thing. And usually those are quite often flash in the pan moments. And because there's this argument that happened a few years ago within the politics scene of like how much a streamer affects their audience, how much they impact them, and change their opinions, which I've always sort of disagreed with. I think ultimately audiences far more often with streamers control the streamer, because you can see that instant approval,
Audience
disapproval.
capture.
Yeah. Instant disapproval and approval kind of thing. So like, you say the thing that's good, like it's like a Pavlov's dog effect. You say the base thing, and then the chat gives you a load of money and like likes and like, yeah, go off queen, you spitting kind of shit. And I think for a lot of people, and you see this with like the classic example would be like people like iDubbbz, where they grow to hate that thing that they've kind of captured and have been captured by. Like Bruce is like,
Yeah, the
Becca,
people
do you
who
hate
like
us?
my
It's like,
irreverent
no.
jokes. Like, who would have thought that the people who like my very irreverent kinds of humor and politically incorrect jokes kind of tend to lean right wing? Interesting. How could this have possibly happened?
Well, yeah, but people, I think people buy their own bullshit. They think if I can bring these people in, I can make them more left wing. Like I'm not particularly audience.
That's literally
captured,
something
so-
Xanderhall was.
Yeah, I know,
doing.
and
He would
oh
talk
my
about how
God,
he wants
that
to get in
fucking
with.
shit.
I want to get in with all the streamers and turn them on to social bliss, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
this
is adorable.
This is
but-
the exact reason I don't like to overly moderate. It's why I want people from the left and right, because if I only ever heard
He
one
said,
perspective,
as he instantly gave me wrench privileges when I asked in chat. But fair enough.
What? It's my channel. If I've got like, oh fuck, it's Rags. Rags wants French privileges. Rags can
No
have
one's
French
questioning your right to do it, especially me who got it.
No,
You'll
I'm
not
just
hear
like,
me bad mouthing you.
dude. That's just.
I know which side of the bread I'm buttered on.
Wait, to be fair, I'm just what's a good way to put this? I've said this before actually. I think for a lot of people, their audience captured by their audience. I'm not. I'm far more influenced. I'll admit to being influenced. Like in the same way, like everyone has some external influences. I care far more what particular people who I like and respect think, because I'm like, I like and respect you for a reason. So if you've got an opinion on something, that's going to hold a lot more weight to me than sort of an amorphous mass of people on the internet. So there are definitely points where
I think
like,
that's mostly that for pretty much everybody. Yeah.
well, I see
That's one of the reasons. That's surely that comes along with respect. Well, I guess it's the kind of respect. Like I respect my mother, but her opinion on RimWorld balancing is probably not going to be something that I really like take to heart, because I respect her for a completely different reason than that.
yeah, I mean, it's one of those though. I think this is why streamers end up hating their audiences, because I think streamers are far more impacted, quite a lot of them, by their reaction from chat than their reaction from other people they like. Because like if you,
I think I would.
You've got
yeah,
like
I
that
see that.
instant feedback. Whereas if your friend says something, they might be like, oh, that was a bit of a shitty thing to do, and you're like, okay, cool, that's a random
It might be the
conversation.
opposite. I think it might be the opposite for a lot of people. Though I would say that maybe, because for me, and probably for you, for most well-adjusted people, you should hold your friends to higher standards and weigh the things that they say about you much higher than strangers.
But
But
I think you
the
want
strangers
to,
have something that
I think you answered it perfectly there, though. Well-adjusted people. How many
Well-adjusted
streamers are
people,
well-adjusted people?
the one advantage that strangers have over your friends is just the sheer volume of them. So the human mind did not evolve such that it is capable of handling 1,000 people calling you an asshole and a piece of shit. That's not something most people will ever have happen to them in their lives. That's a relatively very recent phenomenon. The human brain having to deal with having that amount of people as a social creature, a human being, have that many people simultaneously saying, "You suck and we hate you." Go eat a bag of dicks, full of them or made out of them, it doesn't matter.
Is it weird then that like I've actively sought out those situations? Because I mean, like with my dog pack video, for example,
Yes.
I think it's got like a 48% like ratio. Like it's like it got down thumbed to hell, and all the comments are you should delete your channel and kill yourself. And I couldn't be happier when that happened. I was like based.
I mean, it's yeah, I'd say that's unusual. Most people don't seek that sort of thing out.
I just like the idea that I've annoyed that many people. I think it's funny.
Yeah, fair enough. There's a kind of power and satisfaction that it brings. Some people let it go to their head too far. Some people are a bit too obsessed with I'm gonna spend millions and millions of dollars of my own money to own the chuds. But maybe don't take it that far, or do. Fuck it, it's your money. But most people don't typically have that attitude. For pretty obvious reasons, having to deal with that kind of stuff. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't go out and be like, yeah, I'm gonna go look at it. It's fine here and there. You know, the occasional angry furry's like, this Nazi. He's like, yeah, it's amusing, but I don't go out to.
Yeah, there's definitely
look for
some
people to
groups
shit
I
all over
wouldn't
me.
piss off. Like I wouldn't. Talking about groups that like have gone from liking a creator to hating a creator, like the King Cobra, like A-loggers, the Gore World people like Foodie Beauty, they're kind of like hater groups are all crazy, like legitimately like completely insane. I would not. They're very litigious. They'll actually try and fuck with your real life. Like groups like that, I'm just like, yeah, fuck that shit. I'm good. But if it's just like, I don't know, people on the internet and they'll send like fun messages. I still talk about. Somebody sent me a death threat kind of thing, which was, I can't remember the context of the drama, but they'd seen that I talked about the fact my mum was dead, and they were like, I will dig your mother up and like rape her in front of you. And I was like, that's so specific. Like effort has gone into working out that might be a thing that upsets me. I was legitimately impressed.
Yeah, and then you're like, well, you can't rape a corpse, so the joke's on you, buddy.
Well, I was just like, pile of ash. What are you gonna do? Reconstitute her. I think it'd be fine. Put some water on. She regrows.
Oh, add water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Reconstitute someone. Yeah. There you go.
Oh fuck. Okay, let's watch more of this Tommy C. Let's see if we can work out what the.
Oh yeah, that's right, Tommy C. Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
What a cool guy.
I mean, again, I like Tommy. I just don't. I think the crash outs, like, it's not a crash out. I don't know if it's a crash out. I just think. I don't know. At this point, I think you should just talk
term
to Queeman.
seems to be in vogue at the moment.
It's very in vogue. I really
hope
like
it doesn't get. I hope it doesn't get overused to the point of being useless. It can join the graveyard of a million different other terms that had their party rock moment and then disappeared.
What you mean? Like what other ones have we got? Sweeping's another one that's kind of lost all fucking meaning.
One, yeah.
Alt-right,
gosh,
lost all meaning. Fascist.
Alt-right,
Racist.
fascist, homophobe, Nazi. Misogynist is an early one that lost all of its meaning.
True.
But all of them: racist, transphobe, bigot, all of that. Bigot has really been one that's just died out. That just means, it's just broad as essentially the rest of them. But yeah, a lot of those terms. But I mean, like specifically like streamer internet lingo. Crashing out's the latest one. As you said, sweeping was one, because I I don't watch streamers all the time, so when I learn a new word, I'm like, "Ooh, sweeping, what is that?" And I have to use my context clues to find out what that one means. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, sweeping." There we go.
Have to puzzle it out. Lolcow lost meaning to me. Yeah, A-logger. A-logger's one that's really lost meaning because
That's one I'm not that familiar with. What is an A-logger?
so A-loggers nowadays, like if somebody's like following everything someone does and like clipping them and like laughing at them, like you'll be like, oh, that
like
person.
a stalker.
Well, here's what's interesting about that phrase, because A-logger originally comes from you're logging a lolcow so much that you yourself become a lolcow. Like it wasn't a good thing. It was like, dude, you're like A-logging this guy, and it's like maybe chill the fuck out kind of thing. And now it's just become a sort of ubiquitous general term that people will use. Like we'll be like, oh, this person's being A-logged by this person, and it's like, yeah, like, oh, go to this A-logger, they've got all the shit. But it used to be much more of a negative than it is now. And along with lolcow is just like a general term now. Whereas it's like a lolcow is something
got
very
some gas
specific.
in the tank.
Yeah,
I think lolcow still got gas in the tank.
It doesn't mean the same thing it used to. Like a lolcow was a very specific thing where it's like, whatever you're doing, that person's going to be able to provide some laughter or entertainment to you because they're just completely retarded. Now it's anyone who has a lolcow moment becomes a lolcow. And I think it's become very tied in with crashing out, which is, I really like crashing out.
Yeah, that's I don't know, I feel like it's already kind of overused. Whenever anyone gets upset or resists being told that their career is over or whatever, I feel like that's being called crashing out. When it's like, no, they're just having a normal human reaction to a bunch of people telling them negative things.
But it's the internet. Out. It's the internet. We're not allowed human reactions, are we? Like, we've got to be. Do you think that's a problem?
Like, what, the internet? Yes, get rid of it. I'm not leaving though. I say get rid of it, but I ain't leaving. I'm not leaving.
Yeah, well, like, I don't know. I think it's A-log term comes from a name from a person who was infamous for taking hating too far. It's not from logging. Yeah. Yeah, I think being online is, I think, fine. There's this thing now where it's like, people are terminally online. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm terminally online. I've been knocking around the internet for fucking ever. At least it feels that way.
I'm online a lot. I don't know if I'd call it. I feel like terminally online has a very specific negative connotation where being online is killing you. Like people who cannot handle their internet experience in a healthy way, where against they do it despite its effect on their physical, usually mental health and their reputations. Like they refuse to leave. They're just like attached to it, almost addicted to it. Often addicted to the way that people on the internet perceive them.
Yeah, that's fair. Do you I mean, was there a point for you where you cared far more?
Yeah, there was. A lot of that's just due to not being as familiar with the landscape. Years and years ago, when I got that first legitimate person who was like, "Wow, you are a racist person," or "You actually hate women," I was like, "What? That's insane. No, I don't. I don't hate women. What a crazy thing to say." And then that just sort of became like, oh, then you get used to it. And you realize that there's just a lot of people who will call you terrible names and say terrible things about you when there's no reason for it. The amount of people who just clearly have never engaged with the things that I say or the content that I make and are ready to make these insanely strong statements on like me as a person, legitimately wild. But that's just how people are on the internet, especially if they're detached and safe. Safe in the terms of they're a part of the amorphous anonymous mob, and they could say whatever they want, and there will never be any repercussions for it, and they have no investment, or in the ecosystem, and they can just do whatever, say whatever.
Well, I think this is also like the power of general chatters and things, but I think it's the same way that you shouldn't take it too seriously. Like, well,
You should not. No, but you have to learn to not take it too seriously.
I think
Because your natural response to a lot of people calling you something that's completely unfounded is just the normal response, which is to just feel upset and to get upset over it. And then you have to realize, oh yeah, that's right. This is the internet. I shouldn't care about this. It's nonsense. It's stupid. There's no reason for me to get upset.
yeah, I think I agree with you there. I
Because,
mean, like,
yeah,
like
the human brain was not evolved for the internet. It's just generally a happy coincidence that those things kind of mesh together for the most part well.
I mean, I do wonder what's going to happen with like the Gen Zers when they hit like 30s. That's going to be interesting because I'm wondering whether they're going to be like almost adjust well, or they're just going to be
Like
completely
once they
broken.
start getting perspective,
Yeah.
they're like, oh, the internet isn't the entirety of the cosmos, and the things that random shitheads on the internet that I'll never meet, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. This like especially this hindsight realization that, oh wow, I engaged with this in a super negative way, and now like I look back and what a total waste of time. I invested so much time and effort into like legitimately caring about what random people on the internet thought of me. Not that you shouldn't care at all. You should, probably a little bit, especially if you're trying to make it a career, but to obsess over it and to think it's the most important thing ever, it's like, yeah, of course, it's gonna destroy you. That's gonna just destroy your mind.
Yeah, I think this is. I mean, again, it's the sort of celebrity TMZ effect in microcosm. And like there are some people where it's like everything. I was watching some stuff on oh fuck, what's his name? Andrew Dobson. Which is like he'd take every single comment personally, every single one of them. He apparently blocked the maximum amount of people he could on DeviantArt. Which is like, dude, at some point maybe the internet's just not for you.
Is that the blue bear?
That is the blue bear.
Okay.
Do you know why he's a blue bear? I found this out through this video, and I was.
Is he a bitch? Actually, I have no clue. I have no clue why he's a blue bear.
It's because people kept mocking him that his character didn't look like him because his character had too much hair, whereas like he's bald in real life. So he turned himself into a blue Care Bear. Yeah, to own the haters. That's why he's a blue Care Bear.
Okay, well, that's a. I don't see the follow through on the logic there, but what do I know?
It's just like, well, if you're gonna keep commenting on my character not looking like me, I'll turn myself into a fucking Care Bear, which is just.
Then I'll just really not look like me. Like,
yeah, it's just
okay,
so weird.
All right. Sure, yeah, man.
It's such an odd choice. He actually
Slay
blames
King.
He blames Anime and Treasure Planet for destroying his life. Because he wanted to work
why
at Disney.
Treasure Planet? Anime is obvious because that destroys everyone's lives.
Because
but why Treasure Planet?
Because that's the point where Disney stopped hiring animators, and he trained his whole life and wanted to be an animator at Disney. And he blames Treasure Planet for that not happening.
He's got to learn 3D stuff, or he needs to draw. Hey, look, he's an artist and he has a furry character. I mean, like the career path has been set for you. You don't have to do too much thinking about what the next step is going to be to obtain financial independence. You're going to have to draw some. You're going to have to draw some things that you might not like personally.
What did I? Oh fuck! I saw a tweet from there's a webcomic artist who I follow on Twitter, and they posted out artists who end up drawing furry porn are like engineers who go and work for Lockheed Martin. Which is so really fucking fun.
I don't know, man. I think that as a patron of the arts,
as a patron of the arts, yeah, go on.
Okay, as a patron of the arts myself,
you start this. Okay.
I don't consider pornography to be some like lower form of art. You know, I really don't. I enjoy pornographic material. I'm a guy, you know.
No, I mean, I enjoy things produced by Lockheed Martin. But
I do. I enjoy fighter jets. That shit's fucking cool. And you know what else is fucking cool? Things I can't say on the on someone else's stream.
That's right, because I appreciate that, bro. Listen, I've
Don't
got
let
a
that Rex
community.
guy on your channel. He'll fucking get you banned.
No, it's like
He
look,
brought up Hitler and the furries again, and now he got demonetized.
fine. Listen, if I'm gonna get demonetized by anything, it probably should be like, listen, I'm no hate, like demonetized because Rags is talking about Hitler and furries. Sure, that'll get me put on some sort of like internet history video. That's base. Listen, speedrun.
Everyone talks about if you haven't talked about Hitler, then I don't want to talk to you.
I don't think we talk enough about Franco.
I thought you were gonna say we don't talk enough about Hitler. I was like, well, I mean, no. He's like, I was joking, but you know, it's your stream, my dude.
I got called a fascist recently. I have to be careful.
You what now?
Someone brought out a video recently calling me a fascist, so I have to be careful now.
Ah, gotcha. That probably means you had a moderate liberal political position, which means that you're a fascist now.
No, it's because I say edgy jokes and I'm friends with somebody who's who they wanted to be friends with, and it was to do with jar stuff. But I mean, where this usually happens, like, you know, it's not my first day on the internet. I've been called a fascist many times, but what usually happens to me is like, I'll be called a fascist, or like an alt-righter or some shit, and then the next week someone will be like, this commie Antifa. I got called when like Ralph's fan base was trying to like dox me. Long story. I got
Ethan
called
Ralph?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got called, it was very brief. It didn't go very far. It was a whole thing. But they called me an Antifa Metica fanboy, which was very weird. I was like,
That is very weird.
that's very weird. That's a very weird thing. It's like
Odd combination.
Yeah, it's other. Does Medica have? Listen, I like Jim. I'm definitely a Jim fanboy. But is there a strong contingent of the audience who are Antifa? I wasn't aware of. Like, what the fuck?
I didn't know. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you.
Okay, let's watch some more Tommy and see whether we are further
Sure.
illuminated.
I think let's start watching Tommy. Really.
Let's start watching Tommy. Fuck.
He really said that? Hold on, I'm going back. Hold on.
But yeah, that's it. I'm end of commentary, Graham. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. If I do, and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I like after that.
Let's go.
Oh,
Why would you be happy?
Way too long from regular people.
Regular.
You know.
Dude, I think this sometimes, and this is total cope.
It's not cope. I lost. I'm done. I'm finished. Like, how could that be cope? That's cope. I'm telling myself, like, this is good, but it's not.
You actually don't need to interact with real people ever.
People are saying he's
What?
like in his 30s or like late 20s.
No,
Queeman.
he's a kid. I don't buy that. If Queeman's 30, he's a total loser. He's no right fucking pissing at me.
I've learned this. It's like, it's fun and everything, but you actually, it doesn't change anything about your brain.
Yes, it does. I've been all over the world. I've actually been involved in a world event called the Iraq War. I had tons of friends in New Jersey. I've been absolutely everywhere.
Okay.
And it does. If you sit down here all day editing videos and doing streams, it makes you fucking weird. And guess what, Queeman?
I don't know about that.
Weird.
It depends what the edit. For instance, let's tie this in with our previous discussion.
Go on.
You're not a weirdo if you're an artist. What makes you a weirdo is drawing furry pornography for profit. That's what makes you weird. It's the what you're doing. It's not the doing. Like, there are many. Every commercial that you watch, every movie that you see, every website that you go to had people who had to edit that stuff, and they sat down in their computer and they made that happen. That's not the weird part. The weird part is being like a crazy obsessed person about internet microdramas on the internet. That's what makes you a weirdo.
See, Okay, I'm gonna disagree with you a bit because I grew up around like authors and artists, and not like people who did this professionally for a living, people who made a lot of money out of it, like people who worked for television, films, genuine things, and they are all fucking crazy. They're all weird. I think that it's not so much a prerequisite, but I do think artists as people are weird people. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. I think I'm a weird person. But
Well, he talked about, he didn't just say artists, he said like editors as well, like people who edit videos, and this is their job or like online work. I think he's drawn a really broad umbrella here.
yeah, sure. I think
But I wouldn't say that just because you're an artist you're weird. I don't think so. I think a lot of people just aren't artists just because they don't have the skill or they haven't honed that skill. Not that their brains aren't capable of being weird. If everyone could draw, everyone would draw porn if they could draw. Like, that's just something that people would do. That doesn't make you weird. I just think only so many people have access to that capability and that talent.
Well, I think that like wanting to, I don't know. I think it's a selection bias thing. I don't think it makes you weird, but I think weird people get involved in these spaces. Like, how many does a normal person want to do something like this? Like sit here talking about random shit on YouTube to hundreds of people? Is this like normal?
What I think, maybe it's more normal than you think, because the internet, what it has done is it has taken all of the proverbial water cooler conversations and stuff that would just happen amongst humans all the time anyway, and it changes the venue. It doesn't change the subject matter, really. People talk and gossip about coworkers and people they know and exes and relationships. That always happened. And now the internet is just a way for us to do that on a larger scale and coagulate into these, smaller communities, or maybe larger communities, potentially. So, no, I don't think that's what makes you weird. I think it's how you engage in those discussions and the subject matter of those discussions that probably determines whether or not you're weird. This is just the outgrowth of something humans did anyway.
I see where you're coming from. I still think, like, I don't know. I think being a chatter's like normal enough, but I think YouTubers, like the sort of person who's like, I think that I should be watched by a ton of people, and kind of, what's a good way to put it? Like, I suppose the question is, do I think that YouTubers aren't? I think some YouTubers aren't.
Obviously.
I
don't see how YouTube could not be art.
Do you think things like this are art? I would describe this as a creative endeavor. Doing? Yeah.
Yes. Well, to be clear, I think that art is an insanely broad umbrella to the point where it's almost worthless to be technical about it. I think essentially any act of what would be a good way to any act of expression that is either conscious or sufficiently conscious, made by a sufficiently capable sufficiently capable agent, is art, right? Taking a photograph of a beautiful landscape is art. Dropping a camera and it takes a picture when it hits the ground by accident, and it just happens to take a picture that people consider beautiful, is not art, right? That's my position on it. We've had EFAPs and stuff talking about it, but that's where I personally stand on it.
Yeah, I think intent is important. I don't know. I think
I
part
think
of my
can be important.
Yeah, I guess my watch point for it is, I think some people do this thing where they're like, I'm an artist, and they do it as kind of like that's their validation point, right? There's a certain arrogance to people who
there are
themselves artists. So I'm maybe more careful about using that.
We literally had an episode. We had an episode not long ago specifically talking about art snobs. I think it was a response to a Wisecrack video. Their content's fucking horseshit, so we had a really good time. But that's like an actual episode we had not too long ago. But yeah, I agree. Some people they are like, yes, I'm an artist, and they act very high and mighty and hoity-toity and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think it's bad for the ego. Like, I would consider, as I say, I'd consider streaming or making stuff on YouTube, stuff I do, as a creative endeavor. I don't think it makes me an artist. Like, I'd say that I have a very different relationship to like creation than I used to. Like when I did poetry and things.
Strange to hear you say that. That it's an act of expression, but it's not art. When I hear someone say that, I was like, well, that's what art is. Art is like the act of expression.
I think, okay, well, if you could call it art, but I don't know if I'd refer to myself as an artist for doing it.
Well, that's just you being humble. I also wouldn't refer to myself as an artist doing that either. Not because I don't believe that's the case. I do. It does make you an artist. It's just that's a very, very broad brush that a lot of people are. Like I would say like YouTubers and streamers, they are under the big blanket of artists. But in most conversations, this one's kind of specialized that we're having now. But in most conversations, if someone said, "Oh yeah, my cousin's an artist," you probably mean that they draw, not that they are a musician or anything like that, because we have more specific words for them. But I would say that, yeah, if you're talking about art in the sense of making content and creating videos and like putting on essentially a show that's just live with assets that you have, I would say, yeah, that it's definitely artistry. And
I suppose it's one of those things as well that though, like if somebody comes to you and says I'm a poet or I'm an author or I'm a musician or I'm blah blah blah, I do ballet. That is like you go, oh cool, that's awesome. Whereas if someone comes to you and goes,
right.
I'm a YouTuber, your response is I don't know for you, but markedly different. In experience, like I don't think that's something I would generally walk around telling people. I think I'd be like in public, I'd be quite quiet about it.
I don't tell people that. I tell people I work online typically. If they really press me on it for specifics, then I'll say that I do like a podcast and stuff, and mostly because I like to just keep these two areas of my life separate, but not because I'm ashamed of it. But it's just more advantageous to compartmentalize them and be like, yep, I just work online. Yeah, I just do stuff online. I do video editing and stuff online, blah, blah, blah. And normally people don't have follow-ups to that, so you can just carry on.
I think
Plus,
Tommy C tells people...
want to talk about work with other people.
Well, yeah, I suppose that's like a big part of it. I think Tommy C said before he tells people that he like makes t-shirts online. It's like his cover for being a YouTuber. Which I actually think it's pretty funny.
I feel if you're like ashamed to be a YouTuber, then that might potentially say a lot about how you view your own content. I like my channel. I think it's pretty good, and I'm striving to make it better. I'm extremely proud of my podcast and the kinds of work that Mahler, Fringy, myself, and Platoon put into it, and the kinds of discussion that we have. There's no podcast like ours on the internet. I'm proud of that, and I would, if I ever got to the point where I was ashamed of telling people that I did a podcast, it would make me think, oh God, why is that something that I'm ashamed of? Why am I making something that I am ashamed to tell other people about?
Yeah, I can see that. I think, like, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely proud of building a channel. I think there's like a pride there of being able to get decent content out and make people laugh. I think, like, again, it comes down to intention. I'm trying to think of like how I'd react if. Do you know it's really weird? One of my IRL friends. Jesus. Yeah, that's a fucking weird Freudian slip. He's not even a fan. But he's a Kiwi farmer, and he kind of found out that I was making YouTube. Because he doesn't care about any of the drama stuff. I have no idea what he fucking looks at on Kiwi Farms. But he found out that I had a YouTube channel through Kiwi Farms and messaged me about it. Which was a really weird experience. Because he was like, oh, well, normally I wouldn't tell anyone that I'm a Kiwi farmer. But I saw your thing posted on and talked about on Kiwi Farms and the Destiny stuff. And it was a really weird experience. It's like...
If I had an in-law or someone or anyone come to me and said, "Hey, I found about you on Kiwi Farms," I'm like, oh, I instantly have a negative perception of that person now. Like they will now have to work to restore their reputation in my eyes because all I know about them now is that like you go and look for shit on Kiwi Farms. Like, okay.
I don't know. I still view Kiwi Farms very much like 4chan. in sort of like status, and I'm just like, yeah, that's fine. Because I don't view that any different, realistically speaking, than from being on Twitter these days. Maybe a little better actually. I think it's just shit talking on the internet. I think it depends what thread you're talking about.
Okay.
But
it probably really depends on which thread you're talking about.
yeah, I mean, there's what's a good way to put this? I think some of the things that I've seen on Twitter over the years, I'm like, Twitter has absolutely gone after people IRL and tried to ruin their lives. Same is true of Facebook. It's just a lot more people, and it's a lot more lost in the wash than when Kiwi Farms does something like that.
I would say a difference would probably be that it's almost the implied intention of a place like Kiwi Farms to store this information, keep it handy, and to encourage it, whereas that's not quite so much the case on typical social media.
But was that true of like 4chan, ED, SA?
I don't know enough about. I don't know these places.
Well,
I know of them, but I don't know anything about them.
So yeah, I guess I can see the argument. I think, you know, obviously doxing bad. Like the obligatory statement. I don't know. I've always, what's a good way to put this? Like, I'm not a Kiwi farm myself. I don't have an account. But I think the moral position people have on it is kind of bizarre because it's so online heavy to even know about Kiwi Farms. Maybe less so now. Maybe because I think KF's a lot more
smaller than
mainstream.
people. I think that it's easy to ignore, and it's a pretty small place as far as the internet goes. But it has a very negative reputation that did not just spring out of nowhere.
No, but I think that's also true of places like Encyclopedia Dramatica, which again was like a site all about just logging people's lives, writing articles about them, taking the piss out of them, and that also included some really fucked shit. And some articles were legitimately way worse than others, and some groups who were interacting with that were way worse than others. But I don't think that was true of everywhere on there. So yeah, no, I can kind of see the argument, but I don't know. If you're not like doxing people, if you're just like on a forum laughing at people, I don't see that as massively different from being on Twitter and laughing at people. And there are definitely Twitter communities that are kind of like bent in those directions. Like political communities on Twitter are a fucking hellscape, or like celebrity gossip communities on Twitter are a hellscape. So it's like, yeah, you've got this broader space for it. In the same way, I suppose 4chan had like a broader space, like the travel board or the video games board before GameGate. But I don't know if that's like, is the intent of like being alt media like that important if you're still prepared to tolerate really weird shit happening. I don't know. It's did you ever use Tumblr back in the day? I'm not expecting a positive answer to this. Like Tumblr had like pretty normal things all over it, but it also had a lot of weird shit happening. So there's like connotations to being a Tumblr user. But anyway, this is like a tangent. Maybe at some point, it might be worth going through some old spaces. I'd be interested to hear your opinions on them because again, you've been around a while. Especially like how certain things
sort of,
grew out.
but I never really did much on the internet before I was 18. So a lot of the my here and there I saw stuff, but I wasn't super engaged with a lot of internet stuff. I didn't have unrestricted internet access essentially until I went to college, because I just had parents who, you know, they just didn't want me getting on the internet, and they were a bit conservative in that aspect and wanted me to focus on other things. And probably very positive that they did so, but yeah, so I just didn't have that much access to the internet before I was 18. But after that, I had a lot of catching up to do. So I remember like E-Bombs World and things of that nature back in the day, and you know, Dr. Tran and Legendary Lily Pad, and you know, a lot of that old stuff.
Well, I mean, even Reddit back in the day, right? Like the Great Fappening, where they like hacked a load of celebrity nudes and stuff.
Yeah, I remember that sort of thing. Yeah.
You know, it's definitely had its. But okay? So you've seen a lot of like drama involved. Do you think the internet is better now or worse than it was, say, like 10 years ago?
Oh, I mean, I know the gut meme response is to say, "Oh, it's so much worse," but like, I think people have become so accustomed to how much more organized um, and useful it is now. I don't know. It's tough to say. It's probably. I would say that it's better. I feel as someone who uses the internet pretty regularly all the time, my ability to access information, to communicate with other people, to acquire media and be social is way better. The apps I have access to, the infrastructure, the speeds of it, the user experience. Like obviously there are things we've lost, that the Wild West aspect and component of it, but there is incredible positives that I think we take for granted because they are just an assumed and understood part of the normal modern internet experience that we shouldn't necessarily take for granted. So I would say that it's mostly much better, but it still obviously has negatives and good things were lost along the way.
Yeah, I think that some of the like freedom that's like I'm pretty big on internet freedom for I think one of the core reasons.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
You know, people being able to actually like Twitter. People planned revolutions on Twitter, literally. I mean, like not all the time, but the fact that there was like spaces where people who like were gay or had trans or whatever were able to sort of like find other people like them, and find some sort of community. And I think like this is one of the things with the furry community, right? The furry community was the first time that it was so accessible to find sort of all these disparate furry groups, which is why they are everywhere. And this was true of the brony community as well. I think there are massive positives to that. That I'd argue outweigh the negatives. I think the censorship.
I think so too. I think it is much more positive. As someone who, I don't want to say moonlights as a furry, but like, I'm like, it's good that people can like form communities and stuff, not just even furry stuff, but everything, even crazy stuff like flat earthers, right? Like the fact that they could go on the internet and all talk about how the global conspiracies and blah 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 and BDD and all that is like, well, I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. That's just the nature of the beast. But I think ultimately people being able to talk to each other especially from different countries instantly across the world. The fact that I could host a podcast with me who's in America, an Australian, and two Brits, and we all come together and as a show every week when we're about as far spread as possible, and that's what we do. That's an excellent thing. That's awesome. So yeah, absolutely more positives than negatives to that.
I'd agree with that. I think even drama content's got kinda, generally speaking. I mean, maybe we're entering like a weird period. Like Mudahar is about to apparently sue Noah Sampson for defamation or slander or something. Which I don't know how I feel about. I don't like Noah Sampson, but I also think
he's a scum. Yeah.
It's a video. Do you really care? Like. Somebody calls you like
it's like you obviously if you're it's kind of lol-cal behavior to like sue somebody because I made a mean video about you. There's a lot of laws in place for that kind of thing. They have been used before, but like, come on, man, like it just makes you look weak.
Yeah, it's like, well, the argument is, well, it's like bleeding over to my real life. It's like. I don't know, dude.
No, it isn't.
Like, is anybody in your real life genuinely coming up to you and being like, "Hey, you're an Israel supporter"?
I watched that Noah Sampson video.
Yeah, like,
you're a jerk.
Like,
okay, even if they did, like, okay.
Who fucking cares?
I don't know, man. Like, you chose to be a YouTuber. It is a choice. You don't accidentally continuously upload videos. So, like, this is it's an inescapable part of fame, is that you're going to get recognized and people might recognize who you are. I've only been recognized at furry conventions, so I haven't been recognized by anyone on the street. So that's hopefully it stays that way and I never get that big. I don't know. It'd be nice to be that
Yeah,
big.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, it's
Actually.
interesting content. I'm grateful for the interesting content. I'm just very like, the suing thing's really interesting because I know communities who are just constantly locked in lawsuits. I have covered them on this channel, but it's like, I'm here to have fun on the internet, realistically
This is
speaking.
weak behavior.
You know. Yeah, I don't know. Make a response video. Call him a cuck.
Yeah, you got to use them as fuel and take it as far as you want, or just ignore him and be like, "Oh, that crazy guy make another video on me." Jeez. Not in like the psycho way that Hassan deals with things, but actually be like, "Oh, that's just the kind of be a bit dismissive in a healthy way."
Yeah.
Or you just run with it and say, "Yep, I guess they did some." They did stuff again. Okay.
I think I'm
moving on anyway.
I mean, I'm less sympathetic because I think far left creators and far right creators, let's be fair, are far more prepared to take things IRL than, you know, general internet people. So my sympathy's not exactly there for it. I'm just like, I don't care. I'm just like,
so yeah. If you're a very big streamer or content creator, then that's like your career and your life. So it's more likely that you're just prepared and have accepted that this is your real life, essentially. You don't really compartmentalize that in a way that a smaller or medium-sized YouTuber or internet personality can.
yeah.
They're already just in that mindset in that arena.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, I think when this turns from like the fun thing you do into your everything, I think you're much more prone to lolcowy behavior, quote unquote, because it's gonna hit you harder. It's gonna hit you much harder.
Maybe. I don't know which way it leans. People can do crazy shit when they don't feel any risk. If you're some random nobody on the internet and you don't actually care what people think about you and it doesn't matter to you and it's all a joke and you don't take it seriously, you can do some crazy stuff. But there is a sort of calculus that comes with being like, oh, okay, I need to, like, this is my job and my livelihood. I need to treat it seriously. Now, obviously, not a lot of people behave that way, but I think a lot of people, you know, on the other way, they're the same. There's a lot of psychos with nothing to lose on the internet.
Well, I think it also comes back to, like, talking about before, like, a lot of YouTubers, this is their first real validation they've got. I think in the same way for a lot of people,
I think so, yeah.
Because, like, YouTubers, like, a lot of them have never had real jobs, like corporate jobs, where it's like, they view taking an L as really serious, whereas, like, the reality is, like, in my corporate job, I've, quote unquote, taken L's before, or, like, had to back down from
It's
a position.
life.
Yeah. You're just like, it's
Life
not worth
is just
this fucking
like, oh
fight.
yeah, you felt a bit embarrassed or something happened or there was some social situation. It's just now you're in a venue where, depending on your size, you know, 50, 100, 1,000 people might know about it. And it's about how you act to it. People remember very oftentimes, not the L, but your how you act when the L happens.
this
If
is
you laugh it
pirate
off and be
software
like, oh
stuff.
yeah, I fucked up, you know, but
Yeah,
the software thing is huge. Because of exactly this. Yeah, if he was like, you know what, guys, I did fuck up and, you know, I did some stuff and blah, 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 then, like, yeah, then people would have just been like, oh, that was a thing that happened that one time and they'd forget about it. But his insane behavior afterwards and his psycho egotism is what, now that's all people talk about. And that will follow him around forever because it just got revealed to everyone now that that is who he is as a person.
Yeah. And this is why, like, I mean, coming back to the Tommy video, which we have watched 4 minutes
Moments of.
moments of. It's like, okay, so here's where I'm struggling with the Tommy video. It's not just because you're here and, like, I like the conversations. That's part of it. But So I know Queen's like, you should watch this or you're sweeping or whatever, because he wants like eyes on it and he wants an opinion. I mean, my opinion on the Tommy stuff, it really doesn't change much. It's just Tommy should talk to Queeman because they are both streamers and they should get on stream together and fight. This is my opinion on everybody, literally everyone. I think if you're particularly if you're a streamer,
because you're streamers, just that it, just that simple.
I think if you're going to respond live to somebody, you should have a conversation with them on both sides. This is my general position. I don't think you should shit talk people you're not prepared to get on a stream with if you're a streamer.
I definitely don't agree with that. I think that there are people who are just psycho crazy, bad faith, selfish, bad actors, and I will happily shit on them from a distance. I am not touching them with a 29.5.
But you're not a drama.
pole.
But you're not a drama streamer.
So it wouldn't change if I was a drama streamer or not. There are people that I will just never interact with, but I will absolutely talk about them from a distance.
I think it's one of those.
Some people are psychos you want to get close to. They're just bad people, and they're bad influence, and they will lower the quality of your brand or the kind of energy that you have. And a lot of them, a lot of people are just really bad people. Like some of them, like evil. I would never let a person like that on live on my platform to talk about stuff and have a conversation with. We're not talking about people I just disagree with or anything like that. But they're just some bad people. And they deserve to be mocked from a distance and ridiculed. But they don't deserve to be like sharing a platform with you, having a discussion. Like that's something they're just entitled to.
But if it's like, well, I don't mean like a discussion about general things. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I think maybe it's my perspective of this, but it's like, if you're going to fight with somebody online and they're another creator of around the same sort of like social standing, shall we say, that's where you're at. I think there's like a good
channel size.
I don't think it's about channel size. I think it's about like general, like, reputational size. Because I don't think the channel size thing matters as much. Like if you're pulling similar concurrents, if you've got like
that's kind of what I mean, like size of audience, I guess.
Yeah, and like you're moving in similar circles, which Tommy and Queeman are. They're both commentary creators. I think both these people are fine. I think that otherwise it's this back and forth thing, which is okay. I just prefer people like to get on and fight something out because clearly they have issues with each other. Like Queeman wants to make content out of Tommy.
Is that just because you want it to be more entertaining for you?
No, I think that's probably the like. I think if you don't do that, you end up spiraling. I think that's a big part of it. It's like when I have watched creators previously not do this, they'll do this thing of like shit talking, and then that shit talking becomes like the content of the person you're fighting with.
Any person who crashes out because of that is not the kind of person I would ever want to have a conversation with. If having a back and forth online with some other guy is the kind of thing that makes you crash out your career, that you can't handle it, why the hell would I want to get anywhere near you in an actual conversation?
Well, this is my point. It causes the crash out would be my argument. It like makes things worse.
If it can cause the crash out, then you're a kind of person I don't want to talk to. If that's the kind of thing that can cause you to crash out, I don't want to have you're a weirdo. You've got issues that you need to sort out. You take this. You are not engaging healthily or in good faith with this sort of thing. I don't want to like share a call or a conversation with you. I want the conversations and calls and discussions I have with people to at least. And I say this with full understanding that a night or so ago I rated womb tattoos with Mrau on a tier list, but that was all in good fun.
Wait,
not
when
to
did
be
you do
taken too
that?
seriously. The other night, I just said.
You know.
All of the important information was in that blurb. The other night, I rated womb tattoos on a tier list with Mrau. It was, there you go.
I think
But that was just for funs. It's for shits and giggles.
Yeah.
It's just funsies, right? But if there's like someone who legitimately has it out for you and hates you and wants to see you destroyed and everything, and they're lobbing shit at you and you do some back at them, there's no way I'm going to have a chat with that person. There's some psycho who's invested in my destruction. The best thing that they could ever possibly want is to get into a call with me. Why should I ever entertain a person like that?
Okay, I can see the argument. I think you just want good content to watch on the internet. Well, I mean, I
think
don't.
you crave it.
I mean, like, I won't deny that I'm a fucking drama content creator, and I can see the content angle for it. And as I said earlier, like 2 people have like said, "Oh, you should moderate this," and I said no to both. I don't think they were approaching me with the actual possibility. I was just like, no, that's not something that will happen. But from my perspective, I suppose because I'm a drama streamer, if I'm talking shit about another drama streamer, and they're like, "Well, say it to my face," it's like, well, yes, I would say it to your face. If I wasn't prepared to say it to your face, I wouldn't be saying it on my stream. And I think that's what informs it.
I would agree. I wouldn't say things to people generally that I would not say to their face. But me not getting into a call with them, first off, it's the internet. As far as that expression is malformed just because of the venue being
Sure.
online. Like, yes, if I was in a call, like, yeah, sure, if I legitimately had a problem with you, I would probably say it to your face. And if I didn't, it wasn't because of like cowardice reasons. It's because it might just be more trouble than it's worth, and I don't care about how you perceive it or anything. Or it could impact other people. There are reasons to keep some opinions to yourself. All right. Yeah, I think one thing that's probably good, what I would probably say for aspiring up and coming YouTubers and streamers is that the stuff that other people do that you hang out with in a way rubs off on you. If you keep certain company constantly, then their behavior and the stuff that they say and do and your willingness to engage with it is in some way a reflection on yourself. Not even saying that's bad. That's just that's the reality of it. It's how people will perceive you. And there's nothing wrong with having a standard that you hold yourself and your platform to. Like, obviously there are things on like every frame of pause that we won't talk about, and topics we won't get into, and kinds of people that we will not have on, because we hold ourselves, I think, to a pretty high standard in terms of the sort of the vibe that we put out and the people that we want to associate with. And I think that's a good thing. But not everyone, obviously, has to have that. On other people's streams, you could talk about anything, do anything. It could be the Wild West of content and stuff. Some programs are Howard Stern, and some programs are, PBS political interviews, and it's good that we have both.
Yeah. What's a good way to put this? I don't think there's anything wrong with having both. I think the problem occurs when you've got a long-standing beef or a long-standing fight, which is going to become content for other people, and it becomes things like this. Because I don't think, like, I'm looking at this Tommy clip, and this is a fight between 2 people who I like, that I don't really care about, because I don't think Weeman, I think Tommy's fine. I've had good interactions with him. And I think Weeman's the drama creator. So it's like, well, at that point, you either just ignore it, or you get like this weird fucking content spiral. And then that content spiral, to me, from experience, is going to end up in a call anyway. Because that's how these things generally go, whether it's now 6 months or a year's time. And it's like, rip the fucking Band-Aid off. Because
so my experience on EFAP is we have the exact opposite strategy, and it has worked out insanely well. Where if there are people who like shit talk us or whatever behind the scenes, or if we have drama with people behind the scenes and stuff, that's where it stays. We don't publicize it. We don't talk about it. We just carry on, make the content, and that's it. That's where that takes care of it. It's worked out remarkably well.
Well, I agree with
Other
you.
people are the ones who spiral out and crash out and everything.
Well, I agree with you, but then
us.
But like, that would be more applicable here if Tommy wasn't talking about Queeman, right?
They just don't think. I mean, sure, but he's chosen to talk about him, not necessarily to him. He could make that decision if he wants. But I'm not saying you should never talk to people that you have beef with. I'm saying I don't think that you should talk to people that you have beef with necessarily. Because the people you have beef with exist on a very broad spectrum of, like, never talk to an unreasonable person is just generally not terrible life advice or internet advice. The moment you find out that someone is not reasonable, that is an unreasonable person that you cannot reach and
Well,
will
yeah,
engage
I mean,
with you,
again,
just do
there's
not
definitely
communicate with that
people-
person.
Well, there's definitely people who I wouldn't take a call from, you know, because I'm just like, well, there's no benefit to me. Or I mean, I had this in a drama a while ago. I was like, I could have a conversation with this person. It would not benefit my channel. There's no win conditions to it. Like, no matter how this conversation goes, I don't win. There's no like play I can make. It'll just become content for other people. It won't benefit me, so I didn't have the conversation. It's like a you know. So I think there's definitely stuff like that. I don't know. I think the investment here is like audience investment sides, right? Like, I like both these
What do you mean?
people, but I'm not like in their chats watching Queeman cover Tommy C and Tommy talk about Queeman. I'm not like invested at that level, so I don't have the same buy-in.
Okay. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, if you're watching from the outside, two people that you have no investment or investment in, that'll obviously change the dynamic in which you interact with their beef. You don't want to be in a position though where, like, unless it's absolutely necessary, a friend will not make you choose a side in most beef, right? It will not be necessary, and it will be like them when it is unnecessarily dragging you into something that you don't necessarily need to be a part of. Or if you say, oh, you need to choose a side, them or me, when it's a relatively small thing, and they could see that both sides are probably right to some degree, that's not a good thing that a friend would do. If it's really big, like you have to choose, like if a friend does something horrifically bad, and they, like, if I was friends with, hypothetically, I was friends with Turkey Tom, and after all the Destiny stuff, Turkey Tom said, oh, it's fine, it's whatever, he's clearly remorseful, blah, 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 and I'm gonna still keep making content with him. I'd be like, oh, okay, then we're done. Because that's a huge thing that you've decided. That's not a small thing, and you've made your choice. So, ciao.
Yeah, I see that. And I think that it's... I think when you've got pre-established principles, I think everyone has cutoff points. And like I've had this with plenty of people where it's like you've kind of crossed the line where it's acceptable, just based on the things that I believe for you to be doing. And there's another person involved in the Destiny stuff called Counterpoints. He's a Warhammer creator, conservative, kind of political comment.
Of him, yeah. I think they've done some debates in the past, yeah.
And like he had a conversation the other night on Dicker's stream with Royal Kittenhouse, where he's like, well, I don't know how bad this doxing thing is, because Destiny's trying to dox Just Stilk.
Just Stilk thing?
Yeah.
I thought he did. He had people like find all that stuff.
Yeah,
and look
yeah.
it up, and
well,
he specifically told them to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's completely fucked.
Because what a shitty person Destiny apparently is.
Well, yeah, and I mean,
jeez.
I mean, I said this for ages, by the way. Like, this has been my big problem. This is why I never became a DGG orbiter, because I think DGG has always swept for the shit Destiny's done while trying to moral grandstand when other people are doing basically the same shit.
Yeah.
But like, Connor's like, oh, I'll have to think about it. I don't know how much it's going to affect the relationship. And just at the end, Dick has brought up a clip.
Probably because I wouldn't be surprised if his is the biggest like audience and notoriety that Counterpoints has gotten because of his Destiny debates.
I don't think that's what it is with Connor, because he did this thing with Vosh as well, and he doesn't have a Vosh thing. He was working with the Progressive Victory people, and he'd just gone through this thing with like calling this creator Food Shops, who was a lolicon, like a pedophile, and he went on Chud Logic stream and had a go at Chud about not, like, I don't know, killing Food Shops or some shit. And then the Vosh stuff happened, and he started basically going, well, I don't know if it's that bad. You know, we're doing the PV stuff
It's just
together.
art, blah blah, all this stuff. Yeah, it's just
And
art.
it's just
it doesn't
like-
mean anything. All the
It's just
not
like
reasonable positions, but take a stand.
But it's like he's got no principles. I think that's like the core thing. And with the Destiny doxing stuff, there's a clip of Connor a few years ago just going, "Yeah, doxers are the worst people ever. They're, it's malicious, it's harmful." It's like, okay, well, like, Destiny's doing this, and this is the same thing with Not So Erudite. It's why I keep, and unironically, I'm just being an asshole, because I'm like, I was somebody who defended Not So Erudite, and I'm watching you kind of just have no fucking principles while also continuing to do political content where you're making content based on the idea that people should listen to your opinions and takes and morals. And it's like, well, you don't have any. So I kind of fucking, I think the hypocrisy of it really eats at me personally. I know this is like a personal thing. Not everyone's going to feel this way.
anyone in that sphere who's still, like, whether it's Erudite or him or anyone else, like, complete, insane, absolute, total hypocrites, 100%. Spineless cowardice. Yeah, no respect whatsoever. You were tested. You were finally tested after, we all run our mouths for years and years, and then comes eventually the test, and you pass it or you fail it. And that should be known, whether or not you passed or failed the test. Many people passed.
Yeah, it shouldn't even be a particularly hard
Some
test.
failed.
Realistically
Yeah, this was an
speaking.
easy one. Yeah, when Nicholas and Turkey Tom and Loner Box and Pisco and all those people, they passed the test. They did the right thing. They stood by their morals and their principles. Not everyone passed the test. Dan failed the test miserably. Erudite failed the test miserably.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say Darius failed the test, but Darius had no principles to
I don't know
fucking
much
begin
about
with.
Darius, though. I hear only negative things about Darius from lots of people. He's a crazy guy, but that's like all I know. I don't know anything about him. I think I've listened to some conversations with him and some other people in it while I've been this randomly sifting through drama and whatnot. So, but I don't really know any of these people, really. Just sort of what you pick up through diffusion, not osmosis, because that's water, but through diffusion on the internet.
Yeah, it's I found it kind of interesting as well that when I started using Twitter more, creators who I used to watch a lot of, I ended up watching less of. Like, this actually unironically happened with Jim, because I'd watched Jim, and a lot of the stuff that he was talking about was already stuff that I'd seen on Twitter. And it's like, because I went for a long time without a Twitter account. I had no interest in Twitter.
Me too. Haven't had one in like 6 years or so. If you know someone who can help me get my Twitter account back, let me know.
What? I'll tweet
It'd
at
be
Elon
fun to go
for
on
you.
there and meme again, but
You can
yeah,
probably
tweet
just
on Elon and say, hey.
Unban rags. Bring rags back.
I got banned for promoting violence against a protected group of people.
Oh, he'd love that.
Which first off implies, yeah, but which implies that I could promote violence against a non-protected group of people, which is weird.
I mean,
but, like,
old Twitter,
obviously
you
I
probably
didn't.
can.
That's nonsense. It's obviously bullshit that I did that, but I guess that. But whatever, my appeals keep getting rejected, so every once in a while I try and send one in. I haven't tried to put an appeal in years. Maybe I'll try it again now that it's based and red pilled.
They brought back Jim,
everything.
so
they brought back a lot of fucking people, but not me.
you need to put.
They brought back some crazy people, but I was like, no, not him. He's way too crazy.
I mean, yeah, we need listen. I'll tweet something out. Be like, bring back rags. That'd be great.
Tweet Leon, say, yeah, Elon. Tweet to Elon and say, I found this cool dog guy, and boy, he loves Teslas, and he admires your Path of Exile skills, and he thinks that he thinks that you're very cool and awesome, and you're an amazing gamer, and you should totally let him back on the Twitter, on the X.
Well, hold on a second.
And then Elon will say, thank you so much, you're so cool for doing that. He probably sounds like a really cool guy. I'll buy him a Tesla, and then I'll be like, that's all right, man, I just take the account.
Okay, I'm gonna. Give me a second. We'll do that now. We'll do that now live. We'll do that now live. Just let me make sure there's nothing like.
Oh, are you gonna?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks neat.
I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay, well, it's gone now.
It's probably a demonstration of a really cool cleaning product that will soak up all of the. Yeah, see, that looks cool.
Yeah.
That sounds useful for when I. Have you seen the movie Flubber?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Of course you have, because everyone has. They just don't remember they've seen it until someone mentions it. If I ever have flubber at my house and it gets way too hot and it liquefies and I need to get it back together in a bucket, I can use this. ShamWow on a stick.
ShamWow on a stick. What was your at? Was it just at Rags?
At your pal Rags.
Your
YOURPALRAGS. Is it a lie? Is it true? I won't say.
It's like, is that it? Your pal Rags? Okay. He's a great guy who loves Scylla and thinks and was
I think that's the account. Let me double check. I haven't been on to. Let me Google. Oh yeah, it's X right now. What a. I hope he doesn't hear this because I'm trying to get my account back. But what a fucking stupid brain dead move to rebrand Twitter.
Yeah, no, it's fucking awful. Oh, actually, no, we can use the dog boy thing. Okay, bag your pal Rags.
Yeah, at your pal Rags.
Who loves Tesla and was talking to me about how much he loves
PoE2. Just say PoE2. That's what all the cool fans call Path of Exile. They call it PoE2.
2. And
it's like all the real rockin' stoners call it DRG.
Like, there we go. Is that enough? Is that enough? Don't lie to Elon Beck. Jesus.
It talks about me about what he. Don't. Okay, he's not. I don't think he's very bright, but he's not that stupid. Just say he. Don't do the. Don't get too cheeky. On the off chance that Elon Musk personally unbans me from X, I would at least like to have a tiny chance.
Okay.
Because one, not because I think it'll happen, but because on the tiny chance it happens, what an insane story it would be to tell. Remember the time you were on that little stream and this guy messaged Elon Musk, the richest man in the fucking world?
We'll be polite about it.
And then he unbanned this guy's Twitter account.
Please unban.
He would love to
power
come back on the platform.
Okay. He would love to come back on the platform.
Do not look at his E621 tags. It's just art. Don't read too deep into it, my dude.
Oh fuck. Okay. He would love to come back on the platform.
Just exclamation point. Just boom there. Nice and simple. Or maybe link the maybe put in a YouTube link. He's a YouTuber who would love to be on the platform. I'd love to come back to the platform and then link him to my YouTube. I'll get you a link real quick.
Send me a link.
This would be hilarious if it actually happens. That's why we're doing this, just to be clear. That's why this is happening.
If I am responsible or help Rags get unbanned, I will take that.
I will suck your cock. I will not. But we can I don't know, we'll work something out. I'll give you reparations.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Hyperlinks to it.
Yeah.
Yo, sweet. Dude, man, this would be a hilarious story if it actually happens.
Listen,
I'm fine not having a Twitter, but it would be nice to have an account to meme and communicate with people.
Yeah, it'd be great. Listen, we need to get this. We need to get this out there. Okay. Like the fucking tweet. Like it, retweet it. I never ask you guys for anything. Like and retweet this tweet.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right, you freeloaders. It's time to earn. I
don't even ask you to sub to the channel very much. I'm just asking you to like and retweet this tweet to see if it can get some fucking attention. Okay.
This would be what a story this would be.
What?
Unironically, this would be incredible. Yeah, this is the richest man in the world, or whatever. Elon Musk. He unbanned my Twitter just because. Just I don't even know why. He just did.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
So to answer your question, yes, the internet is much better than it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. This stuff would never happen back in the day. Then again, a lot of stuff back in the day wouldn't happen today. You take the good with the bad. Be appreciative of the good stuff, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that's another
Tommy
thing.
C and Aiden and the crashing out and the
crashing
live
out.
streaming.
Yeah, like again, I think they should just talk to each other. I mean, that's my take. That's my take. I
I do because it would be just be content and entertainment for me.
It would be good content
And I don't know the
entertainment.
depth of their disagreement.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm definitely not disagreeing. But yeah, I'm not like. Yeah, I think it'd be fine. Them just talking to each other. I think it'd be good content. I think the crash outs are interesting, but it's I don't know. Tommy drunkenly shouting about Queeman. I think it would be more watchable if the audio balancing wasn't fucking terrible.
Yeah, I feel like someone like Tommy C should know how to balance his audio as a live streamer, as someone who's been in this sphere. I hold him to a little bit higher of a standard than some glub shitto nobody with their 20 views or whatever, you know, who doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Tommy, fix your audio.
That's another streamer. That's another streamer phrase, glub shitto.
Glub shitto? Yeah.
Yeah.
That tweet. That was an excellent tweet that got made that got that into the popular lexicon. Or at least in these spheres.
Oh, what would you define as glub shitto though?
Glub shitto is a random it's used loosely to mean just a random nobody of no particular noteworthiness, but specifically it is often used to refer to someone who's like an actual nobody, but people are almost artificially excited about. Because the tweet was originally referenced as someone saying, people get way too excited when they see a trailer or an announcement that Glub Shitto will be in some new like Star Wars show, to kind of mock people who get overly excited about, you know, this stupid shit like this. Like, oh, this one little minor character that you didn't give a fuck about. They're trying to market to you that you should watch the new thing because this character is going to be in it. You know, and people actually get excited about that kind of thing because they're losers who need to get a life. And so that tweet was mocking him, and then Glub Shitto became, you know, the name to sort of reference that kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I think the first time I ever heard it was Chad
concept.
Logic.
Yeah, he's picked it up. It's really good. We use it on EFAB too. It's really good. To call someone a Glub Shitto. So an excellent Star Wars name. Glub Shitto. Oh, I can't believe it. Yeah, I can't wait to watch the new whatever Disney Star Wars slot because Glub Shitto is going to be in it.
Do you think Star Wars is dead now?
It's on life support. Back in 2013, I think it was in 2013, Disney said that they were going to make a Star Wars movie a year. Look at them now.
Do you remember the South Park
They're
episode
afraid to
where
make a
it's
movie
like
now.
China versus Disney trying to get ownership of Star Wars, and it turns out that China wants it because they want to protect Star Wars from Disney. How prophetic was that? That was fucking wild.
It's amazing how poor it is. Shocking how consistently terrible Disney's stewardship of basically every single IP has been. Lucasfilms is dead. Indiana Jones is done. They destroyed Willow. And of course Star Wars is in the like life support. They're afraid to make a Star Wars movie because they don't know if it can make money. They've canceled shows. They don't like they're like afraid to make Star Wars shit, which is insane. If you told us that a decade ago, their plan was to make a Star Wars movie a year, and look where we are now. They're afraid to make a movie. They had so much planned out, and now it's like, oh shit, what do we do? Mandalorian season? Just reformat it into a movie, I guess, and hope that it works. Scrap all the trilogies. Hopefully Andor will be good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just sad at what's happened to Indiana Jones.
Oh yeah.
That makes sense.
You will see Indiana Jones in 20 years after Harrison Ford is dead, and they completely rebrand it like a
Well,
a
they'll
new
bring back
launch
Shia
of it.
LaBeouf.
That's Shia LaBeouf will be in a sanitarium. I don't even know what's going on with him. I think he's got actual mental problems. Do you know what they did with his character in the Dial of Destiny?
No, I never watched it.
Don't. It's fucking terrible. But his relationship with Mutt, his character Mutt, his relationship with Mutt is what was not a bad element of the Crystal Skull, and they were
Yeah.
kind of setting him up, I think, decently well to be like a newish, a different kind of Indiana Jones, the rough streetwise kind of type. And he's not a bad actor, and I think they had good chemistry, but obviously Shia LaBeouf is Shia LaBeouf, and he kind of dropped off the acting scene. So in Dial of Destiny, they decided that the best thing to do would be to say that his relationship with Indiana Jones got so terrible, and Indiana Jones was such a bad father, that Mutt went to go fight in, I think, like Vietnam or the Korean War, and died to get away from Indiana Jones.
Wait, what?
Yeah. That's what they decided to do with that character.
That's
yeah.
fucking insane.
Yeah, it is insane. It's terrible that was their decision, because that movie is all about humiliating Indiana Jones, turning him into a deadbeat loser who doesn't care about anything and sucks and just wants to die. I'm glad that movie lost a shit ton of money, and it's a good thing that Indiana Jones can just rest until we see it again in 20, 30 years and they restart it.
Oh, fuck. That's depressing. What's your opinion on Mark Hamill?
Talented actor, a bit of a crazy lefty, like most actors are.
Yeah, I'm hearing this new, what is it? Tyler 7 or something, this new like sci-fi film was bad. And that makes me
Tyler 7, I don't know what that is.
It's like this sci-fi film about like this guy who gets cloned. His like job is to get cloned and die in hospital environments.
17?
Yes, there we go. That one.
I know of it, but I haven't seen it. I've heard it's fine, but I haven't really heard anyone talking about it.
I think I saw like a Critical Drinker's review of it, and he was like, "It's bad."
Okay.
So I will admit, I tend to get a lot of my, like, if I haven't seen the film, I'll generally go and watch Critical for it. Because he usually has fairly consistently good takes on where
I think
things
so,
are. Yeah. I haven't heard anything else about Wicked since it came out. Like, no one seems to care.
I've heard that generally people liked it, but yeah, it does seem to be that people don't really seem to talk about it much. But I don't know if I guess the spheres of people who really care about Wicked and talk about it are spheres that I'm not really a part of myself. But I have heard that people tend to like it. My sister and mom did. They speak positively of it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the musical itself was really solid, so that would sort of make sense. I'm waiting for the Snow White Cope articles, where it's like Snow White is actually a masterpiece, and you don't understand it.
There will be some of that. There will always be cope for these projects, regardless of how awful they are.
God, what happened to the Alice in Wonderland films?
The Tim Burton ones?
Yeah.
I guess there was 2 of them, wasn't there?
Yeah. I just remembered they existed suddenly. God, all of these things, you're right though. All of them look the same. I would just kill for a movie that is not shot on a green screen.
There is a particular insane fakery that is happening, yeah, with a lot of these projects. They're just super.
I mean, they can't be
fake.
fun
They
to
look
make.
fake.
Yeah.
No, they can't be. When I hear when I like watching Snow White is one of the fakest movies I've ever seen. Green screen's used for everything. Like you can't Like I'm wondering if anything in these movies is real, as opposed to wondering, wow, is that fake or not? I can't even tell. Like you're impressed. Instead, it's just like, oh, I don't think any of this shit's real. It's all just bullshit.
I mean,
and,
at that point,
like
it's just
everything is
like,
fake.
I mean, at
And it
that
looks
point,
bad.
just make animated movies. Just make
They should
animated,
make animated
movies.
movies. Yeah, I don't like this idea that animation is like a lesser art form than live action, but it seems to be a general. Like, yeah, if you're having an animated movie, good luck winning an Academy Award. It's just not gonna happen, you know. I would say that there's something to be said about the idea that special effects are good when you don't notice them. And CGI is good when you don't notice it's CGI in a way, even though you like, oh, that's like a, you know, this is obviously like a CGI, you know, thing, like the Balrog, you know, in Lord of the Rings. It's made 20 plus years ago and it still looks incredible. You know it's CGI, but it looks so good that you don't like think about it as a CGI creature. But I think it's the baffling decisions that they make with CGI, like to have props be CGI'd and normal, mundane, everyday backgrounds be CGI'd. Like, oh, you couldn't just go to the woods and film a scene in the woods. You couldn't just go to a cafe. You couldn't just do something to the outfit, or if someone's face has like blood or dirt on it, sometimes they'll CGI the blood and dirt on someone's face instead of just putting that on their face with makeup. You know, and it makes these movies balloon in terms of their cost, and it looks weird and awful. But it's
Yeah, I mean, I find myself going back and watching a lot of older stuff. I think, like, as somebody who likes older horror films, a big part of that is physical effects. I think physical effects are just so much better than CGI. You
very often can be,
yeah, because it's just like the feeling of it being a thing that's there. Like I always think of like the old Evil Dead films, or like the Thing.
Thing is typically the go-to.
Yeah. Whereas the new version of the Thing
not
is
too
just
long ago we had an episode
terrible.
on the Thing, and it's insanely impressive watching that movie.
Yeah.
And being like, wow.
Yeah. And it can't be that much more expensive, surely.
It's gotta. Here's the thing. Like I don't know. But it has to be cheaper to just get in a car and go drive to the woods and shoot a scene, instead of using this massive volume studio or green screen and making sure that all the people in the CGI dungeons have gotten all the pixels right and every single frame is done. Instead of just going into the woods and shooting your scene that takes place in the woods, or whatever mundane location or whatnot that you're in. Like, to the point where you can't just make a little prop to use for the movie. You have to tell all the CGI people to make a CGI thing that your actors pretend to have. It can't be cheaper to CGI everything, but it is easier, and it lets you change shit after the fact, I suppose. And if you're making movies and your process is super, like, you have this deep fried process of making movies where you shoot the scenes before the script is done and shit like that, and you don't know what might change and stuff could get flipped around on a whim, then yeah, I guess CGI is easier. Sure, it will be super expensive and look terrible, but okay, your decision.
I mean, surely Snow White must be having an impact at Disney, because they weren't doing well financially beforehand.
They've had lots and lots of bombs. They've had some big wins, but they've had lots of bombs, and they have burned a lot of the fuel that they'd been having before. Disney has, like, Star Wars should be moneymaker forever. Marvel should be a moneymaker forever, because people always love superhero and sci-fi stuff. But man, those are two massive IPs that they have kind of burned into the ground to the point where they're getting super desperate to keep them relevant, and it's just been bomb after bomb for them.
Yeah.
But this is yes. So Tommy C.
Tommy C.
Let me get a drink. I need to top off my drink. I'll be right back.
I also need a drink. Fuck.
Chat, keep yourselves entertained.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go and run and get a drink. You go run and get a drink. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Yeah, behave. Be good. Be good. Entertain yourself. Also, go and like and retweet the tweet. Go and like and retweet the tweet. Okay. Very simple instructions. Okay, and I'll be back. Give me 2 minutes.
All right. I'm back. I'm back before he is, which means the stream is mine now.
Good try.
I could say anything I want.
I just
Oh,
got
okay,
back.
Well, I was just gonna hang out silently until you go back.
See, chat behaved while we were away. That's nice. That was nice.
Good. That's good. It's a good thing you don't give them that they don't feel like they're just entitled, to do whatever they want. Like this place is a ruleless, lawless zone of anarchy. It's good you keep them under your iron thumb.
So this I feel really mean. I'm usually better at reading chat through stream. I've just been talking to you all night. Just been fine. Just need to read super chats at the end. Yeah, like Tommy C. Fuck.
Good old Tommy.
Good old Tommy.
Good old Tommy.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how the fight goes. That's my take on it. He shouldn't be like. Here's my take on it. Queeman wants Tommy to react to him, so doing that is just like whatever. I mean, you're giving Queeman what he wants. That's my take. That's it. But also, if Tommy doesn't care, so what? Like, as long as you're having fun.
Yeah, you could just not engage with it if you don't want to. Really, you could just ignore it and carry on, and just that'll be that. They can't make you do anything. No one can make you do anything. You could just carry on and make content and do your streams and just ignore it.
I think that is one of the weirdest things about being a YouTuber. Like the amount of people who like message me and go, "You need to cover this thing or talk about this thing." I'm like, I don't know. I'm fully capable of just completely fucking ignoring everything. Yeah, I don't know. It's especially streams like this where they're early morning streams. I'm just happy to chill out and crash out and talk about media and stuff. What I enjoy. I've been talking a lot about the video game industry recently because I made a friend who's in the industry. So that's been pretty interesting to have those conversations and stuff. Get a bit of insight because I don't know much about like insider knowledge for the games industry and things. But watching the Assassin's Creed Shadows crash out, I'm gonna keep using it now. It's in my head.
Crash out? You see, you have to think about it when you call it that.
Listen, yeah, I know. It's listen, I wouldn't have thought of that before, but you've broken me. You've ruined crash out for me, Rex.
Good.
I like that word. It's fun. That's a fun phrase.
2 words, but
2 words. Sure.
I don't. You should save that. If you love it, first off, if you love something, you have to be willing to let it go. But also, if you love something, then you want it to be used appropriately. You want it to have value. Because if you use it too much, then it's not going to mean anything. It's going to be worthless, and then you've ruined it. This thing you love, your baby, you've destroyed it. How could you have done this?
I mean, again, I'm a YouTuber. Like, isn't the whole thing destroying things we love? Isn't that what YouTube is?
No. I watch things I love get destroyed, and then try and scrape some shekels together from watching that happen. That seems to be what my life is these last 5 or 6 years, but we do what we can.
What's your biggest disappointment then in either like YouTube or like media generally recently in the last like couple of years?
Biggest disappointment?
Yeah.
Probably Arcane Season 2.
Yeah, interesting. See, I never watched Season 1. I never watched Season 1.
It's excellent. It's incredible.
Okay.
You can watch Season 1, and it tells you could stop after Season 1, and it tells its own kind of story.
Okay.
Do not watch Season 2.
The reason I'm not watching it, and the reason I probably think I won't, is because I can't get past the League of Legends stuff. I can't.
I don't know anything about League of Legends.
I think that's better.
The nods it makes to the show are apparently completely like there's a lot of fan stuff in there, but it's like subtle and it's fan service done right. It's a show it doesn't have anything to do with the games really.
I think that's better if you're watching it as somebody who didn't used to play League, and I've played a lot of League and I hate League. And I think I don't want to like watch Arcane and it be like something I'm like biased against. Because like if I think that something's going to be good,
Then just don't.
what like
It's an
yeah.
excellent show. It is one of the best seasons of television ever made. It's an incredibly well-crafted TV show with a wide cast of characters and excellently executed thematics and an amazing art style. You should watch it. Its League of Legends-ness doesn't have anything to do with why it's good. It's just a little some stuff sprinkled in there for the fans that doesn't ever get in the way of the story.
Okay, well that is quite a sales pitch. I will consider it then. I'll give you that. I will think about it. I will consider actually watching it. Trying to like, I don't know whether I'm just really black-pilled on like current media. I like expect things to be bad now.
No, I kind of do too. It depends on who's making it. That's why Arcane Season 2 was such an insane disappointment, because we had very, very high expectations because of the quality of the first season, and then the second season comes out and it's dog shit. Absolutely fucking awful. Maybe the worst drop-off in quality. I will say it is the worst drop-off in quality between a sequel and its original that I have ever seen, because of the scope of what it does to the plot, world building, and all of the characters. So, yeah. It's good, but I would not go that far, Rags. Well, it scales with intelligence, so it's fair
Jesus
enough.
fucking Christ.
There, so. But no, it's extremely good. Highly recommend it. But I don't expect things to be good. It's why if Disney makes anything, it's gonna be terrible. If these companies make stuff, it's gonna be terrible. I just expect it all to be awful. And if I'm surprised, which I want to be surprised, then it happens, right? And I'm good. I want things to be good. I just know they probably won't be. Like, I didn't go into Rings of Power thinking it was gonna be good, and lo and behold, it's fucking dog shit. Wow, shocker there. I'm like, oh, what do you know? Disney made a Daredevil show and it's terrible. Wow. Let me pick my jaw up from the floor.
But okay, so for me, if I think something's going to be legitimately bad, I don't watch it because I'm like, why would I want to put myself through something? Or I'm going to have a bad reaction to something where I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is just a waste of time. Like the Steve Shives film is worse than I expected, but that's like good because I want it to be bad. Yeah.
The worst thing that something can be is like dull and boring and uninteresting.
It's completely carried by the person playing Lucifer. He's actually great. But that's like the only redeeming quality of it. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other things that I've like really liked that I've then been disappointed by in the next season. But do you know what? I've been watching a lot of Stargate. I go through periods of rewatching Stargate. I'm currently in a Stargate loop.
Okay.
I think that's a really underrated show.
Is it? I feel like people quite say very good things about it consistently.
Yeah, but it's like it's not remembered as much as it should be. I think Stargate is up there with things like Star Trek. Legitimately. I think it doesn't get as
Star Trek
much
has
love.
a rocky history when it comes to quality. The highs are very high. The lows are also very low.
Sure, but most people forget the lows, right?
Not these days. They don't.
Well, okay, that's because the lows are like at the moment.
But when people think about
all
Star
low.
Trek, they probably think of like The Next Generation or Voyager or Deep Space Nine or something like that. They think of the good stuff. They think of the good stuff in the good stuff, of which there's a lot. But lately, just because of proximity, like temporal proximity, they think of like Discovery and the whatever the new one is that sucks that no one watched and shit.
Oh,
like
the
that.
Picard show.
The Picard show, yeah, and the Picard show and the new one that they just are making. That's god awful, from what I hear. Section 8, I think.
Oh yeah, which is like
Section 31. Section 31.
It's like the problem that I think a lot of people don't get. Firstly, like which Stargate is your preference? One, Atlantis or Universe? Universe ended too early and was a bit too like depressing. Universe had some great stuff in it, unironically, but it was a bit too tonally shifted. One and Atlantis are both fantastic. They're really good. But obviously, like, just original Stargate is the best because Daniel Jackson's a fantastic character. Anyway, actually, all of them are fantastic characters. Anyway, like, I think there's this problem that creators have now, and Doctor Who really suffers from this, of trying to fill in gaps where, like, the audience is like, ooh, what about this thing that's, like, mentioned in the lore, or, like, there's a single episode on it. What if we expanded on that? It's like, no, it's good because it's not expanded on. Like, the minute you take the mystery away from the thing, it becomes infinitely less interesting. And far too many writers are keen, do not seem to understand this, and are keen to, like, remove the mystery. It's like giving an origin story to Sherlock Holmes. It's like, why?
I think it's fine to give an origin story to Sherlock Holmes if you do it well. The key is the doing it well. That's the part that if they all this stuff, if it was done well, people wouldn't have a problem with it. The problem is this stuff is often done horrifically bad, and then people say you didn't even have to do this. Why did you try to do this? You're making yourself, you are voluntarily deciding to take on a very difficult task to give people things that they don't really want or think they need, and think that you're good enough to tell these stories well to change all of their minds on it, when, quite frankly, you probably aren't. It's not impossible, but you're not good enough to do these sorts of things. But they think they're such hot shit, and people will just do it because it's tied to some property or character or franchise or whatever, that they do it anyway. I'm looking on eBay for Krabby cards because your Pokemon there on your thing. This guy is, I might grab these. There's someone who's selling graded, sequential graded Krabby and Kinglers first edition fossil sets, which I think is their first appearance.
Hold on, I'm selling you a merch that isn't even mine. That's like, that's fucking brutal.
Well, I collect Pokemon cards. I'm already into it. I already do that.
Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's something I do. So
feel less bad. I mean, it'd be worse if I actually had.
And they're good
merch.
cards. I like them. I like the Krabby guys. I like them. I like a lot of Pokemon. They're cool. They have fun designs. Their art's great. They're nostalgic. They got some good value to them, and they're decorative. I got a bunch of stuff on my walls and everything. I got card displays and things. I'm into it.
Yeah,
I'm into the scene.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine.
Well, I'm glad you think that. I'm glad you think that it's fine.
Yeah,
for
I
me,
approve.
An adult man, a male, an adult man to collect Pokemon cards and display them.
Listen. I am
prominently in his
once
home.
again drama streamer, judging people, kind of my whole thing.
No, it's fine. I know what I like.
I've never been into cards. I have a couple of Pokemon plushies.
I got some Pokemon merch. It's mostly like I appreciate the art style and its cultural impact, and it's got some nostalgia value for me. So I'm into it. You know, I drive an 04 Mazda Speed Miata, and I have a Vaporeon like keychain on the rearview mirror, and it's got like both sides where one's the top, one's the bottom, and it's just like, yeah, it's just a little thing. You know, I don't mind. I don't think it's, you know, infantile or anything like that. It's just a little like, hey, yeah, you know, I'm secure enough in my masculinity to be like, yeah, I collect some Pokemon stuff. Sure. I collect all kinds of stuff. I got some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you know, it's all good.
Yeah.
If people have a problem with that, then they're not people that I care to hang out with anyway. So
I tend to do Gundams and like model kits tend to be the main thing that
because I never got into model kits or Gundams, so that's just something I'm
Well,
out of
I
the
can't wait
loop
something to
on.
make.
I know they're big robots that you get in and you fight, so that's
I
that's all I know.
I really like mech stuff. I think mech stuff's like massively underrated.
You think it's underrated?
Yeah, I think mech stuff is
Okay.
underrated and underappreciated. I think it's much more niche than people think it is.
Okay. Do you think okay? Because it's fair enough. Yeah, I guess I don't really know. It's not part of the thing. I'm not into the anime.
Well, you don't
and
really see it in
stuff
Western culture very much. I think like mech stuff is
Not
a very,
really,
very,
yeah.
very much Japanese coded thing. Like historically.
I don't. Yeah, there's something about like the giant robots that I just don't care about. Doesn't do it for me.
See,
I'm not interested. In it.
underrated.
If they were small, Have you played Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
You know how in Cyberpunk they have like the mini bosses or difficult enemies that are like exoskeleton mini mechs? If
Yeah.
they were all like that sized, I would be much more into them. But there's something about them being huge that just instantly my brain is like, this is dumb. And the way they look is like obviously silly. They wouldn't look like that. And I can't like it just
Well,
doesn't
this is why I
mesh in
like
my
Armored
brain.
Core. Armored Core's good because it's got like a
Armored Core, that aesthetic I could see a bit like I could like see that being a thing, right? Where the mechs look like they're more platforms, not like artistic expressions and things like that. I'm like, okay, I could get that.
Yeah, so
Do you
that's
know about
that's
Beta
very
Decay?
much that's very much sort of like where I lean. Like much more of like it's a weapons platform. I think that's I think that's pretty cool. Someone's making like a mech suit like thing that actually works, which I think is pretty fucking cool. I just think they're better.
if
like,
it's-
give me that as a weapons
Usually, as
platform.
you scale things up, I tend to care about them a bit less. I prefer the tactical over the strategic. I like it when fights and stuff like that is a little bit more. I think there's a lot more immersion to be had in the fact when it's a little bit smaller scale, like the cyberpunk mechs that there's a guy inside of that's maybe like 10 feet tall. I'm like, okay, I can believe that's a thing, and you could do stuff with it, and he could fight soldiers and get shot at, and they could be on city streets or in warehouses or on battlefields. Like, okay, that for me, my mind is like, I can totally engage with it and see it working and get really immersed in it. And so that's just me. But was it opinion of Guyver bio boosted armor? I have to look this up. Guyver bio boosted armor. I'll spell it properly though. I'll spell armor properly though. So let's see. Guyver bio boosted armor. I've never heard of this. Guyver the bio boosted armor. 2005 one season. It looks like a big bad Beetleborg.
Oh yeah. This
he looks
shit's
like a Warframe guy. He looks like a little Warframe guy.
This shit is like super fucking dark as well. The guy shit is like it's like proper body horror stuff.
I don't know anything about it. I've never heard of this. Then again, it's a 2005 one season anime I've never heard of. Then again, I could
There's a film of it
probably
as
name
well.
some obscure anime that I saw that one time. Oh, Blue Gender, remember that? And everyone's like, no.
Is it just me or is like fucking Elfen Lied having like a revival? I keep seeing people mention
no clue.
Elfen Lied.
I don't know what Elfen Lied is. I
I
hope he has a good time though.
the fuck do I describe?
Is that a
Elfen Lied?
Yu-Gi-Oh card? Elfen Lied? That sounds like a or a Yu-Gi-Oh card that's a 4-star with 1550 attack that was only decently viable in the first 2 years of that card's release.
It's like a super old anime, but it's sort of like, God, this came out when I was like a young teenager, and
This movie has Mark Hamill in it. Guyver anime.
But like everyone knew about Elfen Lied because the opening scene of it is a naked chick walking through a facility, ripping people apart with her mind.
Oh, that sounds like something I don't care about. It's just like, oh, it does. There's just like, anime is just something I do not give a shit about. Almost all of it that I've seen, I don't like. Not my thing. Some of it I really like. I like Samurai Champloo and Ghost in the Shell and some older stuff. But I see anime now and I'm like, nah, count me out. I'm all right. It's all good.
Hey, the creators of Samurai Champloo are bringing out a new anime though, because they also did Cowboy Bebop. They're pretty good.
Yeah,
studio.
I really like Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah, they've got a new anime coming out.
I hope it does well.
Yeah.
I hope it's good and does well. If it's shit, I hope it fails miserably and all of them die. But if it's doing good, then yeah, good job.
I'm trying to think of things that have come out recently which are actually, like what's come out like movie wise recently that you were like surprised at how good it was.
Let's see. Surprised at how good it was? Godzilla -1. Godzilla movies are typically dog shit and awful, but Godzilla -1 was my favorite movie of that year. I adored that movie. I love it.
Which was
and
Godzilla -1?
This is one that came out a couple years ago, the Japanese one.
Is that the one where he like evolves in real time? Well, he's like. Oh, let me Google
I don't
this.
think so. No. It's very, very good. Excellent music, great acting, awesome effects, incredible movie. Highly, highly suggest Godzilla -1. It is an amazing movie.
I
And
legitimately
an incredible
haven't seen
theater
this.
experience. You got it. You got to see. It's my favorite movie of that year. I love Godzilla -1. Excellent, excellent movie.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. I'll check that out. I'm still stuck watching older stuff. I
That's
don't know
fine.
why.
A lot of older stuff is good. A lot of new stuff is shit. So
I think
it's not that this stuff doesn't like. It doesn't age. If it ages poorly, then probably wasn't good to begin with.
well, I'm just
Yesterday we did some recordings. We watched two old comedies. We watched The Naked Gun 2 and we watched Blazing Saddles, and both of them were good.
Yeah.
Blazing Saddles was really good.
Blazing
and-
Saddles is fucking amazing.
So it's the old stuff. If it's good, it's good, you know? And with rare exceptions, media doesn't like disappear. You know, I know Disney is trying to like I think the only way to watch the Willow show that Disney made a few years back is illegally. They've like taken it down from everything. But for the most part, like it's fine. You can just catch up to whatever. You can give things some time and then have the quality get filtered through everybody else, and then you can check it out. But there's always good stuff that didn't sell well. Stuff like Anthropoid is a really awesome movie that didn't sell well. You know, that this stuff always like that. You get your recommendations. The key is to have a good group of people who can give you good recommendations that you trust, and then go by that. Or to start a podcast where you watch movies and TV shows for a living, so you're constantly watching stuff. So that's one way to do it too.
Yeah, no, I mean
That'll keep you
that helps. Yeah, that helps.
Like, hey, a new Daredevil show's coming out. It's like, all right, well, I guess I'm watching 3.5 seasons of television to get ready for it. All right, I know what I'm doing for the next week, 2 weeks. So
Yeah, I suppose that makes it easier. Would you say? I mean, that seems to be like a bit of a driving factor for like things like EFAB, right? You've got to love what you're doing.
you do. It's one of the things that I recommend to people is like if you're gonna start a YouTube channel or a streaming thing, you gotta do it over something that you're interested in, passionate about, or that you enjoy doing. Because if you don't, then it's just like you're not gonna be able to keep it going. You know, you need to be able to like just for longevity, and so that you don't have your soul get sucked out. You've got to be able to enjoy what you do.
Yeah,
very important.
Well, I mean, if you
don't like
stopped
movies, if you
enjoying-
don't like shows, don't start a media podcast. You know, if you don't like video games, don't talk about video games. You know, for your job, just don't do it. You know, play to your strengths. Talk about stuff that you like and have lots to say about and are passionate about. That's something that comes up with Boogie a lot. Was before he does what he does now. When he never ever said anything about games or the gaming industry that was insightful or interesting, which is bizarre considering how much engagement in his life he's had with the industry and with video games. I would be ashamed of myself if I never could say anything interesting about video games when I've engaged with video games so much in my life. They're like the hobby that I do more than anything else. So I'd better have things to say.
Well, yeah, this is why the Doomer Media clip is so famous. I think that everyone recognizes how insane a take that is from someone who's like, I've played video games my whole life, and story doesn't
I played
matter.
for 30 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
I played video games for 30 years.
But yeah, I mean, if I stopped enjoying this, this channel would die like in a week, because I'd just be like, I'm done. Because I have no other incentive to do it other than it's fun. That's it. I think that does help me as well.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That changes what I engage with. Like the Tommy C clip, or like if there's like a particular drama going on, and I'm not interested in it, I just won't cover it, because I'm like, well, what's the point? Where's the benefit to me?
I offered this guy $30 for. Oh, he's declined. Oh, okay. I guess that's too cheap. All right, I'll make him another offer. For the Krabby and Kingler. I'll make them another offer. They're both graded 8, which is fine. They're not like valuable, but it'd be cool to have them side by side. First edition fossils. Let's do 30. Let's out. Make an offer. $30. Let's cover a video or something. Let's talk about something. So I declined $35. Fine. Very well. I will increase my offer.
I still want you to watch Cypher and tell me what you think of it.
CIPHER?
Yeah, I sent you a link to it. Ages
Okay,
ago.
I gotcha. If it's there, then I'll still got it. I can filter by links. 40. I'm making an offer 40.
What do you think of Shock Treatment, by the way? The Rocky Horror sequel.
Haven't seen it.
Okay. Might get you at some point to watch that. Right, do you want to see a bit of the Steve Shice film? As a preview.
No. I'll watch it not on stream. I'll watch it just as its own thing. Just absorb myself in it, you know.
Absorb yourself in. No, that's fair. Let me see if I can find something to put on it. We can have a quick look at. What do I have kicking around? It was like
I have one offer left. He wants 45 for them. I offered him 40 and he's still at this point I might just be being what's it a bit overly thrifty. There's an unusual amount of competition on there's enough competition on eBay apparently for Krabby and Kingler pairs that I don't have to obsess over anyone in particular. I'm like, well, I'll move on to someone else then. Maybe I'll come back. I don't know. We're just seeing where the night leads.
Let's
I have some that are coming in. I've got a number of stuff. Every once in a while I'll pick one up. You know, if I like the art on it or I think it's kind of cool or at a neat price. What are we watching? What are we looking at? What are we covering? What are we talking about? What's on the stream agenda? What's on the gay agenda for the stream?
The gay agenda of the stream.
I assume that's what. Yeah, I assume it'll be gay. So.
I assume it'll be gay. Fuck. Well, because the Tommy C video didn't grab me very much.
It didn't grab me either.
Yeah. There's Counterpoints versus Ryle. That's the problem. The only major thing that's going on is like the melee stuff over is it Hex? I don't follow any of the Smash community stuff.
Yeah,
so.
Don't you? Oh, Melee. Oh, who's who? Okay, who's the pedophile this time?
Oh, so there was a Melee player called Hex who got banned a lot. Am I getting this right? Is it Hex or Hacks? He got banned a lot. He had a lot of drama through the years. A lot of people have covered him. He recently unalived, which is very sad. And now there's a lot of Twitter drama about it. Yeah, there's a lot of Twitter drama.
What's the drama?
Over who's responsible.
Like he got
and
driven to suicide.
Yeah, kind of. This internet drama over Smash and stuff kind of ruined his life. Because all he wanted to do was play video games. That's what I'm getting from it.
Well, if he got banned, I assume he like cheated and stuff, right?
I don't know what caused the banning. I really don't know the lore of this one. I think it was just that he was a little bit obsessive and crazy.
About the game or about like people in the game or like children because he's a Melee player?
Lufin, one of the other players. He like hated one of the other players and like this has spiraled for years.
How old is this Hex fellow? Because he's dead now.
I think like mid to late 20s, I think. I don't know much about it. Like
that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
Yeah, like that's the only other drama that's
I
going
can't
on
imagine that.
Like Ethan Hassan stuff.
It's legitimately wild to me that some people can obsess so much about like these video games and these sorts of like communities to the point where they will like end their own lives over it. That's just wild to me. I can't even imagine like to be that invested and emotionally attached to this kind of thing is just it's nuts to me. Especially considering like think about all the things in your life that you've just walked away from. You probably can't even remember a lot of them because you've successfully just walked away from them so fucking hard, you can't even remember them.
Yeah.
But some people, I guess, can't do that. They cannot let things go.
Yeah, it's just like who cares? It doesn't matter in the slightest. I mean, again, I think this is like should be the core thing with a lot of online stuff. Who gives a shit? This is all sort of irrelevant. I think this is like my take around online politics as well. A lot of people get caught up in it, but ultimately it has very little impact on anything. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, people way overvalue the attention and stuff that these little internet microdramas and mini communities really are, but because they don't have any perspective, because they're young, because they're super absorbed into this one thing and it dominates their life and their attention, they think it's way bigger than it really is, and they won't just walk away. You can do that. It's like the old meme. Like, what do you mean you're getting cyberbullied? Just like turn the computer off, just walk away, just log off the website, and it's done. It's over. It literally goes away. You can just walk away from it.
Just escape.
It's so easy. It's often just like I'll just do that sometimes if there's like, oh, this is just a shitty place, or you're a shitty person, or this conversation's retarded. I'm just gonna leave, and it's really easy. Like, oh, you're a moron. I'm not gonna engage with you. I can go do something else with my life. Bye.
Yeah. I mean, like again, it's there's a court. So with the ACC stuff, Lyo Convoy ended up in court with somebody, like over a restraining order, and they're on this like Zoom call to the court, and the judge is literally like, "You guys don't live in the same state. You could just not interact with each other."
I don't know about that. That sounds pretty. That sounds pretty crazy. I think someone who's doing that is just doing it for like attention, or to get at that person to be like, "See, I legally have a restraining order on you."
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Oh my god, this guy is selling a complete French first edition base set of the Pokemon series from 1999, all PSA 10, like graded gem mint as 10s. He's selling it for $968,000. That is wild. That is wild. First off, that it's all in French is crazy. Maybe this guy's a French guy. I don't know. If I had this, I would never sell it. It would be an heirloom of my family to be passed down. This is an insane thing to have. Almost $1 million he's wanting for it. That is wild. I don't know what the real value is. There's 150, there's 102 cards in the 99 base set. And he's got all of them first edition. And he has all of them first edition rated Gem Mint 10s by PSA, the card grading company. Wild. I guess some people just have this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, having it French is worse. That's true. But, like, geez. Anyway, what were we talking about? I just saw this.
No,
like,
you're fine. You're fine. This is very much a derailed stream. It's talking about random crap. I think we're fine.
This is what happens when I'm looking for Krabbies and Kinglers.
There's a new Not So Erudite clip.
Yeah.
Well, let's watch this. Fuck it. And you can tell me.
Apparently, I popped this out to another window. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay. Let's have a look at this.
Denny's doxing actions and meltdowns at
Okay,
Kelly.
we'll move to somewhere where it's like.
Because as far as I know,
Destiny,
unless
and
something has happened,
commentary about misogyny.
as far as I know, Erudite is still with Destiny doing the show, right?
They've ended their business relationship. They're still friends. She has said that she's going to continue Bridges, and that Destiny is like not banned from Bridges. He might be on there, and like her audience is a DGG audience.
She's keeping the door open. She's keeping the door. She's a moral coward. She's keeping the door open for him.
Well, these streams, so she's now streaming regularly because she's trying to rebuild her channel basically, and they've been great because every now and again, somebody will ask something about Destiny, and she'll just spiral for 5 minutes.
I knew that she was a piece of shit when all of this started coming out, and she put out the test tweet. She testing the waters. Oh, I haven't really decided yet. I don't know. I'm thinking about ending the blah blah. Putting the tweet out to test the waters to see what people would think about it. And it's you failed the test just by this tweet, just by having to ask to see if it would be all right. You failed the test. And now you're still leaving the door open. Okay, all right.
So it's the little things, right? I think
He's
actually,
with 'em.
unironically, it is just the little things. Like I think the little things
add up.
yeah, tell
Some
you
little
who a
things are
person
not so little.
True. I mean, apparently she still owns the Bridges brand, and Destiny just kept the studio and the equipment. Oh fuck. Okay, let's have a look.
Either words for things, like you say one thing and do the opposite. Can we like try to use the right words for things? Like you don't need to use more.
Can you start it over
words
just real quick, just so I get the tweet, or just so I get the message?
Oh, what this one? Oh, what of
Yeah, what she's responding to.
Oh,
Just play that. Just restart. Yeah, just the quote.
Oh,
yeah, so I know what she's responding to.
Oh, we haven't got that yet. It'll come up in a second. It's just Ral doing an intro cut thing.
All right.
So.
bad behavior. We have words for it, right? Like Destiny violated a friend's trust massively, potentially in multiple ways. I feel like we can talk about that betrayal without turning it into like molestation, which just didn't happen, right? Like, can't we do this? Can't we talk about Harry Sisson and be like, yeah, he was being a womanizer?
Yeah, she's talking about the Harry drama. Some dude who was
basically, I don't know who this is.
He was basically messaging a load of girls and playing the field, and wasn't fully upfront with them that he was messaging other people. He wasn't dating any of them or anything.
Well, that's fine. What's wrong with that?
He's kind of like, the drama stems from the fact that he is like a left-wing kind of Democrat creator, like goes after whatever podcast. Basically, you should treat women well. So he's sort of exposed for being a bit of, a fuckboy, which matters more if your content is kind of anti-fuckboy. But it's a nothing burger drama generally.
Because I'd be like, that's just like what you think you think I am only talking. I guess I'm bisexual, so I'm like, you think I'm only talking to a single person at any given time that I have any sort of sexual potential interest in ever? Like I only one at any given time if I'm not in a relationship. Like that's obviously I'm talking to more than a single individual at a time about that. I'm not in a relationship.
But it's what I said. It's like, if somebody's single and you're not like exclusive, I sort of assume that person is flirting with other people other than me, right? It seems pretty normal.
Not just flirting, yeah. If you're flirting, then you're not in a. If you're flirting in a relationship, obviously that's bad. That's almost cheat. That's basically cheating. Unless you have an agreement that you're open or whatever. So enjoy the year and a half you've got before you break it up. But that's just like dating. That's how people interact. Obviously, that's how people interact. What is up with people and not just people don't understand anything about like how humans work and how social situations work if they're online. Like, how dare he message multiple women at once? And yeah, welcome to Earth.
No, I just don't disagree with you.
All right, well.
Yeah, no, I just think it's people should chill more. But there's I think a lot of you saw this with the Turkey Tom drama where he like admitted that he cheated on a partner, and everyone's like, well, he's evil. And it's like, no, lots of people cheat.
You're not evil. He just did that's a very bad thing to do. And I definitely would hold that against his character. I don't think it's a good thing because of that.
I don't think it's a good thing.
It's a bad thing.
But it's like, well, yeah, okay, sure. But I don't think it's also like, if you cheated years ago, if you're talking about cheating like a month ago, maybe. But if you're like, hey, when I was a teenager, I had a girlfriend and I cheated on her, it's like, okay, cool. Well, as long as you're not, as long as that's not like a behavior you're doing all the fucking time, like people fuck up. Do you know what I mean?
If you admit that it was a bad thing and you show that you're actually remorseful of it and you're not proud of it, then yeah, that's one thing. Especially if it was a long time ago. But the fact that you did it is like, well, that's not like you don't accidentally do that. This isn't like a whoopsie, I cheated thing. It is a very deliberate series of decisions that you choose to make.
Yeah, sure.
So,
sure.
Yeah. It's a shitty thing to do. If they, like I said, if they're remorseful for it.
Yeah, he wasn't bragging about it, you know? He wasn't like, Lamau, I cheated on this bitch. Yeah. It was like
Because there should always be a pathway to redemption for this kind of things, and people can turn it around and they can make mistakes and own up to them and move forward. That's important to have.
Yeah, I think I mean I've talked on stream before about like, especially when I was a teenager, I was just like a terrible boyfriend. I was just not a good partner. But like you change over time and you mature and you get better.
Obviously, people when they're very young, you're not the same person you were back then, and if you are, that's a problem. So
true. Which is I think
the reason that we look back at our younger selves and cringe at the things we did and said is because we've grown as people.
Yeah. Teenage me was a mess, but I think that's fine. I think it's fine to admit that. And this is why I'm not big on like when people drag up people's shit from like 20 years ago. And you're just
I hate that shit so much. I actually hate that shit. It is. I think it's very indicative of someone's character if that's the sort of thing that you do to other people.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Bad. So, Erudite,
And
what's
it
she
definitely
saying?
seems like
Hello Fresh. By the way, these food delivery services where they give you the slop that you heat up in the microwave, it all looks disgusting. I would never buy this, and I would never shill for it.
It
looks nasty.
I don't get the HelloFresh stuff. I mean, I think that a lot of people should be more selective with the sponsorships they take, frankly. Ugh.
like
So
he
it said,
was
at my
dodging
college
the
art course, listening to a furry and a ginger talk about internet drama at wild times. First off, I'm not a ginger. No, wait, I am. Yeah, well, that's what I get for picking a sheep. So
Yeah,
there
I
you
think
go. Carry on.
the ginger comment was directed at me.
It's me because of. I mean, look at me. It's a reference to me.
Well,
You can look at my icon and you can tell.
Okay, I think that might be your narcissism showing slightly, because I think you're the furry and I'm the
It's
ginger.
not. Wait, no. This isn't about narcissism. This is just an objective fact that I'm a saucy, spicy redhead.
Are you actually?
This is
ginger
not
in
a
real
matter
life,
of
though?
opinion.
Are you ginger in real life though, or is this like stolen valor?
This isn't stolen valor. This is self-appointed persona.
What the fuck?
And that might as well.
No, you can't. That's like you can't do the white girl chick thing where you're like I've dyed my hair red,
drink
so
White
I'm
Claw?
ginger. Yeah, and ginger now.
No,
Don't
I'm
do
not
that.
a ginger. Why would I? No, I'm not actually.
I've
a
had to live
ginger.
with this my
or
whole
am
life.
I? That's all right. I don't mind. I don't even mind.
You can't steal my gingerness. That's like a defining factor.
You can. You literally can genetically and pass it on to somebody else as if it was your own.
Wait,
I could marry a ginger, have kids with her, and then I could legitimately take it and give it to someone else.
you can't. No, hold on. If you married a black person and like had kids with them, you can't then be like, I'm black now.
I'm half black because I married a black person. I think that's literally how it works. we make a really good team. I'm pepper, she's salt.
Okay. Wouldn't that be the other way around?
No, why would it be the other way around?
I feel like this is a trap of some kind that you are laying out.
Not a trap here.
Jesus.
Just me and my beautiful African queen and I being a team.
Sure.
We watch Blazing Saddles together every night, and we both know the words by heart, and we both say all the words together.
Fuck. I still think my favorite line in that movie is like the to hell with you, I work for Mel Brooks at the end.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
level of honesty that he could have about how many other women he was talking to without being like, it's probably a groomer. Like, we should probably reserve the word groomer for groomers. Or like molester for molesters. Oh, right, Mr. Girl's a molester. I don't think I've ever called Mr. Girl a molester. I think I've called him a narcissist. I think I've said he seems like a narcissist. Sounds like a workaround. Yeah, it just drives me crazy. Like we should just probably reserve big words for big things, specifically for the things that they're actually addressing.
Yes, you should call things what they are. True. Move on.
Well, again,
next sentence, please. Or provide examples as to what you mean. Yes, I agree. Refer to things accurately.
Well, I can't believe she covered the Harry drama, because it's literally like you can make so many, like, not like one-to-one, but illusion comparisons to the shit going on with Destiny. Like, this is what you chose to cover. I think that's brave or stupid. I'm really not sure which one it is.
And we're mostly descriptive, but if we're working towards a solution, we need to agree on where lines end for certain terms. Where's the groomer thing coming from, anyways? Like, about who? About Harry Sisson? A lot of people are really, really angry at Destiny. And because I'm like a woman in a nearby space of him, I think I genuinely catch a lot of like misattribution of anger at me for him. They're mad because I like didn't take certain positions, and then when I did, they're mad because I didn't. Like, they've updated why they're mad at me for like 3 months now.
I mean, like, adding to the list, probably. They're probably just adding to the list. It is getting updated in the sense that the stack of things is probably just having more things added to it. Yeah. It's not that they've retroactively changed why they're upset with you. It's because you're a moral coward, is why.
Yeah, see, like with Dan, I don't think Dan gets anywhere near the level of anger, because Dan was just like very blatantly like, I don't really care. Because
Dan's
much.
A psycho weirdo. Yeah. So I was willing to give. I mean, I don't know if you've listened to like some of the streams and stuff Dan did talking about this. Dan is like insane.
Yes. Yeah.
An actual insane person. But I was willing to give Dan the most time to come out and say that he was gonna do what should be done, because he was so close to Destiny as a friend. So I would be like, oh, I'll afford you more time to make the correct decision, right? And then he comes out, and then he makes his psycho streams talking about it, and I'm like, holy shit, dang.
I think it's fine for people to maintain a friendship. I think it's the maintaining the public relationship that's the issue. Because like,
I don't think that I would. So if there is someone that I would cut ties with publicly, I disagree. If I'm gonna be friends with somebody, then I wouldn't cut ties with them publicly. That's what being a friend doesn't do that.
Okay, but if you've got like, let's say, well, I think it's slightly different if you're a political streamer and creator, because if you've got somebody who's done something like that stands against your moral principles, you're like, well, I'd have to condemn this. Or ideally, it's like, well, I have to condemn this. But it's like, but also, like, there's a path to redemption, right? So, like, you'd be like, well, I'm their friend. I'm going to help them through that and, like, remain friends with them. But, like, I strongly condemn their actions. And because I strongly condemn their actions, I'm no longer going to, like, work professionally with them for the foreseeable future until there is, like, an actual redemption path.
Okay, yeah, in that sense, I agree, if that's what's happening. Which is not what's happening with Dan.
Well, no, it's
not that I'm saying you said it is.
Yeah.
But, like, I agree in that specific of, like, I will agree in that thing that you said, yes. But that seems to be something that doesn't typically happen. Normally it's that people are not willing to pay the price for standing up for something. People talk a big game a lot about, you know, making tough decisions and having principles and being virtuous and making the right decisions. And then the time comes for them and they're like, well, no, I mean, you know, no, I said, and then they half and half it. They'll be like, oh yeah, I'll condemn this and da 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 da. But you know, well, I mean, like, you know, behind the friends, I'll leave. They'll do the thing where they leave the door open, or maybe you just go quiet about it, you know, and yeah, but I get what you mean. I get what you mean. In that sense, I think I agree. There are some things that you can. I think there are some things that a person could do that could warrant cutting business ties with them, but behind the scenes, not only like behind the scenes in a hidden way, but like giving them an extra chance. But I feel like you need to be open about that. You have to be open about it. The moment that I get a whiff of subterfuge, I feel like that's a failure. You have to be open about these positions from the get-go.
Well, see, this was
Because
my
if you're
problem
being
with,
hidden
like,
about it, then you're trying to see what works out or not.
Yeah.
What the advantageous position is. You're being tactical about it, not principled.
Well, see, here's my problem with Erudite. Erudite is somebody who talks a lot about morals, about doing the right thing, about like the importance of like politics or whatever. And I'm very like broad brushing her views and things. But if Erudite had come out when the leak started and said, "Hey, these are really bad. Destiny's my friend, and I'm going to continue that friendship," but it's like, because she knew things from behind the scenes, because she was talking to other people involved in this.
Yeah, that's even worse. That's worse for her. Though.
Yeah, this is why it's I'm.
And also, it means this is an open declaration where Erudite is saying, if my friend does these things to women, you know, the thing that I've essentially built my online career about, caring about women and their issues, but I'll be friends with someone who does this to women multiple times, apparently, and shows absolutely no remorse for it, and attacks people who are mean to me about it, and I will treat this as a joke, and I will show absolutely be completely unremorseful for it. Then I'm like, oh yeah, then that's the kind of a person that you will be friends with. Okay, understood. Says a lot about you.
Well, yeah, this is the thing.
I wouldn't be friends with a person like that. There's no fucking way.
The only reason she's cutting these ties is because of public pressure, and it's like, well, at that point, I kind of don't care. Like, it's like when someone apologizes because it's public pressure. It's like, well, that apology means nothing, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just don't think that there's I don't think that there's an earnest bone in her body when it comes to this issue. Destiny is foul, and if you're still going to be friends with someone who does that, and again, the fact that it's Erudite and she's talked so much online before about, you know, women's this and, you know, being sexually respectful to them and these kinds of issues and men and women dynamics and misogyny and things of that nature, and you're friends with a guy who does this to women and seems to view women in this kind of a way, I don't know. That's no, I do know. Fuck you. You're a moral coward and you're a piece of shit, and I have no respect for you. But I can make but yeah, there you go. Cards on the table, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have that bias. All right, let's keep going. Let's see how she handles these latest points about Destiny.
At the end of the day, when I look at it, I think people are justifiably really angry at Steven. And because I'm close to him and I'm not willing to like publicly disavow him, I'm basically catching a lot of hatred, despite not really being participatory in like Steven's stuff. The groomer stuff with Harry Sisson,
she doesn't get it. Yeah, that's weird that she would try and compartmentalize those things. We should use watch together whenever you have a moment. But I guess she doesn't understand that if you are friends and continue to be friends with and will not disavow someone who did these things, then of course you're going to. They're not even catching strays. It's just like collateral damage. It's not like it's bouncing off of him and hitting you when you're on the sidelines. You're standing there with him and you're both getting shot together. You're team him. You're not catching strays. You're just getting hit by the same bullet that's meant for the both of you.
Yeah. I do actually. I mean, I just agree with you. This is, and again, I think it's part of this.
We make a good team.
Well, listen, it's nice to have other people around who like hate Erudite.
We'll be.
It's nice.
You know how me and my African queen are salt and pepper. We could be like paprika and cinnamon. I'm paprika.
Why the fuck am I cinnamon?
Because paprika is taken.
There are other spices.
Name 2.
Oregano. And 5 spice.
5 spice.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. 5 spice powder. 5 spice powder. It's a mixture of, let's see, commonly star anise, cloves, Chinese cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, and fennel seeds, used predominantly in almost all branches of Chinese cuisine. Okay, I didn't know about 5 spice powder.
Yeah. See, I went the extra mile.
No, you just named 2.
Technically,
you named 2.
6.
It's that one of them is just. Well, no, cloves aren't a spice.
Sure. Okay.
Sichuan pepper isn't a spice. Fennel seeds aren't a spice. I don't think any of these are like spices. They just sort of combine together in a mixture called 5-spice powder. However, this is ultimately this is irrelevant to the point. This is totally ancillary to the point, which is that I am paprika.
Okay, well, I'm claiming 5 spice.
I'm the paprika was the child of salt and pepper on Blue's Clues.
That's
French
that's
condiments?
a very very weird fact to know.
I think that I look all that makes me think of is that Miss Pepper is a cheating whore, and that she had an affair with Cinnamon, and there's like, no, it's paprika. Okay, if only okay, I will not ask any questions because we have to help Blue with our clues in the kitchen. I remember they're French. Would you like to take a bath? No, we are French. We do not do this. What are we talking about?
Don't know.
All right, something about erudite.
Fuck. That's
yeah.
I've had I've got very quickly. I've got some fan art submissions.
You know, Blue's
myself,
a girl. That
so-
shocked me when I was a child, and I discovered that Blue was a girl.
That's not. Is that true? That's depressing. I like this.
What? Wait, which part is depressing? That Blue is a girl, or that it shocked me?
The Blue is a girl.
Why is that depressing?
I don't know.
I was
it's
just
very
surprised. I
male-
didn't think it was depressing.
I think it's like very male coded. I feel like part of my childhood's been taken from me.
I think it just makes me appreciate that even girls can. I think it's because it's blue. Blue's a generally a boy color for young stuff, and pink is a. Well, there is a pink one, isn't there? Doesn't Blue have a pink friend? Blue's pink friend. Yeah, blue and magenta, and she has purple glasses. The fucking whore.
Quite like this,
Magenta.
actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I don't want to take away from your art here. This is good.
Cool. I might use that as a PFP actually. That's pretty good. I really like that one. That one's really nice.
What's the other one? What's the other one? I didn't quite catch it. I was looking at magenta. Not the color, the dog, but the dog is the color, so kind of both of them. Oh, that's cute too. I like the style. It gives me Shin-chan vibes.
Yeah, I can see that. I get like a lot of really cool art. I think I would say that's probably one of my big motivators these days. I like fan art. Fan art's pretty based. Decently solid. No, I like using it stuff like this in streams as well. Partly because, you know, parasocial relationships. Slowly training chat. Okay, cool. Right, let's go not so erudite. Preaker and 5 spice. Okay. That's what we're doing. Fuck my life.
Yeah.
Acoustic can't even spell Sisson. Destiny's crowd is oddly obsessed with you in general. Well, it's more like Destiny's anti-fan crowd is really obsessed with me. There's probably some sort of commentary about misogyny there. But I think it's less compelling if it comes from me.
So you are responsible for his actions? How?
You're signing off on them. You're approving of them.
I think it's more than just signing off and approving for them. I think it's
You're just being. I'm not going to
actively-
condemn him. I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's actively sweeping. Like quite literally, it's like downplaying the severity of the actions. And I mean, even stuff like this, it's like, well, I don't get why people hate me. Like it's like it's just people being crazy. It's like, no,
She can't be. She's not this stupid. She knows what she's doing. She's acting as if like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna label all of the criticism I'm getting for my absolutely morally repugnant and cowardly behavior as, oh yeah, they just it's just women. It's just people who hate women and some of Destiny's. It's haters and anti-Destiny people and da da da. It's like, okay, I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. It's what people do when they don't have an argument and they're trying to hide from the real criticism. Because you can't face the real criticism.
well, it's like there's no way that she'd be able to, right? Because the real
Well,
criticism.
yeah, what's she gonna say?
You know, she's doing this whole thing at the moment where she's like, I'm doing more important things. Like, I'm talking to people at the DNC. It's like, What? So, my constant point with this is like,
too bad for them, I guess.
well, you know, what difference is it going to make in the next 4 years? But like, you've got people like this, and this is what does piss me off about the politics crowd, is like this implied thing of, I know better, like if people just listen to me, the world would be better, I can talk about the big issues. And one of the defenses Erudite has used is like, oh, I don't care about the Destiny stuff, there are bigger things, there's like male suicide. It's like, well, comparatively, I actually kind of agree. The Destiny stuff, in the grand scheme of everything, is not massive. It's not like world ending, it's not world changing. But if you can't deal with these smaller things, how the fuck do you expect people to believe that you should be taken serious on the big things? You've got like, I think
there's an element of that. Yeah, absolutely.
you
Like
know.
you failed what should have been a very easy test to make. Not even necessarily easy, because I know you had like a financial reason to do this. It was more difficult for you than some people.
Oh,
But
she's
there's
in love
also
with
an
him.
element of,
It's not the financials. She's in love with him. Like that's the line of this. I am 100% convinced of this. There's like a couple of streams and like videos. Do you know what? I probably can't bring up the other clip like offhand, but I'll show it to you. I might send it to you. But basically, there's a stream she did like a couple of months ago with her husband, and it is super awkward. They're very, very awkward with each other. And then
I think I know what you're talking about. I've heard of these, and I think I've seen like little clips here and there, and they're just like legitimately bizarre, like space alien emulating a human being.
yeah. But then you see her with Destiny, and her posture's more relaxed. She's doing like she looks at him in that like particular flirty-eyed way, like, you know, when women look at a guy.
What is wrong with women? What is wrong with him? I don't get it. He's such a sleazy kind of like you know what he's done. You've known about it. It's out there. You know what he does. You know that, like, come on, like even when I watched his stuff, it had like 17 asterisks of this take is bad, this take is bad. He has some clear issues. But like I like a lot of the stuff he says, and a lot of the advice he gives is good. Shame that he does the opposite of it.
It's the I can fix him thing. Like, and I think Erudite was one of these people, like, Destiny will never do that to me. And because Erudite seems to work on the basis of, like, she'll, like, if you ever listen to Erudite talk about other creators, she's like, oh, I've got lots of famous friends kind of thing. She's one of these kind of creators who's like, oh, I know this person, chat, you should ask me about this person. And like, I did horse riding with Amaranth. And Erudite's like level of what a good person is whether they are like beneficial or nice to her. That's Erudite's kind of compass for this shit. Basically, it's not more complicated than that, and that's also why she sucks. Because obviously you should have like, there are people who like me who I don't like, and there are people who don't like me who I do like, because I'm not 16, or like when I say like, I'm like, I'll like their content or whatever, because I don't base my opinions of people on their opinions of me. I base it on
to a degree I do. The opinions that they have about me and how they've got them are a part of who they are in their thought process, which is it's part of who they are. That's something that's a fair candidate to judge people by.
I'm not saying it's like an unfair candidate, but like if it's
it's not the only thing, but
yeah, like if I just don't gel with
things.
somebody, like there are creators who I just like I've had interactions with, and I just don't gel with that person very well. Like the interaction isn't very good, or you know, we just don't click. And I'm like, I still like this person's content. I still think they're funny. It's just like we don't have like a good chemistry or something. And they don't like me because of the chemistry we've had. Like, I don't have an issue with that. I think that's whatever. If you hate me for like some like really random fucking reason that's just a bit bollocks, that's like a different story. But you know, at the same time, like if somebody likes me, or says nice things about me, that doesn't necessarily mean I'll like them, because some of that might just be like the clout farm, right? Like it's like, well, I saying this nice thing about the creator, and it's like, okay, well, you're only saying that because you know that there'll be a positive reaction from the people who like me if you say nice things about me. I'm like, I think that's a bit gay. In the same way, you know. I like honest interactions.
Yeah. I do too. I don't like the idea that if I go someplace and it's like, oh, you're this and that, and the YouTuber, da, da, da. I'm like, okay, it's not my. I'd rather just be like, oh yeah, I'm just a guy, just a dude, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, in the conversations we've had, we've mostly just talked about media stuff because they're interesting conversations for me. When I chat to Akani, who's been on stream before talking about games industry stuff, I chatted to him off stream. It's just about like, it's not really about drama stuff because I'm very much driven by the conversation. I said, like, even when I started doing this, I think a big like driving factor for me was there were people I wanted to talk to who I'd never have conversations with. Not because I wanted them to like me, not because I wanted to like become a YouTuber, but because I was interested in having a conversation with these people, and that's much easier to do when you've got a platform. And now I know that there are people who kind of see me in a light of like, oh, Beckett's a YouTuber, and I'm like, I'm just a dude who installed OBS. It's literally it. It's really not much deeper than that. I wouldn't consider myself a micro celebrity or any weird shit like that. I think that's a bit weird. But I don't know if that changes with scale. You know, you've got a much bigger.
I think you should have expectations when it gets to a certain point, I guess, of how people might react to you. And it's probably you can probably get to a certain size. Depends on how big you are within certain communities. But you can probably get to a certain size where it's like you just have to expect that that's going to be an element of who you are, and it will inform most people's kind of interactions with you. It'll just make it a little bit more difficult for you to kind of know who your true friends are in a way. It's like being really, really wealthy when everyone knows you're super wealthy. It's kind of the same thing, or at least a similar thing, I feel. But I'm with you, and I'd rather just be like, let's just play games together. Let's hang out, talk, chat, do whatever. If it comes up, it comes up, and it's part of who I am. It's what I do. It influences the opinions I have and how I got them, and my daily life. But it's a part of me, not all of me. Not every aspect of my personality and life is going to be related to that.
Yeah. And again, I think this is why the compartmentalization, like when we talked earlier about like being terminally online, right? Some people, every single aspect of this is every single aspect of them. And I think that's when it becomes unhealthy. When you start seeing certain people as maybe mattering more than they do. Because I mean, I'd consider myself as not really mattering in grand scheme or even micro scheme. I'm just like some dude. Some people view this as far more important and far more integral. So like the idea of like talking to a certain person or being involved in a certain thing becomes like, so we say, like bears much more weight to them than probably it should in any sane fucking world.
I gotcha. Yeah.
But back to Erudite. Let's hear about misogyny and why
back to Erudite.
Why people hate her.
Fortunately. I can't understand why Parker and Dean said my friend did a bad thing, but we're still friends. It's just a position that you can hold that I wouldn't really like necessarily. I think you just can hold that position. I disagree. I don't think it's a wholly unreasonable position to hold. I just think like the extent to which we apply this stick feels like it's increasingly short, like the Harry Sisson situation.
Don't really know what she said and all that.
No,
I feel like that was just talking without
Destiny
saying
like
anything
a tacit
really.
acceptance of his behaviors. I would just say that his behaviors were wrong. Like there's a reason
You are
that we're not in
accepting
business
it
together, right?
Well, you're friends. You won't condemn it. You are accepting it. If you did not accept it, my friends cannot do unacceptable things, because that's what unacceptable means.
Yeah.
Like if I don't like something, but it's not a big deal, I can accept that. But if it's a huge deal and I don't accept it, then like it's done, it's over. That's why we say something is unacceptable. It must be changed. It has to be changed. And
What
Destiny has only shown the worst, most unremorseful, vicious behavior as a result of this.
Yeah. I mean, I think that people can change over time. I think there is that remorse thing. And like, I'm like, unless you're like a murderer, a rapist, pedophile, like, you know, like, I think there are like unforgivable, not. Yeah, fuck it. I think there are certain things you can do which just make you like there's like no path to redemption. Like, I kind of don't want to. I don't care.
Murder and rape are unforgivable.
I think depending on what we're talking about, there's like a lot of context things. I think that certain types of like, if you're like a serial killer, or if you've like stalked somebody, broken into the house and like fucking killed them in their sleep, kind of murder. We're talking about things that's like, yeah, I don't think there's a path of redemption from that. Really, like, God, listen, God can forgive you. I might, you know, I don't really give a shit. There are people who've like done things to me over the years where like I will never forgive that person for that. I don't care how much they've changed. I don't care that they're like a different person entirely. I'm like, I will never forgive you for what you did. I think that's fine.
Do you feel like that's do you think that's like do you think in any way that is a fault on your part, or do you think that that's like a position you hold that you think is a virtuous and just one to have?
I don't think of it in terms of morals. I just think of it in the way that that's how I feel about it.
If you were to think of it in terms of morals, what would you think?
I'd think that that's a good way to put this. I think it depends what you do with that. Like, again, I'm not waiting for this person's life to fall apart. I'm not really thinking about them. I'm just like, I don't forgive you. Like, if you apologize to me, I wouldn't accept it. I don't really care. You did that thing. That's kind of the end of it. But those are like I would describe those as extreme things to me. Like, I don't know if it's got like I don't know if it's I'd say it's morally neutral. I don't think it's good or bad. I think it's just the way you feel about something. It depends on the impact it lets you have. Like, there are some people who are like, oh, like, I should be clear. I don't hate people like that. Like, it's not like I hate you forever. It's just like I just don't forgive you.
Yeah, I get you. I get what you mean. Yeah, I don't think that there's not like anyone that I really have like kind of personal hatred for, but there's a lot of people that I just really dislike. I don't think about them much. They don't ever take up any of my memory bandwidth through the day. I don't care about them. I don't care about their forgiveness, anything like that. I'm not angry or bitter. I'm just like, I've written them off completely, and I'm apathetic in an almost cold and clinical way, like just completely apathetic on it, and I've just gone on with my life.
Yeah, I think apathy is probably like if somebody ever really pisses me off, I have a like clear shut off point. If anyone ever really pisses me off, and it happens, you know, every now and again, less so and less so as I get older and older, you know, and it's been a long time since anyone's hit that point with me. But I'm just like, I don't care about you. Like, it's like, if you succeeded, it wouldn't mean anything to me. If you failed and died, it wouldn't mean anything to me. I wouldn't have a happy or sad reaction to it. Like, it's that level of sort of cold apathy. There aren't many people like that, but they certainly exist for me. Yeah, that's how I'd put it.
I would say that pretty much any crime that you're capable of doing, any moral crime you're capable of doing, is theoretically able to have forgiveness reached for it, but it might not be possible for you to do it given the limitations of like your lifespan and your ability to undo the damage done. Like, is like in a hypothetical scenario, could a serial killer who killed 100 people, right, have earned forgiveness? It's like, yeah, theoretically, sure, but it's basically impossible given how much work that they would have to put into it, and the time that it would take and the effort. Probably is basically impossible. But if we have like a Lord of the Rings elf who is like eternal, Like they'll just live forever unless they, I don't know, eat some gas station sushi, and they just live forever. Can a Lord of the Rings elf who murders 100 people eventually get forgiveness? I'd be like, yes, that would be probably feasible if you could live forever and eventually change. I mean, that's the.
I think there's a difference
Skyrim,
between like forgiveness from society as a whole and forgiveness from the people you've personally fucked over.
Both would qualify in the things that I'd said.
Well, I mean, if you're an elf who lives for hundreds of years, then the people like you fucked over a human, that human's long dead, right?
Potentially, but even from the aspect of not even get forgiveness from the person you've wronged. If that person has died, then we'll never know if they would have forgiven you or not. But from the heart of the person who did the bad things, then we could say if we knew all things, if we were omniscient in this scenario, then we would be able to know if that person has like truly changed and is remorseful and has done the time and paid the price for it, or all that sort of stuff. Even if the victim has died because of time, even if all their victims died just from old age, I still think that elf who lived forever could essentially attain quote unquote forgiveness and atonement, given enough time, enough effort, enough work.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the difference between atonement and like personal forgiveness for me. But sure. I can see your argument. But I think
it's a reason why I hate the hell concept of religions. Because there's nothing you could possibly ever do as a human that could ever warrant an eternal punishment.
I'd actually, generally speaking, agree with you. Yeah. Even as a religious person, I'd agree with you. I think that I think that there are crimes against God, like talking on a religious scale, that become much more severe. But that's also like down to God, right? Like you're talking about something else setting
this is all going to be, yeah. This will all be you, and all of it I'll disagree with. But that's your religion thing. So
yeah, that's fine.
So all of
like
that,
again, I'm not like I'm not here to convert you or like bring you into anything other than like the general.
I am here to
cult
convert you.
Okay.
We will worship. We will. I don't know. I'll pick someone. What's a good one? Wapi Kocha. We'll bring. It's coming back, baby.
You think Wapi Kocha is what you're going with? You could pick from anything, and you pick Wapi Kocha.
What should I pick?
I don't know. You're the one trying to convert me. I just think Wapi Kocha is like an out there. Like I don't know, Scientology.
It is out there. Scientology. No, I wouldn't pick that. It'd be something neat.
Something neat.
Look, listen. I wouldn't pick from the obviously fake one.
Okay. What about?
I would pick one like an ancient god that's out of vogue, And it was like, yeah, we're gonna bring it back. It's coming back, baby.
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl, yeah.
Yeah. That'd be a good
plumed serpent.
Yeah.
Aztec mythology.
You'd have a good listen. I think that'd be a good chance. I'd worship a flying snake.
Hey man, hell yeah, that sounds metal as fuck.
Yeah.
How about purgatory rags? Purgatory's weird. So I grew up Catholic. Catholics believe in purgatory, which is essentially like a waiting room to get into heaven. In order to get into heaven, so in Catholicism you have mortal sins and venial sins. Mortal sins are the really big no-nos, and venial sins are the little ones. And you can get into, and all of this is going to be how strictly you adhere to the catechism of the Catholic faith. You can get into heaven if you have venial sins, little things, but you can't get into heaven if you have mortal sins for the most part. And purgatory is where you go. This is very abstract. Your soul goes to purgatory in order to be cleansed and to prepare you for heaven. And that's sort of like this limbo. You're not in hell. You're not obviously on earth because you're dead. You're not in heaven, so you're kind of like waiting to get into heaven because you've been mostly good and you're pretty good and you're decently pious and you're a good person. You'll get into heaven one day. You just have to be like prepared for it spiritually. As a Catholic, I always liked the concept because I didn't like the idea of it's either like if you aren't pure enough to get into heaven, then you're just going to hell, and that's your existence anymore. I always liked the idea that there was a, well, you were mostly good and you had a decently good heart, so we're gonna prep you until you can go to the good place. So I always like that as a concept. Obviously, it's been a long time since my Catholic studies, and so I can't remember a lot of the specifics of it, and a lot of this is based on to how strict you are, with Catholic dogma and Christian dogma and things. So, but I think I've always kind of liked that aspect. Catholicism has things like baptism by desire, and like if you're a native in the middle of the forest and you're with your tribe and you've never ever heard of God or Jesus or anything like that, and you never had even the chance or opportunity to be baptized, if you're a good person, you could still get into heaven because by virtue of you being good, you didn't have a choice.
The concept of Christians before Christ and Christians outside of Christ is a very real thing. Has been for quite a while.
Yeah. The idea of how, like, if a baby dies really young, all babies die young, I guess. But if a baby dies before it's baptized or anything like that, like virtually no one will tell you that the baby's going to hell because it wasn't baptized.
That is a fairly recent concept that only became the case in 2005. Before 2005,
my understanding is that
babies went to limbo.
Which was, depending on how you're, a lot of this is like how strict are you on it.
I mean, this was like the Vatican position. That was like
official positions typically happen after there's a general, like, a lot of discussions and changes and things, because there's only been 2 ex cathedra statements that the Pope has ever made, both of which having to do with the Virgin Mary. But by the way, cathedral, Latin, place of the chair, because cathedra is chair. But yeah, but I'd say I'm positive on a lot of the concepts about Catholicism. But obviously I'm not Catholic anymore and I'm an atheist. But I don't like look back and be like, oh, I was it. Like, no, I appreciate a lot of the stuff I learned from religion. A lot of good stuff was instilled in me. A lot of good basic stuff. Yeah, and I knew priests. I was very active in the church. I was a lector. I was an altar boy. I had a really good relationship with. This is gonna sound wrong. I was an altar boy and had really good relationships with my pastors, but they were really cool guys. We got along. I was active in, church stuff and helping out around the, in masses and things. And I was in handbells and in the choir and all sorts of stuff. I was involved in the church when I was really young.
Yeah, so, I mean, I wanted to be a priest.
I'm glad for it. I never look back with bitterness. I went to a Catholic grade school. I went to an all-boy Catholic high school. And I'm glad that I did. It was a wonderful place full of excellent people.
A lot of stuff here that's going to be like analyzed at some point in a drama involving.
Everyone's going to be like, "See, I figured out why you're a bisexual furry now who wants to fuck dogs." They're like, "No, it's none of this. It's completely real." I was bisexual before I was an atheist. I think it was around college where I started to be like, "Hey, guys are." Some guys, all right. My bar for guys is way higher than it is for chicks, right? But like, hey, guys are kind of looking a-okay there. Maybe there's something to this dick stuff. But I was still like Christian at the time. It was, so it's the way that you rationalize these things and allow this stuff to, sit in your head. But yeah, there you go. There's your rags lore. I don't think it's anything I've said before. Or it's nothing I haven't said before here and there, but if it comes up, it comes up. I guess it's odd to think about my sort of theological, philosophical journey.
See? Me slowly converting you back into the church.
That's right. I appreciate a lot about Christianity. Not just like aesthetically, culturally, the music and the art and stuff. I really do appreciate it a lot. There's a lot of good stuff in there. How much Christianity gets credit for it when they just, hey, you keep the good ideas and come up with your own and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I hate about it, a lot of stuff I really like. It's like a lot of philosophies. So I don't think too deep into it. I'm glad. I wouldn't roll the dice and have a cosmic redo on my upbringing. So yeah, I like it. Good stuff.
That's solid. Okay, back to Erudite.
Yeah.
That's Erudite.
Erudite, now it's your turn to say something interesting. Try hard. Really, really focus. What are those fries that she has behind her?
I don't know. They look like bones. Did she have ribs? I don't know.
No, they're too smooth. Oh, they might be rib, but they wouldn't. If they were ribs, they'd be whitish. The sauce wouldn't be all over the bones, right?
I don't know. It depends on the how much meat was on the rib.
Sure, ribs don't look like that when you're done with them. There's no way. I know. I've made ribs. I need to buy. Now I want them.
Fuck. What statement
The problem
is that? I know I've made ribs.
The problem is that it's 5 in the morning right now. I ain't got any, and I can't go get some because it's 5 in the morning. So the store doesn't open until like 8. So I'm ribless. I buy a lot of drumsticks though, and I put those in the oven.
Okay,
Anyway,
well,
I think
listen,
those are
I need to get
those are
breakfast
fries.
in like half an hour and then get ready to go to work. So
Okay.
let's get through this video and then you
Let's-
can consider
Yeah,
your
let's
food
get through this
options,
video.
okay?
We could do it.
Like-
We've made it halfway through.
I purposefully picked something that was less than 10 minutes.
We can focus. If we need to batten down the hatches and focus on a video,
Carla, what
we
do you
can.
think about your past
You can do it. I believe in us.
debates with Andrew Wilson,
Yeah.
specifically the morality one? I want to be clear. We shouldn't equate Hassan going to a brothel to like people actually doing like, even if it's small levels of sexual violations, right? Like these are not the same thing. And I don't want to
True.
say
Yeah, they're
like I would
different.
never dismiss, like for example, like Destiny's missteps as just like being a gooner. It's more than that, right? Maybe that's like the drive behind it.
That
but,
makes
like,
it
the drive
worse.
behind it.
So because you
That
have
makes it worse.
because you've all criticized Hassan and Dan Clancy for all this fucking Pornhub and like brothel stuff, and you're like, yeah, but Disney's missteps. It's like, yeah, that's the problem, Erudite. That's why we have the issue. What are you fucking? That's why people hate you.
If
Because-
anything, recognizing it for what it truly is and still tolerating it is in a way worse than being delusional about what it is and accepting it.
Well, this is what I
Like,
say
if-
about like veganism. Like, I understand that eating animals is probably ethically, in the current setting for me, is probably ethically wrong. I have other choices. I like animals. Eating animals is wrong. Like, but I still choose to eat meat.
No, I see how you're looking at that crabby. I don't know if you really mean that. That crabby's looking pretty tasty.
That is looking tasty. I would eat a crab.
There's a lot of meat in them there claws.
True. But here's my point. I think it is worse that I recognize and understand the ethical implications of eating meat and still continue to do it, knowing it's something I believe is wrong. Like, and I accept
that's
that
just
as
like-
a
that's a
bad
generally-
thing that I am doing. Like,
Yeah, it's a different kind of bad to not recognize that something is bad. To recognize something is bad instantly makes it worse that you know it's bad, recognize it, and still do it.
yeah. And this is part of the problem as well. None of these people ever want to think of themselves as bad people, which I think is a mistake. Like, there are things I do that make me, like, that are bad, that are objectively, ethically bad. And I'm just like...
Not me.
you
I
know.
don't do anything objectively bad.
No, of course not, Rex. You're
In fact, if
freaky,
I
you're
do it,
you're perfect.
Because I do it, it becomes objectively moral. That's my system, and it's fucking perfect. More people should use it. Jesus, it solves so many issues.
Some
Fuck
of
me.
that early
It's-
2010s atheism is really bleeding through right now to this stream.
Yeah, the problem is they started to make it super lefty and pro-feminist, and then it all went to shit.
Yep. Feminism ruins
Steve
everything.
Shives is in my soul now.
I can't wait. Listen, I can't wait to send you this film. I'm gonna.
We're
I
kindred
want to-
spirits,
I
even though
wanna-
he's blocked me.
Fuck. Yeah, Freddie Drongo. I wouldn't minimize Destiny's missteps. Is such a great fucking line.
Oh yeah, that's true. No, he's right. That line, because lines like this just kind of slips by. It's like, oh, she just missteps. So, like, yeah, you could call them that in the same way that accidentally walking off the edge of the Grand Canyon is a misstep. Sure.
Doesn't make the behavior more or less good. Makes it understandable, but that doesn't make it excusable. So yeah, I hear what you're saying, but also I want to be clear that we're not like minimizing like sexual trust violations, right? Those are like big deals.
What, you mean like the way you are?
You just joined tier 5
yeah, she's doing
Patreon.
that. That's wild that she just said that. We wouldn't want to minimize, violations of sexual trust. Anyway, I'm not gonna like write off Destiny or disavow him or anything. The door's open for him to come back to the show. You know, whenever I feel like the heat's died down and enough time. You know, 4 months from now, yeah, we'll be having our episode.
She said on stream the other day, she was like, you know, there are these people who are like watching me. It's like I'm a nobody, and I'm like, bro, come on. Firstly, Erudite's channel, she has like 49,000 subscribers, and she has a concurrent viewership that's similar-ish to mine. Like I think 150 to 250. So like, but the people who are like watching her and like A-logging her, are people who are far, far smaller than her, generally speaking. You're talking about people who have like between like 30 and 50 concurrents, generally speaking. So this idea that she's like, nobody, why are you looking at me? It's like, well, you're objectively much bigger and have a much bigger presence than pretty much anybody who's looking at you, unless like Diorio does or something. Because like Erudite definitely has a bigger kind of like platform than I do. Maybe.
I mean, you have more. Oh, this is Raw Kittenhouse. How many? Yeah. How much is? What is her?
49K.
Actually,
49K.
Okay. I guess it's the concurrent viewers though. That's what you go by. And we got 163 now. 163 beautiful people and one ugly one. But we're doing excellent. I mean, as far as like you compared to her, it's great. I mean, it's interesting to think about, you know, especially because she seems to take this very seriously and has made this like her thing. And you're only pulling in 160 people. Like, okay, all right.
Yeah. I mean, she had the opportunity to have a very large platform. I think she squandered that by becoming a groupie for Destiny. If you're pulling the same numbers as kind of like I am, when this is like a hobby, and objectively, and the thing is, she's trying to build a schedule. I have no schedule. I woke up today and went live just randomly, like. And I'll still, and like, again, middle of the fucking night and still pull numbers.
I know that, yeah, because I stay up late sometimes, and sometimes I sleep late. So that's when I notice that your streams are off and on, and I'm like, oh yeah, because you live, you know, different part of the world, and it's different time for you. So that's how I know that. If you're streaming, it's probably around that time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty inconsistent.
A schedule that's more descriptive than prescriptive, if anything. Well, I guess he streams at about this time. I guess that's a schedule, sort of. That's a schedule because he just kind of tends to do it instead of he does it because that's his schedule.
Yeah, it's just like I feel like going live. That's pretty much how I work. Like I'm awake, and a bit bored. So.
What awake? Me too. Super duper bored. Sometimes I'm just up. All right, we were able to get about 50 seconds.
Yeah, we did well.
Good.
We did well.
That's a good win. Well, Koala, my entire life fell apart around January. There was a massive Destiny scandal. I was diagnosed with a autoimmune disorder. My dog got sick for a while. So I'm getting back into it, especially when I fly and stuff.
I'm sad for exactly one of those things.
So it's going okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually moved at all from a liberal. I'm probably just going to have really obnoxious, esoteric language. I obviously don't think him smoking is worse than what Destiny did, obviously. I just think he was being a jackass in the debate, so I was mad.
Hey,
that doesn't make it okay, necessarily. Like,
do you think she fucks that dog?
No, I think she probably had sex with her horses, though. You don't talk that much about Vosh and hate Vosh that much unless you're also into the same shit.
I don't co-sign this statement. But that's it. Because I really hate Vosh. But I know my limits, okay?
Yeah, like, okay, listen, this is a door I can open. It's not a furry. Where you should be more careful.
I think I probably did, just like
alternate universe Enya here is really not impressing me.
I should.
But I was like,
it's totally a fry. Look, wait, oh wait, she's got one. Is it like a little chimmy, like a little rolly thing? What are those called?
Like
The little thin, roly Mexican food thingies. What are those called?
Oh, you're asking the Brit. I don't fucking know.
Let me
anything
get
about
little. That you guys import all your food anyway. I should be asking you.
Yeah, not
little,
Mexican
thin,
food, though.
roly Mexican food. It is called. Oh fuck! I don't know.
It looks like a spring roll to me.
a spring roll.
Yeah, Chinese.
It's too thin, right?
No, you get.
Oh,
thin
it might
spring rolls.
be. It might be. A lot of the times they're clear, but I guess you could like almost fry it in a way,
They're
couldn't you?
taquitos. Taquitos.
Taquitos. Taquitos. Taquito, I assume. Taquito. Oh, taquitos. Okay. I think they're taquitos. They're not chunky fries. They are taquitos.
Okay. Well, at least-
Rolled tacos. Okay.
Okay.
All right,
We solved a mystery.
Okay, carry on.
We solved
Yeah.
a mystery.
It's also
Okay,
matching his
you don't
energy,
think he
right?
fucks the dog, so-
BPF was
don't know.
condemning a whole bunch of people
don't
for
either.
sin, when as a Christian, he's engaging in sin right there, right? So it's kind of like, what are you doing? FP Hebrew people, rip Canaanites, rip grandma. Fredo.
Why does she do that?
Everyone,
Why does
Nix
she
in
have
chat.
her liquid receptacle in between her and the food?
I don't know. Actually, that is weird.
That's a strange thing to do. That's asking for a disaster. You don't put your cup between you and the food.
Yeah, but if she put
You
it like
retard.
behind the food, then she might spill it when she's
Yeah,
like, carrying it
because
over.
that's what every person with a brain would do. That's just so strange. Unless she's done with her taquitos, which she isn't, because there's still taquitos left,
There's a lot of
and they're
taquitos.
going. How many? I bet she whatever she doesn't finish, she gives to the dog.
I think she was feeding the dog chips the other day, or fries. For
I think dogs can
Americans.
eat some stuff like that. You can't. Oh,
Yeah, I'm not
thing I
judging.
learned
I'm
'cause
just
my,
more just saying.
My sister has a couple dogs, and she said that the chocolate dog thing, a dog can eat about an ounce of chocolate for how many pounds it is. So a lot of like medium and big dogs can have like little chocolate bars and stuff. It poisons the dosage. They say that and they spread it really prominently that chocolate is toxic to dogs because if a little dog like will just like eats even a little chocolate bar, it will kill them because a lot of people have little dogs. So it is spread to be like to really be on the safe side for how much dog a chocolate can have. So yeah.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, like, I don't want the dog to be unhealthy. It looks
I don't
like
either.
a
It looks
dog.
like a fit creature. It looks way more fit than the fucking fat ass dragon on her shelf.
The dog's a girl dog as well.
Is it? All right.
Yeah.
Koala Lump. What do you think about the term professional managerial class?
Do Destiny's doxing actions and meltdowns at Kelly
Dev could
Jean
tell you all about
demonstrate
that.
him
I
being
couldn't.
on the path to being redeemed?
I mean, not then, obviously. Like, that's really bad. Like,
Not
obviously.
then.
Very, very bad.
It just happened.
The issue is like, I think you're holding me. I know what you're referencing. Yeah, you're holding me to what
It's like
I
if I
talked
left
about
if
with
I
Turkey
left
Tom.
Destiny's doxing on the countertop when it happened, I could still eat it now. It'd still be good.
Yes. Actually, that's
He's
a
like,
great.
yeah,
that's a
back when
great
it
way to
happened,
put
it's like it just happened.
Yeah.
If it happened a year ago, it would still be too soon. He has been completely unrepentant and has shown he's making jokes about it. He's getting angry at people for being upset with him. He's crazy. He's a psycho.
Yeah, but he's nice to Erudite. You got to understand, they're friends.
Because he wants to have sex with you. Because he's Destiny.
You know what? I don't know if they've ever had sex with each other. I will say this. I heard a rumor years ago that they fucked at VidCon. Not VidCon, TwitchCon or whatever the fuck it is. And I heard this rumor years and years ago from a load of streamers who were like sharing a house together. And I've always kind of wondered whether it's true. Because that would
I don't
almost
know.
make it weirder if after all this
I
time.
think that If they didn't, it was her decision, not his.
Do you know what? I actually disagree with you. I think if they didn't, it was his
Think it's the
decision.
other way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. He's just so like he fucks everyone. Like that's his whole like thing is he tries to fuck all the chicks he brings on as a way like that's why he does it. That's essentially why I think he's had all these chicks around and has like brought them on.
I think
and
that's
tried to protect
I
them
think
from
that's
criticism and stuff.
I think that might be like
You think she's the exception to the rule?
I think she's the exception to the rule. He's like, well, if I fucked Erudite, I really would be a bad person. I think that's what it's like, and she's his like
maybe
little saving grace. Because like I don't know, any chick who looks at Destiny the way Erudite looks at Destiny,
she's his Vanessa Fisk. You mean?
Vanessa...
I guess it's a Daredevil thing. Never mind. Yeah. I just forget. Carry on.
Okay.
Carry on.
Okay, let's go.
Even Hitler had his Ava. True.
Even Hitler had his Ava. Fuck.
When I was referencing on like December 14th, why initially I was still willing to work with Destiny, which is that he seemed sufficiently remorseful. That obviously changed. I don't think that he's as remorseful now. You might also notice I stopped being in business with him in like early February. Like, yeah. So again,
Too late,
I've never used him being remorseful as an excuse for his behavior.
Still open.
Still think the behavior is wrong.
You're keeping that door open.
Which just makes it understandable. And obviously, I hope that he can go towards a path of redemption.
Which is what's insane. When she shared her tweet, well, yeah, of course he won't. Why would he? She said, like, her tweet, she shared her DMs with Destiny as, like, evidence. But the DMs are, like, literally her going, hey, so here are the pros and cons of talking to Pixie and, like, working that out. And, like, the pros are that if she just wants money, you'll be able to suss that out really quickly. And you can help deal with this and your friend's upset, blah, blah, blah. And the negatives
she
are...
talked like a manager trying to save a client.
Yes. Yeah. And like, I think the craziest thing in that is like, oh, like the worst case scenario is she kills herself and then this drama like blows up loads and like you don't want that to happen because it'll like phase out and like fade. I think Erudite just wanted this to fade.
It's the scene in the movie where it, like, you know those like movies and shows where something really terrible happened and our protagonist wants to do the right thing morally, but they have like the friend or the mentor that says, no. Here's how we cover this up. You do this, you go here, don't talk to anyone, put this here, put that there, and then we hope no one ever finds out. Agreed? And that's like the dark secret that they hide for like the next few seasons until it gets discovered once the ratings get too low. That's what this is.
That's actually, yeah, like legit. Yes.
Except the analogy's bad because it involves a good moral person in it, and both of these people are terrible. So...
Okay, so it's that scenario, but written by Stephen Moffat.
It's just this scenario written about two terrible people, but normally in a show, the terrible people are at least likable, so you know that they shouldn't get away with it morally, but you want them to for like the entertainment and the interest you have in their characters. It's like Silco, and oh, you haven't fucking seen that show. It's like Wilson Fisk. Oh shit, it's like it's like a bad villain that's really well written that you want to see get away with it, but you need to know that they don't deserve it, you know?
Yeah. I want Erudite to keep making content. I want Erudite to get like huge, because this will never not be funny to me. Oh fuck.
Okay, I want to see her. I'll see if her taquitos get any better and if she learns which side of the food her beverage goes on.
I hope that like forgiveness can be found. The problem is like that question that you're asking.
No. Stop.
Still, like,
I hate that. I hope that forgiveness can be found. Like what? It's just something that you might discover somewhere. Forgiveness is earned. It is a pathway in a journey that someone has to go on. It is not the aggrieved party who has the responsibility to find forgiveness in their heart to the person who wronged them. Forgiveness is a process that is begun by the person who did the bad thing.
Yeah. Again, I think this is also why I'm pretty big on, like, I won't apologize unless I mean an apology, because the apology isn't
Good.
to
Yes.
like,
It needs to mean something.
yeah, it's not to placate anyone. It's not to. I don't even really think it's to make people feel better who've been wronged. It's like, I mean, all those things are like useful, they're important, but from my perspective, it's like, if I apologize, it's because I recognize that there's something that I need to be sorry for, and sometimes I
It
will
is a
do
necessary
things.
part of a good apology. Yes.
Yeah, because there are certain things that I've done, which again I know were shitty, and I'm just not sorry for them. I do them again, and I won't apologize for those things because I'm just not sorry.
Wow, you're a real jerk.
Well, yeah, but at least I'm like honest about it. That's my cope. But I'm actually, unironically, I'm just honest about it. Like if I recognized, like, it depends on the thing, right? Because there are certain things where I recognize what I did was like an asshole move, but like I personally feel justified in doing that thing. So even though I recognize
There are
it's like a
things-
dick
yeah,
thing to do, I'm like, I'm not sorry I did it. I'd do it again.
I could do dickish things. I could do dickish things and be like, yeah, that was a dickish thing to do, but like I'd still do it again because fuck you or whatever, or
Yeah.
it's enough benefit to me. Like I'm not morally perfect.
Yeah.
But big stuff, I can't like. I'm like, nah, it's a big thing.
Well, it depends on the thing, right? Like if it's
actually, I guess I haven't really done any like actual really big bad things now that I think about it. I'm a pretty good person. I don't think most people have actually done like really bad things, but
yeah, I don't think there's.
it's like, oh, would you steal $2?
Things.
It's like, yeah, I probably would again, maybe. I don't. Well, I don't know.
Depends
Maybe,
on the circumstance,
I don't
right?
know.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose so. Like, would I steal $2 from a really shitty person who wronged me? It's like, yeah, I would.
Yeah, like
would I
there
steal
was,
$2 from an innocent person? Nah, I don't think I would.
Well, like I was out drinking. Like here's a
pretty
like
good.
really random example. I was out drinking with a friend, Irish buddy of mine, a few years ago, and we were pretty hammered.
Wait, the Irish drink?
The Irish do drink, very much so.
Dang.
I know.
Irish cat. Hey, I grew up Catholic. Hey man.
I grew up Irish Catholic.
We like to.
So
we put them away. All right.
True. My mum used
We
to
ain't
give
no
me whiskey when I
teetotalers.
was a toddler to make me shut up.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit of whiskey. But
Just a little bit of whiskey before bed helps the kids sleep. Nothing wrong with that.
Rue. But yeah, like we were drinking and it was my round and he was hammered and like I nabbed like £5 out of his wallet to go and buy the drinks and stuff, which was funny because it was like taking the piss and it's like it's £5 doesn't mean anything to either of us. It's like it's obviously a dick thing to do.
Yeah, it's the principle that's worse than the actual thing.
Yeah. Which is why it's like one of those where like I wouldn't do that to anyone other than like someone like him who's like
you wouldn't do it if you knew it had a real impact. It's like it's in that level where it's such a minor little thing that it's like I'm only doing it because I know it's not going to really hurt them, even though I know that it is a morally wrong thing to do. It's so minor that I just like that's my cope of. It's not that it's I wouldn't do it if it was more money, which is probably true. You know, it's the same way I am. There is a limit where I'm like, nah, that actually has an impact on another person. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah. Like I'm not sorry for like covering Erudite, for example. I recognize this is like a meme.
I'm not sorry for it. This is a moral good. This is a morally virtuous thing to do, to point out her taquitos and ask if she fucks her dog. These are questions that need to be asked, and it's morally correct to do so.
Okay, let's paste. Let's do that.
Punitive in nature, which I think is fair. I think it's fair to be really angry at him. It's just if you're talking to me about redemption, I'm assuming that you're engaging in the way that I think about and engage with redemption, which is just very different than I think a lot of you. I don't expect anyone to engage in redemption and forgiveness in the way that I necessarily do. But I do expect you to allow me to like make that choice. I don't think it's wrong, for example.
We're allowing you to.
We can't stop you.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I want you to continue doing it.
Yeah, we're not criticizing that. Our issue isn't that you do or do not have the right to continue these relationships and to forgive or not to forgive destiny or whatever. It's the choice that you made while doing it.
Yeah.
It's like you're missing the point. I have a right to say it. Yeah, but what you said was shitty. That's the point. We're not arguing your right to do it.
Well, I mean, Erudite, again, is one of these people. If she's doing it, it must be the good thing, right?
I mean, she seems to think so. I'm sure she's got a whole trapeze act set where she can get herself into be like, oh, actually, I'm pretty good, and I should be giving other people life advice.
True. That's why I hate her.
Like, obviously. Okay.
Here, let me ask you
Thanks for
this:
the super chat.
has Erudite ever said, "I don't know," without answering anyway?
Fuck. I don't know. That's fucking hilarious.
I can't imagine. Have I ever seen her be like, you know what? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not qualified to answer it. I don't want to give you bad advice. I just don't feel like that's something she has ever said or is capable of saying. Whereas, like, I learned years ago. By the way, here's some more streamer YouTuber advice. I don't know is a valid fucking answer. Okay, to basically all questions. You throw up your hands and say, "Listen, I do not know. I am not the one to ask for that. I know my limitation." That's what wisdom is, knowing when you can't be wise. All right? You need to understand your limitations. And it's not a shameful thing to not know everything. You should have your wheelhouse. You should be expected to know things in your proverbial lane. But, like, don't give terrible advice. Don't throw out, like, really serious, like, knowledge to people when you're bullshitting. You say, I don't know. You can hypothesize, but make it clear you're hypothesizing. You could conjecture.
Well, that's good. That's because a lot of people are scared about looking stupid on the internet. Right?
Yeah, they are.
Which is,
but you look way dumber if you give an obviously stupid wrong answer, and if your audience never calls you out or has an issue with you being wrong, that's another problem. So.
Yeah. Well, we made it through the Erudite video.
We did. We made it through the Erudite video. It took us 16 hours and 4 minutes and 2 Yetis full of water, but you know what? We did it.
Hey, listen.
She's good coverage.
Every frame's a pause. Right?
That's right, yeah. Next time we'll do it, we'll set up a watch together, and we'll just, so we can have shared controls, and we can just go through, and we'll have Erudite Thursdays or whatever. No, let's not commit to that.
Let's not commit, but I like having you on and chatting about random shit.
Yeah, sure. If I'm ever around and you need a buddy to bounce shit off of, give me a holler.
Yeah.
Let me know. Sometimes I'm just up late, sometimes I'm up late and I sleep late and I'm up late, and that's just the cycle for the day, and that's how it goes.
Yeah. No, I mean, this has been fun. This got me a good, like, nearly 5 hours of content. I need to wrap up and get some breakfast and go to work. But this has been awesome as always. I'd say tell people where you are, but everyone
right
knows.
Here, where I've always been. Where else could I be?
True.
Doesn't matter where you go, there you are.
You can find Rags on my channel. It is his primary place to hang out. He loves it here.
I enjoy being here. I love the mood. I like the vibe. I like the crabs.
Crabs are always good. I need to do, I want to actually, unironically, I want to do more movie nights over on Kick. So I might actually start trying to steal you for those. I think that could be pretty funny. And subject you to random B-movie schlock and stuff that's in the public domain. Be a laugh.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could do that. That'd be fun.
Yeah. I quite like the Retsu Prey kind of just riffing on shit as well. It's always enjoyable. So, yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. I'll let you go and I'll chat to you in a bit.
All right. I will see you later. Bye-bye.
Peace.
Toodaloo.
Thanks, man. In a bit. Bye. Bye. Okay. That was pleasant. This has been a nice random surprise stream that we've been doing. It's been pretty good. I'm pleased with that. Cool. Let me read some of these. Sorry, I've been completely ignoring chat all night, which I do when I have long call-ins. I'm sorry, guys. Spencer Howard with the 2. The Doom Media crash out versus Queen was legendary. True. ESD V42 with the 100, whatever the fuck that is. That currency I don't recognize, but thank you. Still alive, are you, Crabman? Will you be talking about Mudahar threatening a lawsuit against Noah Samson? We did talk about that a bit. I can't work out whether like you inspired that, but thank you. Maddie Kitten, welcome to Seething. I massively appreciate that, as I appreciate all members. You guys are fucking the best. Speaking of which, Sister Godiva, with members for 2 months, are coping. The Thorpes are like that, wouldn't let them on. That's true. I think there are certain people, like, I'll agree with that. Like, I wouldn't bring the Thorpes on. Like, I wouldn't kind of platform, quote-unquote, them. Not because I'm like, that's bad, just because I could do without the fucking syphilitic headache that either of them fucking gives me. Rain with a 2. Becky, give me an animal to doodle at work. I have done so. I gave you turtle. Show me turtle. Nim the Godra with the 5. If you want a really good movie to watch, I'd suggest Song of the Sea or Wolf Walkers. Super underrated animated films. I want to say I think I've seen Song of the Sea, actually. But I will check it out and be either correct or wrong. Cool Anime Girls with the 5. Oops, I tripped and fell, accidentally stuck it in her. Yes. Yes. That's from like that like fucking line came from this weird fucking drama about like, what was it? Like plastic surgery or some shit. Anyway, this fuck, are you giving me an actual good reason to watch Kick? Yeah, I want to start building Kick up a little bit every now and again, just to give me another platform when I want to talk shit or something that might be problematic for YouTube, like a platform that I don't mind getting banned from. So I do want to build the Kick a bit. The Kick, we have a link tree now thing, so you can find the Kick through that. Also the Patreon is a thing. There is Patreon stuff I want to do. So I'm gonna try and do weekly or bi-weekly Patreon posts, because that could be fun. Also, do not forget, please, very much, please, I want you to like this tweet, okay? Very important that you like and retweet this tweet. I ask you guys for like fuck all. Like and retweet this tweet, okay? Beckett, where can I find the Discord outside of stream? I want to share the turtle later, but I'm currently at work, so I can't join the Discord until after. It should just be in the description. Where can I find? It should just be in the description. It's in our link tree as well on Twitter. I can't share it in chat because I have stream mode up and it stops me doing it. Okay. But I don't have a Twitter anymore. Fuck. Okay. Well, look. This has been super fun. Let me see who else is live. Is anyone else live? Who's like good or interesting? Um, no? Is that it? My last man standing? I think I'm last man standing, aren't I? Okay. If that's the case, then I will leave you with a song. I'll leave you with the song because that seems to be the general feel and vibe. What should I leave you with? I need something. I think this stream might be copyright free, and I'm pretty pleased about that. So let's see if we can keep that going. Oh yeah, okay, cool. I know what I'm gonna play. Anyway, I will see you on the next stream. I don't know when it will be. I'm doing a Will and His Channel stream, either Friday or Saturday. So we do like lore, and it'll be a bit more of a structured stream. That should be fun. And other than that, unless anything crazy happens, in which case I will be back sooner. Have a good rest of your week. I know it's Thursday, nearly at the weekend. You can do it. I believe in you. Peace.
I like music to keep me company. I like songs with a sweet melody. When I get bored, I turn on the TV, or I hold my phone and I stare at the screen. I like noise to keep me company. I like static electricity. When I get bored or don't have energy, I like to hold my phone and stare at the screen. I like music to keep me company. I like songs with an artistic streak. I watch the news on the TV so I can stay informed about the enemy. I like to daydream about the bourgeoisie. I like to eat from the apple tree. When I get bored or don't have energy, I like to hold my phone and stare at the screen. Because it helps me feel alright. Because it helps me humanize. I like music to keep me company. I like songs with a sweet melody. When I feel alone, nobody's watching me.